Are you ready, fam? I cannot wait. It's Saturday and I am here. Bring your friends, bring your friends. What's up, Explodo? By the way, we're giving away a Cuddy as well. St. Grizz is including a Cuddy giveaway. So, of course, to our supporters, anybody's a YouTube member or a patron, we're going to give away a Cuddy too. And it's going to be fantastic. Yeah, trip out! Predator mouse in the house. Yeah! Woke up at 3 a.m. already. All right, guys, grabbing something to drink and we will get the show on the road. I cannot wait. Yes, it's Saturday and I am here, my fam. How's everybody doing? I am so excited to get us going and started on CitizenCon. 3 more minutes. I cannot wait. I took the follow alerts off Explodo because I figured the follow alerts might get annoying. I do have the bits and the donations and subscribers alerts still on.
Ooh, what a time to be a citizen. Dumpers Depot's having a galaxy-wide fire sale. Forget about that Olympus.
And we'll be making this large screen here in a second, so don't worry, everyone. How's everybody doing today?
Shield Jenny for only $25,999.
If some of the alerts get annoying, we'll talk about it, and I will turn off some of the alerts as well.
Pyro system.
What's going on, Orson?
Points when you can get these Waytech XL1 quantum drives for
let's do a different background here.
$49,999. Only at Dumpers Depot. Hell, these deals are so good, the Nine Tails will stop blockading stations and start some honest trading. So get on over to your nearest Dumpers Depot before it's too late.
What's up, Tech? Hey, Bova, how you guys doing? Thank you, Tech. This is gonna be so much fun. Let's get big screen. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm excited. You guys get me excited. CitizenCon, motherfuckers! Oh, I'm so excited. You don't know the extent of what I have done to get this day off with you guys. What's up, Anarchy? Thank you, bro. You guys are fantastic. Are you guys excited? Are you guys excited? Yeah. Yeah. 2 minutes, man. 2 minutes. What's up, Ken? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, of course, Ken. Of course, man. It took a lot to get here, bro. It took a lot to get here. Okay, let's large screen it. Let's large screen. Let's go large screen. PePe, it's an important day. Do not mess up today, PePe.
This is Starship Gemini on a humanitarian mission. We've been engaged by Ninetales pirates. Assistance is needed.
Are you guys ready
Red
for
alert.
fun today?
Battle stations.
Right them up, boys. Power down, and we'll let you leave with your lives.
Thank you,
Give us what we
Explodo.
want, and we'll leave you alone.
Captain,
And thank
we
you,
have
Jay.
support inbound.
I'm so excited.
Big Daddy is here.
Hello, Gemini. Looks like you could use a little help.
We'll handle these pirates.
My glasses are fogging up. My glasses are fogging up. I'm so excited. I had a crazy night last night. I'll talk to you about it next week. Crazy night. Yeah! What's up, Kill? Everybody loves CG Tom Cruise. Even I do. Look at my ass. It's fantastic. Thank you, Killian. Thank you, bro. 47 seconds! Killian's in the house. What's up, Cole Mac? How you doing, buddy? How you doing, man? It's great to see the fam here, chilling out on CitizenCon. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be good. I cannot wait. Good to see you too, Jamma. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for stopping in, bro. Oh, we got the fam in full effect here. Are you guys having a good time, man? I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I got all types of goosebumps on me right now, man. It's great. It's great. Jay. Oh shit, countdown. I feel like this is New Year's Eve, man. Countdown from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Dude, are there gonna be how many fails? Every time they have a fail, we should drink. Here we go.
Child, things are getting
Hello, everyone. So welcome.
Bring it down
to
hard.
Digital CitizenCon 29.
Jay!
What are you doing? So it's really
Dance
good
off,
to be
bro.
back in front of the camera and talking to all of you out there.
Boy, their volume's really
I
low.
wish it was in person. As you know, we have been
Crank
doing
it up, Jared.
CitizenCons, for a long time, and last year was the last year we didn't do it because of the pandemic, and we didn't want to go another year without having a CitizenCon, but we felt like this year it was a bit too close to get back to do it in person with all the issues with travel, and we're doing it virtually and digital this year, and I'm hoping next year we'll get to do it in person. So it's been very challenging for all of us. There's about 700.
Is this pre-recorded, by the way, some of this?
From home.
I heard some,
but,
it might be pre-recorded.
you know, a silver lining to that cloud, which is
There we go. Pump it up,
a lot
Jared.
more of you have had more time to play Star Citizen and give us feedback.
Hell yeah.
And get engaged. I mean, we, compared to where we were in the last time we had a physical CitizenCon in 2019, the number of daily players that we have in Star Citizen is on average 2 to 3 times more than we had back in 2019, which is fantastic. 2020 was a big year of expansion for us. 21 is also been incredibly great. And we're hoping with some of the features that we're working on, like server meshing, we're working on a bunch of optimizations,
Yes,
quality
server
of life,
meshing.
and maturing, you know, some of the gameplay loops that you're starting to see happen. I mean, we've got some stuff coming up like Death of a Spaceman, where the first part of it, the medical gameplay, is going to
So
be there.
important.
And also
So
the
important.
beginning of physical inventory with the personal inventory. It's not fully finished yet. Those are 2 major
We need
game
some more work on
changers
that.
are
No
coming
magic windows.
very shortly. In fact, they're coming
Yep.
with 3.15. And there's a lot of other things that are just beyond that. We're going to continue that momentum, and you know, more and more people will be discovering Star Citizen. More and more you will be spending more hours playing it and having fun, giving us great feedback, and we're inevitably inching towards the finish line of having something that we can say, yep, this is the definitive experience for you guys. And so I'm really excited by that. But let's get back to today. And today is about digital
celebration.
CitizenCon, and we've got some really great stuff to show you. The
Good.
first of that is going to be led off by Todd PePe with Ian Leland and David Haddock. And I don't want to spoil it. There's some really great stuff. It's going to use a combination of some features that are coming very soon and some features and content that is a little further down the road. But it's going to give you a taste of life.
You
come
remembered
in
Explodo.
the Star Citizen universe. So without further ado, let me pass it to them.
All right. Oh, shit. Son. Oh, I feel like a kid on Christmas morning. I feel like a kid on Christmas morning. I'm so happy to be here with you guys, by the way. I'm so happy to be here. This is so great for me today. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here. I know they're always all over the place. I talking with Jared. I tell him all the time. Their volumes are always all over the place. Thank you, Orson. I feel like I need to sing. Yes, hold on a second. I love my fam here today. Everybody joining me for CitizenCon. PePe, I need you as the backup singer. PePe, would you backup sing for me? He doesn't know much English, though. We lost a viewer. Like, who the fuck is this guy? Oh. What's up, Fetzy? I'm like a little kid. Holy shit. They're starting it off with a big one. Oh, my damn. My no-no spot completely engaged. Oh man. Oh man. Gotta take a breath.
Hi, I'm Todd Pappy, Star Citizen Live
Mr.
Game
Pappy.
Director.
Hi, I'm Ian. I'm the art director for Star Citizen.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm the narrative director at Star Citizen.
So finally, we're saying goodbye to Stanton. It's quite precious to us. We've been talking about it. We've been looking at it.
I told you
living
guys.
there for quite a long time.
I told you guys.
Now it's time to, move the conversation on, start to look at something new.
Yes.
Now it's changed slightly, the jump point side, from what we saw a little while ago. One of the things that was quite important for Chris is he wanted that feeling of something that was quite wondrous, something that was quite amazing. It's not dark, it's not mysterious,
Holy
it's not
shiitake
hostile,
mushrooms.
but it's more, like I said, wondrous.
What's
So
up, Razor?
when we started looking at Pyro, and we had to start looking at how the jump points work
They're starting
when
this
we're
off
traveling
right.
from Stanton to Pyro or Pyro to Stanton, and thinking about
starting this off
border
so right.
security, with the infrastructure that's needed there. What's the lore? Just because on one side it's very lawless versus the other side is dealing with the UEE. So we needed to go through and really think about how this was working,
they're doing it
and
right.
then also with the jump points, how smugglers would work with the secondary and tertiary routes that would lead into the main jump point and then funnel out.
Yeah, we kind of call
it. Dude.
Internally, we kind of call it the Swiss
This
cheese
is
approach
insane, man.
of the,
This
the
is the
sort
perfect start.
the main entrance that you would go through on Stanton, which would be the sort of guarded, have the infrastructure that you had mentioned, the security and stuff like that, but the possibility that there would be alternate ways to kind of get in to bypass that, so which would be beneficial knowledge for smugglers or criminals who are trying to get in under the radar.
Yeah.
And also it was if there's a lot of infrastructure around it, it sort of created this impression that that infrastructure was responsible for the jump point. In reality, it's a naturally occurring thing. An interesting balance of make it seem like this is a checkpoint, but at the same time it's something that the ships are creating, not the structures.
So before we go too much further into the Pyro system, let's take a deep dive into the art process with Jake Dunlap, and he's going to be taking us through the authoring process for the Stanton and Pyro jump points.
I am frozen. I feel like I am frozen in time right now. This is amazing. This is the perfect way to start this up. What's up, Raj?
It's been an interesting journey as we've been designing a new element in our game. We've put a lot of time into creating 2 solid examples of different types of jump points you'll eventually see all around the verse. One in Stanton and one in Pyro. We've been continuing to use Houdini as the tool to create these gas clouds. The setup we have for them is a parent gas cloud and a child gas cloud. The parent is mainly used as an establishing shot when you arrive in your ship from quantum travel, while the child is used as the main gameplay environment and is placed inside the parent.
Oh my God.
The child also has a reasonable scale, which keeps your average ship speed in mind, these things aren't nearly the size of real nebula, if you're curious. But by no means are the jump points small. Here's an example of a Pyro jump point next to Microtech.
Oh my goodness.
To explain the process a bit more, we create the parent at a large scale, then cut out a small box in the center of it. Inside the small box, we'll gather the volume data from the parent.
What's up, Maestro?
Hey,
DY, welcome to the
details
party,
will be different
dudes.
depending on what type of gas cloud you want and if you want to easily fly through it or not.
Ooh.
We usually spend time investigating different designs for the gas clouds, but with the Stanton jump point, the work had already been started and used in the 2019 CitizenCon demo. We just had to go through, clean up the Houdini file, and get it game ready with a couple of extra tweaks along the way. Some of the tweaks we made to the parent were making it feel like more of a structurally sound rotating disc. This was to make it feel like a safe and well-used jump point.
This is what I told you would happen.
The cloud here was changed more dramatically. It used to have a bunch of dark
now
clouds.
Now if they come out with news
it,
with dynamic server
we felt
meshing,
that it was feeling a little bit too closed in.
Coming along good.
So we spent time morphing the magnetic lines in the center to create a really interesting horizontal, flowing, relaxing composition to visually show you that Stanton itself is generally a safe place at first glance.
Followed up with good dynamic server meshing news.
Pyro was created with the same process as the Stanton.
You're right, Jay. Right, dude.
We changed the shape of the cloud into something more menacing and violent. We wanted the reveal of Pyro to be a clear warning of what you should be expecting throughout the entire system. So we made it very closed in, dense, and very active. We did make it a small challenge to traverse the child, something that won't take too long, but should be something to consider when traveling through.
Yes.
Something that helped really quickly create a fun traversal route was creating a white box play area in engine out of solid geometry and flying around it right away.
Tech. Holy shit, here's this experience now. Whoa, the very white box version.
With the route, we exported the geometry to use in Houdini, where we converted it to a volume and combined it with the up-resed area of the parent to export that out as the child cloud. We wanted to make sure that these systems feel very different from each other.
Yes.
Some ways in which we did this was by the shape of the jump points.
I'm fucking beside
As I had mentioned before, Stanton feels very clean, put together, and generally safe with the disc-like form that it has. Yeah. But Pyro feels like it's more violent, distressed, and this shows in its form. The comparison is shown well in both of the child clouds. In the Stanton child cloud, we have nice long strands of the magnetic waves that encapsulate the jump point that feel harmonious, beautiful, and free.
It's fucking beautiful.
Whereas in the Pyro cloud, it shows almost the opposite. The walls feel like they're closing in on you, moving in unpredictable ways, completely unstable. Your ship could enter into a wall and disappear within a second.
Don't you poop on this stream, Jeff. You let me be
also
happy.
Plays a big role in how we feel about these spaces.
Let me be happy.
You can see these are dramatically different areas in the mood and tone, and lighting is the key to that. So that's a brief look at jump points. They've evolved quite a bit since last time you saw them. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thanks, Jake. So one of the things that players first probably
I have no answers right now. I'm just enjoying what I'm seeing.
The space station. You know, it was discovered a long time ago. Jeff. It was sort of deemed uninhabitable.
No poop throwing
today.
Just
too dangerous.
This is the free poop throwing day today.
Going on.
This is a Saturday, and I want to be happy.
They kind of
took a lot to
utilize the system for resources, and then when they kind of tapped out, they just sort of left, and that's when all the sort of squatters came in. So there's sort of older infrastructure built to sustain kind of the mining activities.
Thank you, Jeff. I love you, Jeff.
Like
you know I do.
But you know, they just basically left, and then other populations started to slowly move into the system, criminals, squatters, survivors, and whatever, and start to kind of take over what was left behind.
Which gives us some unique gameplay comparatively to Stanton and the space stations there. So with Pyro, since they're in such disrepair, some of them are inhabited, some of them are completely abandoned, and then so players can go and explore, they can go and see what's happened there, whether it's been hit by an asteroid, or if it's there was some sort of conflict there before. but you'll be able to go and explore the different decks.
Yes.
And be able to go and meet new people, meet
chaos,
the frontier
unfinished
lifestyle.
stations, craziness.
Okay, so before we go to the inside of the stations, we're going to jump now to Eric, and he's going to go in a bit more detail, the concept development process taken when looking at the exteriors.
Hi, I'm Eric Gagnon, Principal Concept Artist on Star Citizen. The goal of that initial step of sketch development
he looks like an
is
outlaw.
to create
This guy looks totally sketchy. I'm glad he's in charge of shit.
Dangerous, damaged by
it's like a villain boss.
And surrounded by floating debris.
Absolutely, Jeff.
Hiding place for outlaw. Looks old.
I mean, he's got the right accent for a villain.
Lawless,
got the right
no
look for a villain boss.
Here.
And he's designing Pyro.
At your own risk.
I love this.
Industrial look.
You found the right guy, Sig.
But not abundant.
What's up, Milk?
Some
Slam
parts
dealer
are
says
wrecked,
tech.
But under repair.
Good job, Orson.
And raw looking.
Highly endorse that statement,
I like
Orson.
to use the black and white sketches to start.
Yes, do that, please.
It allows us to go very quickly
Yep.
and focus on the shape.
We're gonna
only.
focus.
We then
did he
try
say
to
focus?
play
No,
with
he
a
said
touch
focus.
of color to define more
We're gonna
of the
focus.
commercial port platform.
I love
we
it. I love your
try
accent.
different
You're
schemes
gonna fuck
to
us.
remind us.
I love when I fuck us.
We are rusty vibe and brown tones.
I'm already
Adding
having a
touch
blast with
of
you
light
guys.
and some context around the sketch allows to see the scale.
I love the
thing
looks. What do you guys
and
think of the looks?
properly
Throw a one if you like this
view
Pyro
the
look and these
silhouette.
stations being chaotic.
We
I'm
expand
throwing
on
a
the
one in
idea
chat
to
because
play
I
with
definitely
the
dig that.
mechanism and functionality.
Like if you
This
dig
is
in the
color
designs and
sketches
everything of
the
Pyro
asteroid
and the chaos of it, throw one up there
and
in
the
the
different
chat.
angles.
Yeah,
in
dudes.
this sketch, we
feeling
can
it
clearly
too.
feel the arrival of the
feeling this shit.
asteroids
Yeah.
and the dismantling or destruction.
Keep the focus on the
destruction
veg.
zone. We also need some top angles to properly showcase the size and scale of it. With all those elements in place, we can now build a nice plate of the entire concept for the asteroids, harpoon with all the pieces together. The shantytown module habitation is a nice idea to add a kind of small city on the outskirts of the space station. So here,
I'm streaming ahead of the Star Citizen stream.
to
PePe, good
create
job, buddy.
something very modular. From the grayscale,
That
it's pretty
transponder you
easy
put
to
on him
do a
last
color
night, that was
box.
good stuff,
I
PePe.
played with a
commend you.
color palette that reflects the vibe of Shantytown. In this sketch, here we can easily see how cool the area is going to be. Another angle shot here is pretty nice too.
Good job,
Playing
PePe.
with
That's
warm
why I keep him around
and
for one
cold
reason or
color
another.
contrast is interesting.
It's
All
so
those
good to see the
different
project
angles
growing like
help
this. 30,000
define
viewers on
and
the Star
expose
Citizen
the
main channel.
different
That's cool.
elements
That's cool.
of
You
the
wouldn't have seen that
concept to
last
properly
year or the year before
illustrate
last.
it. Now we have a nice
these little
board
shanty
of the
towns.
sketch phase. We apply the same process here for the commercial port platform. The black and white sketches are a good way to go.
And thank you for deciding
In
to come
this
here today,
image,
guys,
we
and chilling
see
out on
the
the channel here at
silhouette
DG360.
shaped
Really love you
sketches
guys.
for the
Thank you for that.
of the port
Love hanging out with you
platform
guys.
structure. A quick side view plan here is necessary to well build this design. We fill the form and the ratio and the size of what we want to achieve. And of course, we create a color sketch to see what it could be. We see the industrial look and some potential details to better define and deep dive into. For those, we have a deeper design exploration of this industrial area. Pipes, tanks, angular shapes, and a color touch. Combining 2D and 3D sketches really help properly communicate the design intent. It's a common technique now, but it's really efficient to highlight areas of the concept. Using 3D
look
is
at
also
you. Good for
very
you,
useful
Tripow.
for level designers to validate the size
Thank you,
and
Jeff.
shape of things
Don't make
when
me blush, bro.
creating the environment in-game. Let's talk about the big repair machinery idea. This machine could be used to repair
I just love
surfaces
hanging out with you guys, man.
damaged by asteroids, inspired from the heavy machinery that we see in mining.
Come on, Proc.
Nice to see the overall add-on ideas brought together on a single board. It gives a great look and makes you want to see the next design step.
Let's not lie, though. We're all waiting for him to say focus again in his accent.
We also create a mood board from our different shots.
Focus on it.
This shows how lighting is used to set the tone
Focus on the lighting.
of the environment by giving different options and color palettes. Finally, we provide some options for paint of the exterior surfaces. We work from a list of brands and factions that we need to incorporate to the design. We started from the
Family
narrative
voted for the
themes,
stash to say.
worked to build the visual identity of the different brands, exploring different ways to represent them and the environment, stickers, flat surfaces, graffiti, or official paint job. This really brings the sketches alive and set in the universe of Star Citizen. The Outlaw Station are a staple of the Pyro system, and we hope this first exterior concept phase excites you as much as we
It's because there's so much lawlessness
it.
that they're really they've not finished stations yet. There's so much chaos there, they can't really get a legit crew to like finish the station, Jeff.
And we're gonna jump to the interior. Before we really started exploring anything, one of the core concepts that was discussing as a group was the idea of power and the idea of heat. Now,
you missed the Save or Shame stream, Feds. You missed the fun,
mining
dude.
station. How would they have adapted the space? You know, they would have, right, okay, we need power
yes,
here.
This is,
okay,
Jeff.
that will create heat.
Pyro is very
so we
important.
started thinking about, okay, where would the heat lamps be? And then where would light come from? So just the principal concept of power, creating heat, creating light, that was pretty much the core of the start of the visual development process.
I'm loving the looks inside.
So when we started talking about it from a design side, we needed to make sure that we were covering certain shops, just basic needs for the player.
Oh, yeah, dirty.
Bare bones.
Dirty.
It could be that it used to be a clothing store, now it's a food shop, and so they've converted it. The gangs moved in.
Oh, that's so dirty. I love it.
It's not what it used to be, and but you see that old skeleton there.
One of the things that definitely we've been talking about with Pyro that we didn't really get to see in Stanton.
What's up, Snore Press?
Is the idea of the sort of the gang presence. So, you know, that idea that they're the sort of local law in the area. So, you know, you might see gang members coming and shaking down some of these shopkeepers for protection money or rent, you know, type thing.
Or even shaking down the player.
Yeah, which would be very fun. not for me, but.
So when we started to explore some of the side areas, there were other factors that we had to cover.
Pappy stepping it up,
habitation, clinics.
He loves that player interaction. What's up, Glade?
To log out, as well as players need a way to.
Oh my God, we got to watch that after this, Glade.
And then we started taking the same treatment or similar treatment that we were doing with the main market area, and started to take it into the hubs and how they were possibly repurposed, or the clinics and how those were possibly repurposed. So, and just make sure that everything felt cohesive in its raw, natural form. In the way that we have the station structured, we haven't let players go into like living quarters of where the people that lived at the station would be, or even into the lower decks where the power, where the gravity generators are. And this is where we're going to start introducing these areas, and it opens up new opportunities for the players to go explore and do new things.
We need to talk about dynamic server meshing.
The gang might want to protect.
Yeah,
don't cuck us, Pappy. Don't cuck us, Pappy.
You know, whether it's actually maybe working for the gang itself, or other kind of little small things you could do inside there to really kind of, drive you deep into the bowels of this thing.
Cypher, you better,
okay, so
you
that's
mofo.
a little look at the insides of the station.
You better, Cypher. You get your ass back here.
And Christy is going to take us on a little bit of a deeper dive into the concept development process of the inside of the stations.
Hurry back. Dude, I want to talk on dynamic server meshing after all this.
My name is Christian Doretz. I'm a senior concept artist on the environment team, and we're going to look at the concept development for the space station a little bit. So first off, we looked at the heat map. So there is a lot of what I said. The electricity is gone, the heating is gone.
Oh, you missed an amazing Pyro intro, Glenn.
So there's pretty much all of those connected areas. They are lifeless in a way, right? So you wouldn't settle down somewhere in between those empty corridors. We were trying to sort our thoughts and get them on paper, right? So we were exploring different ideas that we on the concept team had in mind. So we were thinking about pathways that the player and the NPC could take. So what would happen? We were thinking about what would happen if all of a sudden one pathway is blocked off or another one will open up, right? So we were thinking about verticality and how the players or the NPCs
lots of
can
concept
traverse
art,
all of
by
those,
the way. So that tells you, that gives you a clue that, you know, not a lot of this is actually put down yet in game.
Think about
lots of concept art. Unless they show us some.
Screwing off side panels on the wall, or they are screwing off ceiling panels. And
be careful with that space herpes tech.
Maintenance areas behind it. So we'd see a lot of struts, a lot of working areas. There's cables hanging. So those were the very first sketches where we could see what those eventually could evolve into. And we also started then slowly with some loose 3D
Andrew
sketches.
says outlaws in the real world don't live in such dirty
3D,
places.
and it's pretty much evolved over time where
the
we
bosses
could
don't
talk to the environment guys, and we were asking for some of the current rest stops geo and some of the textures, and then getting them into 3D, and we were just changing up all of the props, all of the side panels, or all of the whole the environment. So we could, looking back at the references, then convey this feeling. We could introduce more dirt, we could introduce some damaged panels, side panels, and pretty much explore this side area, right? And the big advantage of this is that we can make the environment how we like. So one thing that we did is like kill all the lights because we don't need lighting. We want to create our own lighting, and this is what I said earlier. The current rest stops are super bright. They're family friendly, but now we want to make it ominous. We want to make it dark mood. We want to make it super dark with the players like always feeling kind of in danger, and especially with the gang members in mind, right? So this would allow us to create one of the very early, or one of the earlier 3D explorations, which then lead to one of the final concept art, or the final implementation of this. So when we were at the point where we were kind of okay, or where we thought like, okay, this is an environment that we want to see, then we took care about the last 20%. So the last 20% in this case means having a final render and painting over. So we were just painting over in Photoshop and doing some more refinements for the mood and the lighting. We were painting in some of the decaling and some of the graffitis, because it is ultimately easier to do all these things in 2D than in 3D and caring about the materials. So we were able to just refine the final concept in this regard. And this wasn't a
they're doing a little bit more work than concept art. They're showing us here, so that's nice to see.
An iterating process. So in between, if you're looking at some of the other concepts, for example, the barriers, we were at one point thinking about what would happen if we introduce barriers that the gang members then would set up on one point. So what does that mean for you as a player? What is the player doing, or what is the player doing at this point? So will he encounter these gang members? Will he try to find a way around?
What's up, Vic?
Is he going to use some of the ladders or the underground vents, for example?
Good to see you here,
so
bro.
We were changing the concepts here and there, more or less. And this leads to, in the end, having a nice variety of concepts, or different types of concepts that we then could cherry pick the best parts of it, or in other teams, the environment team, the design team could cherry pick the best ideas from those concepts. And this was pretty much a rundown of the concept development for the Pyro space station's interior.
Thanks, Christiana. That looked appropriately scummy.
So we've been talking a lot about the inside of the stations. We've been looking at a lot of the concept art. But now we can jump to Josh, and Josh is going to talk about one of my favorite parts of the process, and it's when we take some concepts and we start to do some ideation, some visual development in the engine.
Hi, my name's Josh Van Zulen. I'm the principal environment artist here at Cloud Imperium Games. Today, we're going to be going through the Pyro space stations, visual target, and pre-production sort of things that we're going to be doing for
Is this going to be a giant cuck? This is going to be a giant cuck smack.
What I have here right in front of me now is obviously
I gotta take a breath
the food court from our Stanton space stations. We've just dragged the wear up on all of them. So now we're getting all of this really nice grime on all
I
of
want
these
it now,
surfaces, right?
but we need dynamic server
if I turn off
meshing.
my working lights, which hopefully are going to produce that mood that we're after.
Oh,
so
man,
I'll turn on that right now.
Don't build me up and then cuck me.
A number of things have happened right in front of us, right? You can instantly see we've got lots of heavy fog coming in. Don't pay too much attention to the particles now.
I need a break. I'm starting to get palpitations, man.
We've got some light panels up here shooting through the rafters, and we've got another one over here as well, right? So we're going to do a quick little thing here. It's adding in some cables, right? And now this is really important, not only to achieve the art direction, but it gives us a really nice level of parallax within the scene, right? We have a couple of design constraints within this space as well. One of those being we have a gang and then a general civilian population, right? Now, one of the things that we wanted to do in terms of that design in this particular space was separate it out
in an hour
like
or two if you do that
type system, right? So we're going to start to explore some of the requirements of that. One of that being that, like I mentioned before, you can't get up here unless you're in favor with the gang. So we need to put in the instruments that are going to help portray that, and that is a checkpoint, right? So, and just a side note, all of this stuff is super work in progress and nothing is final. So don't read too much into it. So from here, we're missing a few bits and pieces, right? But one of the ways that we're going to solve that is with graffiti. All right, so I'm going to turn on those decals now. And you can start to see that the walls here are starting to disappear a little bit. It's a very subtle effect in this particular area, but you'll start to see how much more it comes through in others, right? So moving on from here, we need to start putting the stuff in the environment. So bear with me for a sec when I turn this on. All right, so we've got here is a lot of stalls, right? We really want to get that cramped vibe in, like that was kind of similar in the concept, and start seeing how far we can push the limitations.
Here's what it looks like without space herpes. Now
but also
add
what we can do with our technical systems as well, right?
Add
One of the
space
things that
herpes.
was immediately apparent to us
you want to
is that AI is really tricky to deal with when in tight and enclosed spaces, right? So we need to look at areas like this here and this here to make sure that it's wide enough that a few AI can pass each other or a player and not, look completely
Where are the
gross,
alien hookers? Right, Boba?
Now, I mentioned lighting before. So I'm going to turn off the working lights that we've
Pyro
got so
better
far.
have that ratio we love, that 10 to 1 space hooker ratio.
What I mean, so we've got a whole bunch of stalls here at the moment. The entire scene is being lit by the stalls itself.
Much better. Here we added the space herpes.
This has already come a long way in the stalls themselves.
Space herpes being added as we speak.
This is already starting to look quite nice, but we're not getting, that thickness.
We're still not getting that space herpes like we want. We need a little bit more blisters on there.
Life to a certain extent. And we're also getting these areas here where they just fall completely into darkness, which is not fun. So obviously, like I said before, we'd be doing lighting as we go through this process, but just to see how much of an impact
Jason's alien space hookers would be the money sink we've all been looking for.
So you start to instantly see we've now got a lot more thickness within the environment. And if I just double check just to make sure that our lights are generating correctly, cool. So we're getting a lot more voluminous lighting now. We're getting all of these heaters coming in now, the heat shimmering off them.
All right, heat shimmering.
Ones lighting up the place.
Yes.
Some ones that are hanging from the roof.
Absolutely
ones that are over
pink.
in the corners and stuff like this, right? So we're starting to get a lot more mood in this. This is starting to feel really nice now.
Oh yeah, it's feeling really herpy-like.
What I was mentioning in terms of the rain, right? So yes, we're talking about the rain now. Why is there rain inside, right? So this is generally a really cold station. And when people are in this area that's in the center, because there's so much stuff happening here, it's starting to get warmer, right? You've got the heaters here, you've got the gang that is kind of maintaining a lot of this stuff and producing a lot of the heat themselves.
A lot of condensation, a lot of stickiness.
This is prime real estate for where everyone wants to be, right?
Getting good.
So what happens when you have this many people
Let's get very excited explaining this.
in this one small area, you know, breathing hot air, that sort of thing, it all starts to rise in this environment.
Oh, yeah.
And it
Like, he's
starts
getting
to get
very
that
excited talking about this
cavern, right?
It gets
that
a
we've
lot.
got
It
up
gets
here.
sticky. It gets very
All
massive,
the way
very
up to the
thick.
roof
If you
there.
understand what I'm saying.
As it goes up, it starts to cool down, right? And we start to get precipitation inside, where it
Very
starts to
excited about
rain.
explaining this.
And even in many
Yes.
instances, we start to get a little bit of ice coming through as well. So that means
So
once
that
it's
means
all fallen
herpes
down
starts
here,
dropping
it's
everywhere.
actually quite wet and damp.
Moist,
For it's
value-added
still cold
gameplay.
and a little bit warmer
Yes.
in heaters, but it's generally
Thank
quite
you for
damp
explaining
because of that
condensation.
weird kind of event. Now the rain,
Basically,
as
the
it
dude's
currently
explaining
sits,
us
is just a
condensation.
placeholder asset
Thank you for the
that
science
we're
lesson.
borrowing from Squadron, and that will have to obviously be remade to
This
suit
is how
the amount of
condensation
rain
is
that we want
made.
to have within this environment, which won't be
thank you.
crazy, but it serves as a proof of concept for what we're trying to achieve, right? So,
Right.
that is
He's very
pretty
excited
much
about this
Pyro
thing. You're right.
Stations.
This was his pitch.
I hope you really enjoyed
in front
like,
of Chris.
seeing the breakdown that we've done here today.
Chris, let me talk
seeing,
about
learning a little
condensation.
bit about the process.
So
of
you
going in and
understand,
doing a
people
visual
are moving
target
together. It's getting
and,
very hot, sticky.
You know, just a
as
little bit more of
drips
that earlier
coming down
process and
on
problem
you, if
solving
you
that we go
will.
through.
Chris, what do you
So
think
yeah,
of this?
I hope you really enjoyed the rest of CitizenCon here today, and I'll catch you later.
Cool. Thanks, Josh. That
Cool,
was looking
dude.
really good.
Cool.
All right. So
All right,
as
Josh.
we continue our process of exploring
Let's move on.
the Pyro system,
And
now
let's
I think
get
it'd
away
be
from
good to
Josh
look
here. He's getting a little
bit
too
at
sticky.
the planets and moons that populate the system. Now, one of the things we thought would be interesting to talk about is how do we design a system from the ground up? As with all of this, we always start from narrative, you know, before we put any pen to paper or we have any discussions about player experience. We always start from, you know, the world that, you know, Dave and others have kind of built.
I'm losing it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and again, it's also the thing, you know, the Pyro, I think, was first initially conceived very early on in the process, but once we finally are tackling it from a realistic, practical, how we're going to build this, what is each planet going to look like, you know, it's important, you know, to ask more questions about, to flesh it out more.
So far, this is very well put together.
We want the art team you guys to do what you do and the designers to do what they do.
So when we started that exploration process, we knew we had like a ballpark that we needed to stay in. So we literally thought, okay, how do we design a system? And fundamentally, it kind of comes into maybe 3 key areas. So because we're a space game, the establishing shot of that planet is very, very important because it describes everything from, you know, continent breakup, fundamental palette.
I can't wait to see lava flows.
We started to sketch in ideas of what the key establishing shots were going to be like.
Wow.
And then from there, then we jump into key art. So key art is basically on the surface, what is the mood, what's the tone that we're expecting to see? And as you're saying, like the first one we wanted to tackle was Pyro 1 because, you know, David described this wonderful picture, and it was already clear in our minds about what it wanted to look like.
We're waiting to hear that, Vic.
We hit that first, and you know, we
don't want to be cooked at this year's CitizenCon, Vic. We're waiting, dude.
Also, as part of this process is we knew our current
that looked fantastic.
limitations, but we also
Pyro
knew
1 looked very
what
chemical.
we wanted to do in terms of our future tech. You know,
Pyro
future
2
planet
looks like
tech,
a
weather. You know, so
Yeah,
we kind of went
ooh.
crazy with ideas as we was exploring. So we went through the various planets, did some key art.
What's up, St.
and again,
Grizz?
put them up on the board and
Very
just to
exciting
validate.
announcement.
We are keeping within that
From
that
Trip
palette,
Al and St. Grizz.
but
I'll
we're
make it
getting that
at our next
diversity.
break.
We're getting that diversity
giveaway
of,
stuff.
of color, hue.
Oh my God, the colors on Pyro 2, fucking A.
Because even within something like Stanton,
and what's this, Pyro
there's
4?
variety. You know, that was very important for me and the team. Where you want to feel like you're on a space opera. You can travel around.
Oh, you got that like foggy
but now
kind of
we're going
like
to a completely
Scottish
other
moor
system.
look.
So we continued that ideation process there. So we had the establishing shots, we had some key art.
Fucking love it.
And then from there is we create like what we call like breakout packs. This is where when we're talking through with design about, you know, what are the interactables that the player maybe will come across, what are the minables, what are the harvestables, and then from there we start to build out literal breakouts or almost asset
exactly
packs, that will go
man.
to the team. Now from there, like we did a first pass exploration. And what we did is we put it all together on a single board for Chris to have almost like a
lots of concept art. You are right,
of a new
Explodo.
system. You know, we showed it to yourself, Dave. We showed it to Chris. We showed it to Todd. And right, you know, on one sheet, you've got the establishing shots, you've got the key art, you've got the breakout. And for me personally, that's how I like to work. I like to see that.
Dude, I'm digging Pyro 2, man. Pyro 2 looks badass. I like Pyro 2.
System. And then from there, you can kind of tweak, adjust, and you know, mold things into what play experience we want to put forward. So that was a snapshot of the visual exploration process we use when designing a system from the ground up. Now we can take a break from us
really
talking
looking to hear about Tony Z and Quantum today as well.
Video, I'm going to created by the art team, and what this will show is it will show a kaleidoscope of planets and moons from Pyro, and it will also showcase some of the latest and greatest art techniques and processes and tools that the art team have.
Man, palpitations, man. PePe, I'm gonna need some heart medicine today. Gonna have to run out to the drugstore. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. No spot. Oh, shit. No spot. Oh, shit. No spot. No. I'm gonna poke a hole right through my shorts. Oh, shit. Hold on a second. Oh my God. Oh my God, PePe, you're doing good. See what Jay says, PePe? We're technologically superior on today's CitizenCon stream. Keep it a secret, guys. Just a nice little gathering today so that we can keep it technologically superior. Don't tell anybody we're streaming this. Oh, I mean, the hairs are actually standing up on my arm.
Awesome. I'm fully in love with Pyro.
It's okay, my hairs.
In that video, hopefully
it's
you guys
okay.
are too. So as a continuation, now we can jump to Sebastian, and Sebastian will talk to you a little bit more about the cloud authoring process and some of our latest cloud tech. Then we can jump to Maximilian. Maximilian will talk a little bit about geology creation, how we create that type of biome, and then lastly, we can go to Özlem.
Yes, I am. I've been waiting for another system forever, dude.
How we take some of the concept art
and they look fucking gorgeous. Yes. Now, all I want to hear is dynamic server meshing is being progressed upon, and that, you know, we're gonna see we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, Jeff. Like, because if they give me some shit and I get cucked in the stream, you're gonna see me rage out.
I'll be talking a bit about the data that's defining the visuals of the volumetric clouds and how
it's everything that Pyro's gonna bring. Lawlessness, chaos, PvP.
That made use of the volumetric cloud tech that's being built by Carsten Wenzel and others.
And they look fucking gorgeous. They look fucking fantastic.
We learned a lot on what kind of data gives us which results, and what is better to be avoided. With the tech being new, we also needed all new workflows.
They don't either, buddy.
We are currently building more tools for producing the data, so we expect to get better, more complex results in less time in the future.
Yes. Yes.
We are evaluating everything from a very manual process that involves painting every pixel.
These clouds are superior to other clouds.
With little to no artist input.
Killin, I'm sorry, am I doing that right?
Somewhere between
I feel like you would do this part better.
This essentially means that what you are about to see is very likely subject to change.
Ever.
Due to the way the data works, we can either throw random data at it and hope for happy accidents, Or we can be very specific with the data and what kind of cloud formations come out of it in certain areas of the planet. For most use cases, there are two types of textures that need to be created. The first of which is the global property map, which determines what type of cloud is being used at any point on the planet's surface. It is also used for controlling the
three-dimensionality of that is fucking
clouds,
fantastic. What the fuck?
The other map is for defining the types of clouds and is named accordingly.
What the fuck?
The cloud type map allows us to control the cloud density and the impact of the two separately tiling 3D noises, which add detail and definition to what would otherwise be fairly low resolution shapes.
I will fit every cloud that does not fall in line.
Maybe best compared to forming a vase out of clay on a pottery wheel, and that's kind of what we're going to do now.
Fucking Germans, make them perfect.
In this video, we are revolving half the silhouette of a vase around a circular
the most superior
pattern,
engineers in the world are the Germans.
3D space. The big difference to a pottery wheel, though, is that we cannot only feed it data in the shape of a circle, but ultimately whatever shape we want.
You understand? I fit it into a vase.
With the density channel, we can control how thick the clouds appear.
Now I will
White
make a
pixels
wall with
represent
this
very dense clouds. Black pixels produce no clouds at all. And then we also have everything in between.
I made a little pony.
There's always a tiny bit of impact from the tiling
Look
noises,
at it prances.
which you can see to have an effect on the lower density regions. The shaping noise and its control texture are the most impactful in terms of turning a nicely shaded volume into something we can clearly identify as clouds.
Here I've made a cloud into a
How much
panda.
it gets to affect the shape of the clouds depends on the brightness in the corresponding channel of the cloud type map. By combining density
Without the
and
hands,
shaping
right?
noise, we can model everything from dense clouds to soft, more ethereal shapes, and everything in between.
I will jump off your
The last
hands.
of the cloud type map channels controls the erosion noise.
Italian man
It is
speaking
lower
German
resolution than the
dialect.
shaping noise, since its main purpose is to add an extra layer of small detail. We usually just add it everywhere,
Holy
unless we specifically
shit.
want soft clouds with less definition. Black
I'm
values
so
add
excited. I'm
details
gonna
in the
die
way
on
the
this
tiling
stream.
noise is offered, while
Man
white
dies
values
on
invert the
stream.
noise, and medium gray values mean that the noise has no impact. Maybe you can already get a feeling for the complexity of the system and how every pixel in every channel can have a dramatic effect on the end result. Another thing we can change are the tiling 3D noises themselves. By default, a cauliflower-like noise is used for the shaping to model those fluffy, sheep-like cumulus clouds.
I've
But
made
by
a little
changing it to a
sheep.
different 3D noise, we can produce some more abstract cloud shapes that wouldn't normally occur on Earth. This is an
Razor,
area in combination
I would
with different
literally
global
die.
data,
I
we
would
keep
literally
investigating
fucking
to
die if they
produce
do
more
that.
alien
That's what I'm
cloud
hoping for.
formations in the
Like
future.
some big ass surprise like that.
We've been
dude.
advancing this approach with Pyro
that
5,
is what I'm
another
hoping
gas
for,
giant,
Razor.
which brings me to the other use of the global property map. It has a second channel, which, in combination with a color gradient, is used to control the global color of the
Holy
clouds, or not so
shit balls.
physically correct coloring of the gas giants. We sometimes have to restrain ourselves to not make brightly colored balls of cotton candy. There are a lot more settings that allow us to tweak everything from how the clouds are shaded and shadowed, over the global impact and frequency of the detail noises,
Absolutely, Orson.
to parameters
Absolutely,
that
dude.
drastically change what results the textures I've shown
Just
you
being
today
silly
produce.
here, like we always are.
You'll have to bear with us as we figure out if there's a best combination of settings and how those might change once all the features that are still planned eventually get added. By now, you've probably seen a fair amount of volumetric clouds as part of this year's CitizenCon, and are quite likely to see a bunch
I have
more.
made this for the
Because of that,
CitizenCon.
and since I'm still an
Clouds,
artist at
I will
heart,
whip you
I
into
leave you with
shape.
this bad drawing
Still
of cats
CitizenCon
instead of more
2051 now.
cloud
Look at
Thank
this.
you
I
for
made
your
a
time.
little cat. It's a kitty
Hi,
cat.
my name is Max and I'm a senior environment artist at CIG. I am part of the Planet team where my focus is on planet and asset creation. I want to give you some insight into how we transform simple terrain shapes to a final biome.
He did it.
Plus a
Oh,
little
that guy gets an
preview
A.
of what you can expect in the future. When creating a new biome, we start by assigning ground textures to the terrain geometry. For this research and development desert biome, we chose a selection of different types of sand and soil. For additional depth and detail, we have the option to use displacement mapping. The next step is adding our first layer of ground cover assets. In our game, ground cover is
fucking
any
love you
low-cost asset up to knee height, which does not require collision and allows us to use a lot of these assets to create a nice level of density. Here we use a mix of gravel, patches of moss, and dry
Beautiful
grass.
texturing.
After that, we add slightly bigger assets
Beautiful
in the
art.
form of clusters of desert
Wonderfully
bushes to give
done.
context to the smaller assets and add variety.
Very well. The gradients
We finished the
are
object scattering
absolutely
task by
fucking
adding individual
smooth.
larger rocks and arrangements of small rocks, which give the player a better understanding
Still
of
got to
how
work
far
on the
away
clipping
something
though,
is
but
when
Jesus
walking,
H, they're really
driving,
coming
or
along with
flying
the
over a planet.
texturing is just fucking phenomenal.
For performance
Fucking
reasons, we use a
phenomenal.
range of settings like randomized rotation and scale values to get as much variety as possible out of the number of assets we created, to mimic the level of complexity that feels organic and comparable to what you find on Earth. Something that we have been missing on our current planets and moons are massive rock formations.
I'm hearing a German accent. Am I also hearing a German accent on this, man?
For example, we are now able to render assets much
God bless
further.
the Germans.
Because of that, we recently kicked off a research and development phase during the production of the Pyro system to find workflows for the creation and distribution of glyphs. Full disclosure though, this is early in development and heavily work in progress, but we still wanted to give you a little glimpse of what to expect in the future. The challenge for us will be to figure out how we can make these assets look as good as possible from all angles.
God damn, it's
if a player
literally
walks up to them
so
on foot,
realistic.
they must look just as good as when a player decides to land his ship on the highest point of a
We need
cliff.
more Germans, Dutch.
But we are excited to add an even more epic level of scale to our game. That's it from me.
Half of Germany
Thank you
is
for
not
watching
enough.
and enjoy the rest of CitizenCon.
Hello, my name is Özlem and I'm part of the Organics team.
Giving away an Orion this month,
Today
Marshall.
I want to talk a bit
become a
about
supporter.
how we build the different
We're also giving
biomes
away
on
Cuddy
Pyro
Black
3.
for those people that
Pyro
are
3 is
supporters
a
on
planet
today's
with
stream.
very distinct biomes. For
Chance to
example,
win.
we got the yellow moss biome that is a strong
this a German
contrast
girl?
to the dark volcanic regions.
Oh my God.
We have some
I'm in
icy
love.
areas, boulder fields, acidic fields,
Oh, show us the art.
different coastlines, and a lot more.
Okay.
When working on a biome, the first thing we do is to have a look at the concept art. We do an
With the
asset
green
breakdown
Halloween
for
skin,
all
right? With the
elements
ghoulish
we
green.
need to recreate the
We'll talk about that more when
By
we get a
doing
chance
so,
to.
we get more information about what kinds of rocks and vegetation assets we need.
Yeah, I don't know
the
if she's German.
proportions of the
That doesn't sound
assets
German,
in
does it?
relation to the character.
But definitely
the
European.
distribution and frequency of those assets on the planet.
Could be Polish. Yeah.
But also the amount of coverage per biome on the planet.
Is that German?
We can also get information about the color palette, the
Oh
terrain
yeah, the music
colors,
is so well done. Yeah,
and
yeah.
what to scatter on the coastlines.
Get another beer in effigy. What's up
The
in
last
effigy?
thing
I
we
didn't
can
see you sneak
from
in,
the
bro.
concepts is the acid and ground materials. We also try to reduce the amount of the acid packs because of performance and time constraints. Instead of doing 50 unique rocks, we can achieve the same result by using just 3 with our procedural scattering system, since the assets will be scaled and rotated randomly. After figuring out all the necessary elements, we start with the whiteboxing phase. This means doing a very quick mock-up of the scene by using very simple assets. The white boxes should just represent the shape and color of the final object. We do that to see if the asset breakdown we did beforehand is working in the 3D space as well. At this stage of the process, we can still change the whole look of the scene if we don't like the outcome.
I'm really looking forward to the
We can say,
economy
let's make the rocks
in
5
terms of the
times bigger,
harvestables and
or
everything,
blue
Reinhard.
instead of red, and so on.
How that's going to affect,
Or we
you know,
realize we need to do some
us
research on a
directly,
specific asset
and the
to
demand
solve it
being a
visually,
real demand.
which was
Absolutely,
the case for the
Reinhard.
moss, for example. When doing R&D on the moss, we were trying different shapes and sizes, and we also had to figure out how to do the moss strands that are covering the whole mesh. To make the workflow for the moss strands a bit easier, we used Houdini to procedurally scatter them. Otherwise, it would have been too time-consuming to place every single moss strand by hand, since there are several thousands of them. After figuring out how to do the moss strand, we still didn't like the overall shape of the moss, as it was a bit too blobby and yellow.
They're talking about upgrades in general in their works in Pyro, Andre, and basically like how they've upgraded their texturing and their assets in regards to the planet rendering, the planet assets, also in cloud-based design.
And we added different kinds
volumetric
of
cloud
moss
effects,
strands to
stuff
get a
like
little
that,
bit
of that
more
nature,
variety.
how far they've come,
In the end, all these
and all the
things
work
got
that
us
they've
to a
done
result
in
that
building
we were
up Pyro.
satisfied with. The usual approach to setting up a biome is to start with the largest elements first
Everybody
and work
knows
your way
Pyro's
to
made
the
of cheese.
smallest one. If we take the moss preset as an example, we would start by adding the largest elements
Absolutely
first,
beautiful.
then adding some smaller moss patches around it to create a nice fall off. We continued with adding some flatter grass to make it sit nicer on the terrain. But then
Yeah,
we
there'll be
realized
a
we needed
rework,
something bigger
absolutely.
to bring the elements closer together.
I mean, they
So we decided to
continually
add some high
evolve
grass
this
as well.
tech.
The final steps are adding some ground
that
cover
is-
like small rocks or tiny moss.
Look at those
As
mountains
you
in the
can
background.
See, while building
Look
a
at those
biome,
fucking
we
mountains
need
in
to
the
do
background,
several
guys. I mean, this is
iterations to get
awesome.
the best visuals.
But look at what
Thank
we're
you
seeing
for
here.
watching.
Look at what we're seeing here, man. It's like a fucking yellow moss of some fucking sorts. The texturing's absolutely next level, man.
Thanks to Seb, Maxi, and Oslam for showing us their work. So when we started looking at Outposts and started really from a ground up on how to make it so that there's more diverse gameplay in there. The
I don't mind new places to go though, Jay. You know what I'm saying, dude? Especially if it's Pyro.
There can be social encounters. So we needed to kind of rebuild and rethink the way that we were doing this. We started honing in on what was working, what wasn't working, and then
I love
did
PePe,
a lot
man.
of
PePe's so
adjustments.
fucking focused. Absolutely, Andre.
We've had
Absolutely, dude.
Outposts in our game for some time. You know, when we started to hear from on our side for what the design requirements were going to be, fundamentally thinking about these as modules, thinking about them as thematic modules, and
ownership,
very specific,
player retention,
then
outposts.
Already like
now they're starting with NPCs.
We're going
wanted to build up
like a paradigm shift in terms of how we
land beacons,
visually
outposts, land
what
ownership,
could these settlements
player retention
kind of feel like, and
give us ownership.
As with everything with Outposts,
yes.
it's a gameplay or it's a location archetype. It's the
What's up,
smallest,
Psychic?
probably one of the smallest location archetypes that we have. And then in time that will lead to villages and towns and
thinking about how we wanted
the evolution of building
push this forward.
out
I mean, Chris has always
from
talked about
land
putting
ownership.
Outposts into players'
They'll
hands.
start with NPCs.
And so we needed to
They'll
think
integrate it and start putting it into the players'
would
hands.
this expand? How would the players be able to make
There we go,
these
PePe.
homes feel, homes or outposts or even in businesses feel
little
unique
digestible
for
bites.
the way that they want to play.
It's an evolution.
And then there were even tools that we had to create in order
I
to
love the
actually
designs.
be able to embed these
Love
into
that
the ground
communal
and make sure
communal
that
building there up top. That's
it worked,
awesome.
Much better than what we did in Stanton, because
Digging these
with
scanners
those,
down
we had to
bottom
have
here.
them
Those are cool.
kind of on stilts.
Remember, we saw
and,
this Inside Star
just
System
the
review
points of
months
contact
ago.
We're very limited for the ground.
It's like a review
if I
here.
connect these modules together, how do we get something that doesn't feel like
Well,
What's up, Conk?
I know that design, we came up, in particular, Andreas and Dan came up with a
Does
long
have a Star Wars vibe.
list of things. Okay, well, here's what we'll need in HABs. Here's what we'll need, for utilitarian. Here's what we'll need for defenses. Here's what we'll need for
utility
power
and design
and oxygen,
to have
life
a
support,
functional
so on and so forth.
outpost.
So there was a very
These
long
need to have
list, and then
functions,
it's
right?
how can we
Like,
take
how are you
those
gonna
and
build
make
an
them feel
outpost? Right.
Unified.
Very
and
cool.
Visually
Very cool.
unified together.
We want utility to these
fundamentally the thing that
structures.
probably got us the most excited is finally we've started to think about these as like unified settlements,
we'll want
base
different
building.
designs as
So,
well.
as you can see on some of the concepts,
Dig these designs up.
we deliberately presented early
So jealous of
exploration
Pioneer
shots
owners.
in this kind of like semi-isometric view to see how does it feel if I'm laying out my base, how would these modules kind of tie together.
I think so too, Pink. Well, we got to get server meshing fleshed out.
Got the team excited, and finally we were
Grizz,
thinking, all
you
right,
have every best ship known
these
to man.
settlements are going to be more than just like a single outpost, but
No grace,
more
no
like
grace,
a collection
Joker.
of modules. So just to continue on with the module building and the module creation, we can jump to Christian, and Christian can talk in a bit more detail about the visual development process we did for creating the exteriors of these new outposts.
Tell us functionality, though. Tell us functionality. Okay, all right, we're going with more art here.
Okay, so we've
take
talked a little bit about the colonialism, and now I'm going to show you a little bit more about the modules. So the very first thing that we did was creating all the primitives and all the primitive shapes into 3D. So
yeah,
as you
Ken, there's
can
got to
see
be some
here, we
update
have
on it. I
a
agree,
lot of
dude.
variety, right? There's the cubic coming in, there's the cylinder coming in, the spheres coming in. For example, if I take this building over here and I duplicate it and move it around, I could just simply grab some of the other ones and combine them together. And you will see later on that this is one of our archetypes, or one that we pretty much liked, right? So you can see here already there's a lot of variety of entrances, maybe some garages, maybe some smaller entrances for those NPCs or for the players, right? And if I zoom in, all of a sudden you can already see like how they react to the environment or the overall scale, right? So if I pan over here and you see these buildings on the back in the background, so you're always having a first-person standpoint or first-person view. So we were not only creating those entrances, but also smaller details, and very briefly looking into the modules. So what you can see here is the the very first concepts for the
merging
solar
different
panels,
modules together.
or the
Modularity,
top-mounted, the
motherfuckers. I've been
roof-mounted
telling you
solar
guys for a while about this.
In the background, you see some other nice
Yes,
details
I
that we
believe
can
so,
then
Jeff.
just pick
Sounds
and put
like
on
it.
our buildings, right? And some of the very last that we did is then pretty much those. So those were one of the archetypes.
What's up, Gruff?
And you see there are small buildings for housing or housing buildings. There are some building types that are more communal. We have some secondary and tertiary buildings like those radio towers. If you imagine you're
it's okay, you're here now, Gruff.
Colonist on a planet, right? There are multiple settlements on a planet. How would they communicate with each other? So we have kind of a radio tower, or some of those cooling devices. So if you imagine, maybe there's something underground. There's an
I mean, this is a whole business into itself, you know, Jay. People can make a business out of this, selling these prefabs, you know,
data underground, and
especially if you have a Pioneer.
Those hints of
print them up and sell them.
Maybe you are a kind of a farmer. So you see already, this is the first archetype. This is more cylindrical. There are some storage spaces coming in here and there. So where would you store your oxygen or your water, gases, for example?
Wow, that's cool.
All of
that's
this
cool.
is just a
I didn't see that
consideration from our side. Going over to the next one. This is
the
more
Pioneer is not flyable in game yet, Admiral. It's just in concept phase
again,
right now.
The
Pioneer is the ship that makes these.
Changing up the materials. So,
but I think I don't think they're just going to limit it to the Pioneer though. I really think this is going to be something that's like bigger than the Pioneer.
There's some of the storage coming in, and going then over to the next one. It is again looking at different materials. There's some
that'll be the initial phase and
concept in one big
of it.
storage facility, but it's divided into smaller parts. So you have to walk around your settlement and see, like, okay, I can put some stuff in here, but if I need something else, then I need to walk over there. And there is some playing around with some more entrances and windows. How do they react to the environment, right? So
Vic.
This was just one of the very many files that we created. So those are mostly buildings, but we have different files for assets and props and how they would fit inside this. This
month's giveaway is an Orion, by the way.
To see more
Schnozbot's wrong. It's
right?
an Orion.
Just a very early version of the refinery, for example. But all of this in the end was given us the opportunity to just cherry pick the best ideas that we felt.
You better get back here, Colmac, you mofo.
This specific
leaving
colonialism
us
style, right? And
we need to
where
shame
other
Colmac.
people were able then to just grab the best parts and then use it in the actual game engine. Yeah, this was pretty much the
yep, Joe.
the
it
concept
is.
development for
It's an
the
amazing
colonialism
community,
modules.
man.
I hope you have a great
Love
time
it
and wish you all the best for the next panels that are coming up.
We're punching above our numbers here on DG360. Thanks to St. Grizz.
Awesome, thanks Cristiano. So that pretty much covers the work we've been doing on the exteriors. So now let's jump to the interiors. So we pretty much had to follow that same ideation process that we did.
I want a lot of customization on both exteriors and interiors, and I really think that will happen.
We knew there was a few key areas that we needed to design.
1.0.
First, it was the social space. You know, this is basically these kind of communal hubs. We knew we wanted like that open kitchen.
Morphologist did actually a really good piece about the interior and customizations on the interiors.
Hang out and, you know, relax. And then second to that was habitation.
Oh, it's fun here, Joe.
We knew these are going to need to be
missed many fun points, dude.
We needed bathrooms,
talked about space herpes.
Hub units, but
you know,
again,
we have a good time chilling out here and laughing together. So you just gotta be here with us, Joe.
So we wanted actual beds, not racks of beds. So everything about this process was about, you know, creating a good design which you would look at and relate to and think, oh, I could see myself living there. I could see someone living there.
The more customization,
quite a long period.
The more
of time.
unique it can feel, the better it will be.
You know, it's soft, soft surfaces, soft shapes, but again, something which felt fairly integrated into the core architecture. In contrast to that, we knew we needed
this musical score in the background. This is like one of my favorite scores.
Used in the future to be, I don't know, soil processing rooms or anything really.
All you gotta do is be a patron or a YouTube member, and I'm gonna call in a winner for the cutty.
This one was quite a tricky one because, again, we needed to describe a feeling of age and you know, a type of historical depth in this. So we tried a few you know, visual cues like
thank you, Dutch. You brought some alerts in. Little Polka DG
buttons.
Thank you, bro.
You know, again, to give you that feeling of like, all right, this isn't necessarily like
look at us,
modern
PePe. You're getting compliments today, buddy. I might even give you a raise today, PePe.
And then the last
good job,
major
PePe.
visual archetype was engineering. So these are the type of spaces that could be a
thank you so much for that
engine room, or some areas if your armor got beat up, you could, you know, repair your armor in there. Basically, it's a language which will enable us to create a variety of like engineering type spaces. And then once we'd established a spread of visual archetypes, we knew that they were all working well together. We could take that as a format and then start to think about more about actual themes that we wanted in these outposts.
Listen.
Yeah, kind of looking at the
PePe deserved to get yelled at.
What are the circumstances that would
PePe deserved that last week. He was messing up left and right.
So we sort of came up with like
he's making up for it.
I call it the triangle of kind of the edge points of the sort of the independent, the outlaw, and the corporate. And you know where the inhabitants would fall somewhere in that spectrum of 3 points. And it's also important to note too, you know, that this stuff would be applicable.
I think they've really put this together nicely so
like
far.
If we wanted to add these back.
I give them props. So far, so good.
It wasn't just exclusively Pyro based.
Lots of different looks, lots of different designs. I dig
Basically,
it.
when we was doing the design process, we pretty much focused on independent. Mainly because that was our baseline. It was very easy to kind of design these and visually design these spaces to
so hello,
like an independent farmer, or is it an independent miner? And then with that, we wanted to really create an experience where you walked into one of these outposts, and it feels old. It feels relatable, but it doesn't feel recognizable. Kind of similar to if you went to a historic ruin or a historic part that you'd never really been to before.
Or somebody's old farm.
Exactly. So we did a lot of exploration process of like, what type of artifacts would you find there? You know, how did people used to decorate the house in this time period? You know, you'd still see patterns, surfaces, shapes in these independent.
They're getting so far into this. I love
outposts.
it. Yeah, the thinking involved in just the design.
So you could see that, you know,
such deep thinkers. Like who lived here? What was their personalities?
Right, just as an example.
But also when we were, even just to back up a little bit, when we're talking about the planets, we have a certain style, or we have certain amounts of points of interest that we want to go to, how we pull the player around the universe. And so Dave and I and Will and others sit down and talk and say,
that's why the game's taking so long, you know?
What do we need here?
I don't mind it. And I actually appreciate the attention to detail.
And then that
detail
helps to inform Ian and the other design teams and our teams of, all right.
Yeah, the RP is going to be fantastic.
Theme?
We already see that in the machinima,
theme?
right?
Is it an outlaw theme? So
right, Pink?
These are all kind of layers, but the first and foremost, it's, oh, this is farming, or this is mining, or this is
blue glasses
cargo.
in the game.
Because looking at something like Pyro 2, which, you know, again, starting
we're watching one right now, Ken. If you go to the channel, there's this great machinima called Overclock. You gotta check that out, bro.
Mined out planet.
He gave us a shout out, actually. Really nice dude.
A lot of resources, so there would be.
He doesn't even need to do that.
Remaining infrastructure that would have been corporate back in the day, but is now independent.
You'll see that. You'll see that. You know.
So, and then there would be the ones that
it makes me so upset when like people just like do that. It's a day just to chill out and have fun. That's so sad if that's going on over there, the Star Citizen channel.
When we're thinking about the theming,
just like just chill out here.
We kind of wanted
great community, great
like
great
a space
vibe.
Catalog, like a furniture
we speak
catalog,
about things rationally. We're not like white knights and we're not naysayers.
We just went down that
chill people
process of
trying to have a good time.
Okay, let's design this one independent outpost in a few different ways. Like
I bet it is.
People decorated it in many different ways, and it's quite a fun process because you basically create space furniture catalogs, which again are going to be ways for
that's so sad.
Ways for the developers to be able to dress and world build, but you know, eventually maybe it's a way for people to decorate their own spaces. You know,
our community has naysayers and white knights. We kind of just, as long as we're respectful, man, I'm cool with that.
Again,
I'm cool with that here.
The process
just
is
be
very
respectful,
similar.
have a good time. That's it. Fun first, man. Fun first always.
Which would turn this
concept
into
art's fantastic.
An outlaw.
When we get in space, IKEA says Dutch.
has it been taken over by hostile intent? Is the signs
Congrats,
of
Gam.
combat? Is
Welcome,
the signs
dude. Glad you can spend time with us.
Still present. The actual physical act of occupying one of these outposts, have they defended it? Have they boarded it up?
Yeah, it could be any number of situations. Yeah, it could be outlaws are squatting here and they're operating it as the base, which makes
that guy disturbs me, but I'm feeling it too. We're the common denominator.
Was it potentially an independent
Thank you, Razor. I love
refinery that outlaws attacked and killed everybody there, and now?
Oh, sir, how dare you? But thanks for saying hi.
Exactly.
And then lastly, on with the corporate,
Can you believe Sir came in to say that?
That's
gonna bug
we really
me.
want to advance out into in the future. But
Sir, next time don't even tell me that shit. Sir comes in and he goes, watching another stream, but I'm popping in to say hi.
That would tie into
Sir,
the branding.
You're not feeling it like us, bro. You're in the wrong stream, bro. You gotta be in this stream.
The NPCs to be in there. So there's a huge amount of visual world building
thank you, Trip Out. If I have to convince Sir to be in this stream, he shouldn't be here anyway, sir.
And even potentially reputation as well. Like we talked before about that idea that if you do missions for a corporate outpost, that it reflects in your general relationship with
Thank you, Trip Out. Right, ban him.
The clan tags.
Right.
Maybe you've just come
Go
from
over to your stinky little stream.
Was occupied by a certain gang type, and then they sent you to a settlement on one of the surfaces.
Grizz, bringing it down, Saint Grizz.
Clearly, it's been.
I love you, Grizz.
Tagged by a different gang. So you basically want that read and that
getting hype now. Getting hype.
Now one of the outpost
damn you, Grizz, I love you, bro.
I was quite excited about getting into was the idea of
everybody who's donating
outpost.
and having a great time. Thank you so much. Love fucking spending time with you guys, especially on a Saturday.
Thinking about it in a frontier context.
Those little hands.
It's almost like the money's kind of worthless, but it's more about the ability to barter or trade.
Look at this, fucking A. Look at this.
It'd be cool that if we kind of design a module which focuses around one of these trading posts. So within a planet, it's where people would kind of trek to.
What is going on in here?
Components. And go back. We was talking about the idea of if I had a farm in the middle of nowhere, like would I want loads of credits or would I want that one component that kept my farm going?
You guys.
So we did, we took that idea.
That's why we can have amazing giveaways like this. Thank you so much.
We did some visual exploration into what would a trading post be like on one of these frontier outposts. So as you can see on the images, we wanted that feeling of
you're out in the middle of nowhere exploring and you're like, oh shit, where am I at? These little prefabs are kind of cool looking.
Spaces isn't at a premium, so they just keep it outside. Maybe it's rusting, maybe it's rotting, maybe it's getting overgrown. But I love that idea is as you're approaching one of these settlements, it's very easy to understand. All right, this is a trading post because there's just all of that stuff like
little Kuwato ants.
And it opens up another aspect to it, which is the characters who inhabit it, because the sort of general shop experience that you have with the storekeeper is very conventional.
Who's having a good time today?
So far has been a lot of
Sláinte my friend's drink.
Actual companies that own, that are selling wares, who have customer service and stuff like that. And the idea being that out here, the experience is going to be much more different. It's not going to be that polished. Exactly. It's going to be much more of a personal interaction with somebody. So it's been really fun talking with the AI and behavior guys to try and work out exactly like how is that.
Have your own little salvaging yard, Pink. That's cool.
And feel like for the player.
All right, cool. So that was a little bit about the interiors of these outposts. So let's throw it over to Eric now, and he can go into a lot more detail into the visual design
we saw what there was to see
for the interiors.
I think that was actually the perfect segue.
Daniel, principal concept artist on Star Citizen. Today I will present the interior colonialism outpost
evil
concept
boss man.
and
Is he going to tell us to fuck
how
us again?
The pre-production process
Fuck us on this ball.
The goal is to create an interior design for the homestead colonialism.
This is wild as fuck. Where
it
am I
was
at?
the first
Welcome
time
to
we had to
DG360
create a timeless design look. We have the objective to create something warm and with a cozy feeling interior. At the beginning, we started from this concept art made by Christian Dorwitz. We have a lot of information in there to inspire the interior design. In those interior, we have a specific
This
zone.
guy's accent is awesome.
Social
I want
area.
this guy's accent.
Place to eat together, play game, leisure, the bedroom.
I want to
Place
talk
relax,
like this when I go to
have a
Christie's
proper
tonight. I'm going to talk
personal
like
space,
this when I
and
go to
of course,
Christie's tonight and film it for you
the
guys.
engineering room. The
Hello,
place for
Christy.
the building machine will maintains the possibility
No,
to
that's this
survive
countertop.
the
Can we
technical
focus
room.
on this countertop,
The
Christy?
appropriate space to analyze minerals, some elements
Is this
of
what
the
you
planet,
imagine PePe
entrance,
sounding like an effigy?
used for storage material and stuff to go outside.
No,
At the
Pepe's
beginning,
definitely
we have
got
an
that like
overview of the
very
plan
heavy kind
that
of
helps to organize
Spanish.
the zone. To create all
affect.
of those areas, we need to do a lot of
He thinks his stash is
exploration
better
and
than mine.
design.
It is not.
Social
My
area.
stash is better.
For those sketches, we want a centerpiece on the ceiling. Could be a light, fan, or whatever that could be cool.
The highlight of this
We
has
feel
been
the
this dude
curvy
saying
shape of that
focus
space.
like fuck us.
Here on
That
this
is
sketch,
definitely the
I
highlight
play
of the
with
stream.
a very contrast values and a greenish color palette. That one is the best. Long vertical windows from the side, let the lights inside a lot. After validation of the most relevant sketch, we do a 3D blackout. As
Love
you
that.
see,
Love the
this
design.
3D blackout follows very closely to the last sketches. From the screenshot of the 3D blackout, I did a sketch over in a gray tone value. That helps to better organize the coloring phase to make sure all the elements fit and will live together. After this, I like to do a 2D elevation concept. It's a good way to make sure all elements fit together and the ratio proportions between each of them. The final key shot of the social area brings it alive. Nice lighting comes from the windows. Cozy
us on the
mode give
window.
a soul
Fuck
to
us on the window.
social area. Now my concept art co-workers extract the elements from this key shot and break down the props to define more accurately.
Look at this
First,
dude's
the
place.
Homestead
Look at where this
radial
guy's living.
contour
He's got some
done by
serious
Danny
money.
Champ
I would love
from
this
the
place
UK.
where this dude is living.
That
Look at
concept
this.
is the perfect
Pepe, we're doing it all
blueprint to
wrong,
start
buddy.
the production. The color lighting people
get our studio
put
like
is
this
there
Eric dude.
on this one. More close-up version on specific zones of the radial kitchen counter.
Radial.
Some explanations
It's not
are
radial, it's
added
radial.
to properly convey the intent of each part.
Oh, wow.
All the details are there to
Oh
define
my
a
God,
fully
wow.
functional store.
Did you see
For
that?
the bedroom area,
The detail on the
process
fucking
is
food
the
was
same as the
amazing.
social
Fuck us
area.
on the food.
The sketch phase
Fuck us
is
on the food.
essential. As you see here is an example of grayscale sketch. From one of those shots, we get a validation from art directors and CR. And boom, this is the final one. To detail the engineering
It looks
room,
great. I mean,
we
it does look
again
great.
go back to the painting.
What's up, Jade?
This process, again, is key to send us in the right
Yeah,
direction.
that's how I like it. That's how
The
I like it.
detail
Cliff.
of the machinery, cabling,
All
metal,
about
grates
messy sex.
really help convey the ambience of the room. And also informs what players will have
Good to see you,
do
Jade.
when they go to this place. For the technical room, we wanted
This
to
guy's
make
place,
sure
man.
the technology
Look at the
came
art on the
through.
wall in the back
Again,
there.
the
It's
same
fucking
process
fantastic.
where we start from manual painting to set the tone and then deep dive into color, elevation.
I'm more fascinated
and
with
then
this
the final
guy's living situation.
to make the homestead a living
Jesus.
space, the bathroom props are important to define the functionality of futuristic hygiene. Finally, let's exit by the entrance. This is the first sketch exploration I did for Star Citizen.
What
the
a
goal
wonderful
of the
artist.
Homestead entrance is to show what the player has access to and set the overall ambience of the place. A huge thanks to all for helping to make the final result in the
wonderful
game
art.
match the amazing work that is produced during pre-production. I sincerely hope you
This guy's
will
got a
enjoy
wonderful eye,
living
man.
in
Like, I
those
would love this dude just to
homesteads in
design
Star
my
Citizen.
place, man. Be like,
Thanks,
listen, dude.
everybody.
This
Thanks,
guy's
Eric.
got
Awesome
style.
stuff. Now that
Style.
we've shown a lot of art and talked a lot of theory, we want to
Same
get into
here,
the game
Tech. Same
and
here,
show
dude.
off what we've been working on. We're going to be showing you multiple playthroughs and how it changes based off of what you do and how you have faction with.
What's up, Starlet? How you doing, hun? Good to see you here. We've been having a wonderful time. The opening was fantastic. It's just
so here we are.
we're having a great time today.
That will be released in 3.15. This is the competitor to the Constellation. Doesn't compromise cargo for vehicle storage. It's faster, more agile than the Connie, and it can run with a smaller crew. So this is the captain's quarters, and then we'll go out and see a little bit more of the habitation deck, and then make our way to the cockpit. So this would
By
be
the way,
social area
Starlet's having
that
an
you
after
meet
show
and
special.
eat
Everybody go check
and
that out. It's in our
basically plan your
Discord.
next mission.
Highly recommend that.
And then from here, we'll go to the cockpit.
Wait!
So here we're over Pyro 3. We've come here for a mission to acquire an artifact. And you'll be making your way down to a trading post.
Wait!
So wanted to
Duck God.
just give you a quick overview, and then we can start talking about the planet.
Yeah, Pyro 3 is it's just a terrestrial planet. It has a very thin, breathable atmosphere.
Oh my God!
But it's still pretty inhospitable, very cold.
Actually, that
as you can
that
see,
doesn't look
some of those lightning strikes
like the.
in
Hold
clouds,
on, give me a side shot.
But yeah, very, very pretty looking.
I still don't like the design. I'm sorry, guys. I still don't like the design of it. I still don't like the. I just still don't like the design of it. But the planet looks awesome.
Quite a few iterations of
okay, the back looks a lot different.
What we ultimately ended upon
the
was
back.
something
The
that
back
felt
looks
quite,
a lot different.
Quite dramatic.
I don't like the front.
Still believable in terms of
that's just my
how
own
the
personal
wind would have
opinion.
shaped them. But yeah, like
oh my God! Look at these clouds here. I do like the cockpit. I do like the view in the cockpit. I will say that.
That came online. Also, what we're seeing here is like some kind of distant thunder strikes. And what this is, it's kind of like a prelude to, future weather features that we come on board, and how this will tie into, storms and ship handling, due to the turbulence. And it's great seeing the, the rain hit the canopy.
Yeah, I need to see more of the ship. Absolutely. Love the cockpit and the viewable area in the cockpit, though. Don't you dare!
Also, as part of the process of shaping, one of the things we really wanted to do is create these.
You all know what I think about it.
These kind of like these pockets in between the clouds. So you're in these cavities. So as you're flying through, you get a glimpse of the terrain beneath you. But
the back looks a lot better than the initial mock-up that they did. I don't like the front. I'm sorry, I don't like the front.
A lot of the more recent tech coming on board as well. So, it's. A lot of optimization.
Don't you dare!
So it's way more performant than previously it was. Also, like the level of artifacting that we're seeing here is substantially reduced, certainly on high spec machines.
Gorgeous.
It also gives you a great sense of parallax when you fly through these cloud sandwiches.
A cloud sandwich?
Yes, that's what it feels like. It feels like you're the meat or the cheese of a cloud sandwich.
The cheese of a cloud sandwich. So as we get out
here
of
we have the planet, boys. Who was this? Pyro 1?
Really big feature that was important for me was, terrain shadowing and terrain occlusion from the clouds. So you're actually seeing, these large areas of occlusion cast onto the terrain.
I love the look of Pyro 2.
It just adds
badass.
that depth. It just adds that believability to what we're seeing in the frame. And when you see like these dark overcast,
it's there waiting for us, guys.
Hovering
it's literally
above the mountains,
there waiting for us right now.
It finally completes the frame.
Please, dynamic
especially
server
when you see
meshing
these
news be
distant
good.
rumbles of thunder in the distance.
See, exactly, Maestro. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
The run through.
Thank you, Maestro.
That is his name.
God bless you.
He will be taking us down to the
Thank you,
Outpost.
Starlet. See, I got some people in my corner.
Basically, make
this is where
50
Duck
of these,
God
whether
came
they're
from. You understand?
or derelicts,
this is where Duck God came
even,
from. Thank you, Starlet. Thank you, Maestro.
Basically inhabited by a farmer.
Oh my God! Oh
by
my
a gang.
God! Oh my God!
So
oh my God!
The goal is to have.
It's there waiting for me right now. All that lawlessness, all that chaos,
so that you can develop different rep
beauty
associated with them, and you can start seeing how big these outposts stretch to with the comms tower that's behind us, and then even some of the
dynamic server meshing.
you'll actually see
Give me some
up close and personal.
good news on dynamic server meshing. Come on now. Everything looks so good. Everything looks so good. It's right there for me. Ooh, I gotta get over there. I gotta get over there. I must get to Pyro. Oh, I cannot wait. I just cannot wait. I cannot fucking wait for this.
That was a really good approach from James
it
there.
Had
good
quack,
landing.
quack.
Good,
It had some web
10.
feet. I swear to God, it did, Starlet.
3 out of 10. Jeez.
My no spot is completely engaged
go 6
right now.
at least.
My shorts, oh my god.
No one's ever got a
I'm
6.
gonna need new shorts.
Gotta watch me land, man.
This is all pre-scripted now.
So here we'll go down to the technical deck. Show off the cargo area as well as...
You know, Star Citizen Leaks is gonna be like, we told you!
Climate-controlled component areas. And then onto the
everybody was on Hater.
Room and the stairway out.
Oh, it's the 400. I mean, at least, like, it's got the whole duck front and everything. I mean, I have to say that was pretty fucking slick.
So you'll be able to learn more about the ship in one of the later panels that we have with Ben, Paul, and John. I think the team did a great job on this.
Yeah, this. I mean, they might be calling it something different, but this is
what
we were talking about with the
they did a new skin.
I don't have anything against Star Citizen Leaks. I think I think it's great what they do personally, and they were on the money when everybody was like shouting at them saying it was fake. There it is. That's why I was trying to tell people, everybody calm down. For the most part, they do good work.
Boots on the ground.
I think people just don't like Hater, and I understand that because I get the DG
I think
ratio.
It looks great, especially in
people either love me or hate me also. So I get it.
on the train, walking about, going about their business. And is that an A8?
Looking at it from the ground, still ugly. I just don't like the front. I don't like the front. It looks too much like a duck. But like this Outpost is fantastic. The fucking modules here, seeing these modules like this,
go and explore.
Wonderful.
Or use to their advantage. We want them to be able to interact with these different items.
I mean, the material flapping in the wind like that, so good,
modules,
so very good.
To the right there, we've got the garage unit. You can see the infrastructure on the roof. But this large, beautiful, archway here kind of signifies, the main entrance, the primary entrance to the main social module. I think the airlocks look great.
I told you guys they were working on this. I told you this was in there, People just fucking
the team did a great job
don't understand the amount of work that they've been up to.
And then we've seen the concept
just like a lot of the other systems are done, actually.
Because of Squadron 42.
There's a lot done that they haven't let on to.
Absolutely looks fantastic.
This is amazing, guys.
The radial forms,
this is amazing.
Is quite special to this art style. And you can see how that complements these archways that lead into other areas of the outpost.
So with the AI, we want to make sure that it's living.
The hair patch has arrived.
If you look back a little bit, there was a chef actually cooking. There's security guards here to make sure that they're actually protecting their investments, protecting their home from strangers. And then, but you have good rep with them. And so they allow you to kind of enter into certain areas that the other players wouldn't be able to enter into.
This is how it starts, with owning land.
We also got a quick shot at the
starts with NPC outpost, then we'll build out to player outposts.
But it's also showing the
land ownership
the
through land beacons. That's when it gets super serious mode, because then you're owning something
also
and you want to log back in because you own it.
Is
player
retention.
Much nicer. Again, dynamic
so here the
server
player will
meshing
make their way out to the training post.
We need good news on dynamic server
meshing. Go see the dealer, acquire the artifact.
This is fantastic. To look at
and
the
for
fucking
the
beauty.
trading post, we wanted to get all of the junk on the outside
beautiful
as well.
planet and this
so the player can
outpost
see
on it
as they're approaching. We wanted as many tops as we could, and you can see it's using the new soft deck shader. So these are reacting to the planetary winds.
Unbelievably
the same force that the tall grass and the moss on the ground is reacting to as well.
I hope they don't cuck us. Give us good news on the server meshing.
Like Ian spoke about before,
you're gonna wait till the very
inventory
end
and what they'll be able to actually sell here will vary depending on.
We've been saying that all stream, Starlet.
Where they're at in the solar system. Are they close to a jump
Put in that
point
good luck
where
for
they
server
might be
meshing.
coming down and using this
Thank
as
you,
a chop
Razor.
shop?
Put it in there.
Are they in a very
Put in that good
rural
luck for
area
server meshing.
They care more about the frontier lifestyle and being able to survive versus money.
We passed the kitchen as well on the way back there.
That'll be awesome, Grizz.
That's the local diner for this outpost.
Love the grimy feel. I just love the feel of this Outpost, man. It is such. It just feels so good, man.
Also, so in the inside
translating
as well,
through the screen so
this,
well.
Kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. Like it's just literally the dealers displaying all the wares,
They did
everything.
such a
they'll
good job on these prefabs, man. It's gonna be great to put these things together. The modularity aspect of this is not just they basically pulled it from the ship modularity and they're using with Outposts and prefabs. All right. The interface is nice. All right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, very good choice. Very good.
So after
let's hope
5
it's that
million
smooth
credits of disposable income, we get our first look at the
these interactions to be that smooth.
Hadesian artifact, which is obviously going to be what is sort of a super rare thing that you'll hopefully be able to start finding in the galaxy. Which is sort of, if you're familiar with the lore of Hades, was an old civilization that destroyed itself. So somehow this trader has gotten their hands
on old Hades
this artifact.
Oh, yeah, I know that story in the lore with that alien species.
So here we're showing one way of actually playing through this
species
area. It really depends on your standings within the gang and how they want to deal with you. And then what's the dealer going to do? What's the dealer going to charge you? And from there, we have different ways of actually showing this. And we can look at option 2 now.
Oh, this is very cool. This is very cool, guys.
So here we're going to run it back a little bit and show off a different way of entering into the trading post. This is a little bit more straightforward versus in demo 1, we took a side route through the social area.
So yeah, this is just some additional warehouse space that the trading post would have. And you can see it will lead directly onto this courtyard. And for the keen-eyed people, you'd see that the barbecue's still not been eaten yet.
We do need
Grill master would be fired.
Plastic.
Yeah. Still full of wieners.
Oh my god. Did he say full of wieners? He would fit in with our group.
So with this area again, we just want to
welcome back, Cypher.
Make sure that it's filled out with
your nephew
items,
at Monopoly,
filled out
bro.
with different things that you can interact with.
That's a quick game Monopoly, buddy.
It's like Dave said in the beginning. We want the stores to feel different here.
You missed so much, Cypher.
It's still making it feel
so much, dude.
believable.
You've missed so
Quick
much,
reference
Cypher.
to some additional traversal areas there on the right when we came in.
Welcome. Take a look. I'm sure I have what you want, and if not, I'll have something just as good.
Yeah.
Absolutely, Tech.
The guys had a lot of fun dressing these areas. There's a lot of storytelling going into it.
So here, we decide not to pay the price. And we don't mind losing reputation with the faction, and decide that we're going to take the artifacts from betrayal.
Just take it.
Yes!
Straight in the backpack.
Yeah!
So here we've got different
fully
routes for the players to enjoy and to use to flank and also navigate around. So each area will have different secondary and tertiary routes of navigation.
Time to get the security off your back and take that artifact,
really
bro. We are in Pyro, boys.
That was intentional.
We are in Pyro.
You could also, if you notice, real quick, there's the
fuck
civilians
you,
that are actually cowering.
Fuck you. We're in Pyro. Where the big boys play. Where the danger lurks. I am the danger. I am the danger.
So again,
Walter, wait up in that.
Have the choice. You know,
I want that artifact.
Want to interact with the
Look at
civilians,
homeboy with his hands up in the air. Oh shit, this is wonderful.
Does their conscience get better of them?
Oh my god.
I think James made the right choice there.
Yeah.
One of the things when we was playtesting this a lot is when you see the the enemy AI kind of fanning out across the terrain like that. It's fantastic to see. It feels really great. just seeing the base start to wake up to you and as you're trying to exfiltrate. Also, I know it's under combat stress, but that yellow grass just looks fantastic.
It really does.
That's how I play.
Wow.
So here, James just wants to get out real quick.
Yeah, right, Brock. Now blow up the whole damn outpost. That was pretty easy. Yeah, they're gonna have to upgrade the AI responses. Obviously, everything needs upgraded, but like just to give us that scenario, that taste of that pyro danger. You understand?
So
and then, of course, things will start to be layered upon themselves. The tech will get where we want it to be, and the reactions will be the reactions that will give us, those feels.
If you're not fast
the complexity
enough,
of the AI needs to improve, obviously. Whoa, shit!
Then they'll take you down.
Oh!
So what we saw there was the player went in, and based off their actions, the faction changed against them, and then basically became
wasn't that easy,
very
was
aggressive. So in this last playthrough, what we'll show you is if the faction is already against you from the very beginning.
You roll those dice, man. Sometimes you get snake eyes.
You can go about it. So here we are in our last walkthrough.
This is
Since
fantastic.
you're all by yourself,
wow, look at the
we wanted
lightning
to
in the clouds right
take a
there. Holy
stealthy
shit!
route
Look at this
versus
vibe. Look at the
if you're with
colors.
friends, you can
Look
go in
at this
guns
shit.
blazing.
Look at this sunset right here, right now.
But this allows the
Ooh,
player
we're going
to
like super
come
ninja
in,
mode. Are we
access
going
the-
super secret assassin
the outpost from a
ninja
different
mode
side
right
than
now?
what we've shown. It also allows them to clock all the AI and see how they want to approach the problem and see what other secondary or tertiary routes would be open to them, either via the ladder or maybe a possible door.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Good night. That was a great shot. Also, one thing we did as well, as Todd said, we changed the time of day. The wind is slightly stronger, so you'll see the gorgeous yellow grass blowing just a little bit more intense than before. Also, what we're seeing here is like something to imply at the frontier living. Maybe they're growing crops or vegetables out here, but it also gives a kind of like a soft cover approach to the perimeter of the base. Nice.
Also, with it being a different time of day, this allows us to show off the AI having their 24-hour schedules so that they can be in different areas.
I'm having such a good time with you guys.
When you approach it, so if you approach it at night or you approach it during the morning, they'll be doing different things, whatever is valid for their schedule.
Look at the colors and the wind sounds.
That door's locked, so there's no going through that way.
The wind in the grass like that.
But what James does actually see here as he's scouting out the next AI is, just checking the roofline. But as I said previously, we wanted as many kind of like views in to the base as possible. Just so the player can continue to keep context of what's inside.
But also when you're inside,
that was a hell of a shot.
The player to,
with a pistol
to have context of where they're at within the actual outpost.
Props to the dude playing.
And that was a great shot.
The AI fell beautifully on the already called out beautiful yellow grass and moss. Also, as James is looking back, what he's doing is actually making a mental map of possible routes, possible advanced traversal routes on top of the outpost.
Oh my god! Yes.
And we saw the dealer there in the bedroom, just end of the day.
doing his thing, doing his NPC thing in the bedroom.
Outpost, there'll be different routes that will be open to the player or closed to the player. So some of them might have ladders on the outside, some of them might not. Some of them might have basically ways to get in through the floorboards, other ones won't. But this is just one version of. Oh my god, this is beautiful. Many possibilities.
Yep. This is gonna make me like NPC play. This is gonna make me like PvE play. Actually,
navigation all the way up to the roof, and then from here, this allows them to be able to check out any of the AI. Also, be able to look at any of the interactables in the future. You know, if you
can, but then you'll lose the artifact.
If you got a good reputation, maybe you need to go and fix different items on the roof, or if you are there for nefarious
totally,
means,
Reinhardt.
then maybe you want to take out the tower.
Right, in effigy. I'll still love the PvP. Don't get me wrong. Still PvP, man.
Kill the AA turrets, or we'll turn off the.
He got knocked in the nose
in the outpost. So it allows the player to interact with different items and then basically create a nice little sandbox for them to play in. So here you can see one of those interactables as well as the AI.
And just behind these interactables, like we're seeing these kind of archways. Like right now, these are just kind of empty, and to just illustrate like a guard point. In the future, you know, these could be maybe customizable, or
they should have designed like the crossbow we saw in the Inside Star Citizen. That slick ass crossbow we saw a couple
cargo storage.
Like 5-6 episodes
basically
ago.
We tried to design something that was as flexible as possible.
So here we're showing off the looting system as well as the inventory system. So this will be shipping in 315. This allows bodies to be able to be interacted with and take off the items associated with it. Also, with this change, you will no longer have global inventory, so you can't be pulling off weapons that you didn't take with you to this location.
Nice.
Everything will be.
Thank you, Pappy.
Regarding
he heard
what
us.
You carry is what you have, and
thank you for the clarification,
so
Mr. Pappy.
Really makes the players think about how they want to approach the problem.
That's one of the things I was worried about.
Also encourages them to look around.
Thank you for the clarification. We need a whole conference done about this new UI and looting
different things that they can interact with or use to help get past a certain route or a certain way that they maybe didn't bring with them.
Looking pretty crisp
we'll
right
also
here.
Be including I believe in 315, the
drinking too much over there, bud?
Mobiglass. So now that you aren't carrying everything on your body and it's not sort of universal inventory, you'll be able to consult this app to see kind of where stuff is being stored.
Trip Al's had a little too much to drink.
Organized and stuff like that.
Am I looking better to you,
So here, this allows the player to have a quick little puzzle, but just gives them a little bit more interaction, and then allows them to go on to what I would consider a tertiary route, versus climbing up the ladder and possibly having to deal with the AI or them being spotted by them.
I mean, the feels, the environment's gorgeous, man. The environment is just. Oh, we got ourselves a nice little. What was that?
Also, I think the team did a great job on this planet, as well as the outpost. These are really fun to play and sneak around in, and allows for many possible ways of attacking the same problem.
What we're seeing here is like James is actually getting up onto through one of these rooftop storage modules, and it's given like the highest point in the base. So from here, you can actually make probably the most informed decisions on how to approach the next problem. We're seeing this guard routine here, and then ultimately throwing an item to distract the guard.
Absolutely, Proc. Absolutely, buddy. It's the very genesis, it's the very version 1.0 of modularity for Outposts.
Access new areas. It's a behavior that we're still working out, but at least we're seeing like the first iterations and be able to
Ooh, that nice slide down the ladder. Woo!
Optimize it as well as make sure that the behavior is working properly.
So we just saw that for the first time. It's like the first rooftop airlock hatch. So previously,
so
routes
excited.
in and out.
Sorry, it was inappropriate there for everyone, but I'm getting very excited.
We wouldn't have this
getting
option,
very tingly, if you know what I'm saying.
Rooftop
starting
airlock,
to drool.
you can cycle
and
then,
bit.
Infiltrate through the roof. And also, what we're seeing here is, potentially scouting out an advanced traversal up into the rafters. Get on top of some infrastructure and get in
it's like my worst nightmare if they tell us something bad about server meshing.
The garage
oh, they're in the garage area. That's pretty sweet. Nice setup. The dragonfly in there.
So here, this is a placeholder, but it gives you a very gives
cool.
you an idea of, we want to have
so
different interactables,
so
different loot boxes laid out around the location.
That does make things very convenient.
If the players explore, they'll be rewarded. We want to encourage them.
Oh, we're talking about a ground getaway,
nook and cranny,
maybe, huh?
and enjoying, what the outpost has for them.
And one of the things that's interesting is these garages won't be vehicle spawn points, so it's not like a big kind of like pad in the middle, but it's more like, if you want to have your vehicle there, you got to drive it in and park it. So here you can see a variety of vehicles just laid out how the player would have just parked them. Just gives a much more believable and realistic design.
By the way, so many followers today. Thank you so much. I have my follow alert off because I expected that we would. Welcome everybody to DG360. If you're new here, great fam. I'm going to type in our Discord here. Go join it. Wonderful people, great community. Fun first, guys. Thank you for joining the stream. Having a great time today at CitizenCon. Got Saturday off with my fam. Please join. Please consider having a good time and knowing great people.
Again,
Orion giveaway this month.
Those will be opened up or closed off based off of just how we want to build the outpost. Not every one will be built the same.
Thank you, Killian.
Our philosophy for these are to make sure that each one of them feels unique, and this is just one way of us customizing it and making each one feel different, and so the player won't always be used to the same routes. So here, again, we're using the inventory system. We allow the players to go in, and if you take out a certain AI, they might have different tools or different notes or different items that you'll need in order to solve your mission.
This is the best community, period. SC or not, this is the best damn community ever on the internet.
We knew we wanted these internal airlocks, but we knew we needed some sort of new pothole on them, just so before you commit through, before you cycle, you can just double check to see if there's any bad guys on the other side.
So we got some ragdoll bugs.
He's getting closer to the bedroom. He's getting closer to the bedroom.
CitizenCon without any sort of
there's our multi tool.
Or bugs.
Opening a hatch. This guy's serious business, man. This guy's a hardcore mofo assassin.
On the roof, they've come down through the main section of the outpost. But here, what the player's doing is they're going to the underfloor section. So these aren't vents, but they're more like subfloors. So they're meant to feel very dark, very minimal, but you're actually seeing the foundations of these outposts. So inside here, it's the player will need to kind of work out how to navigate through them. It's very much a torch-based experience, and then within here, what the player can actually do is work out roughly where they are in relation to what's upstairs. And what you're seeing here,
total
this
Christmas
light
story
leading
reference,
down through, you can kind of make informed decisions, or okay, that's where that AI was, or
how great would it have been if they put out a leg lamp right there?
Space. So if you think back, that was that guard in the beginning, just next to the kitchen counter. But we've intentionally made these spaces not necessarily very easy to navigate, because there wouldn't be a lot of light down here. The player would have to, follow, for example, like James is following the blue wire here. Making a decision to like, hey, if I follow that blue wire, I'm probably going to get to something interesting or a point where I can actually, exit this subplot space and get back up above.
The level of detail, and what they're talking
what
about
I like
here on gameplay
is basically just the claustrophobic feel of it. And then obviously the addition of possible secondary or more advanced navigation, so either going into prone or just going full crouch.
Absolutely, Reinhard. A lot of complexity here, a lot of detail too.
So here we come out in the bathroom space. It's on the other side of the garage.
That's what you
on
get.
the opposite side of the outpost from where we just were.
It's a good ragdoll.
That's a good ragdoll, says Pappy.
Now the body drag.
So what you get for brushing your teeth and being hygienically clean?
So here,
gotta stay dirty.
This is just a different wrapper on a loot box. In this case, it's a hamper. And so the player will be able to
thank you.
really
I love
change your
DG360
and adjust the way that they look so that they can walk around the outpost and not be.
That was exactly what happened right there.
Be noticed. There will be kind of a certain time limit associated with it. We still need to work out the details on how all that will work, but the goal is to give them a little bit of
the ease
leeway.
Of that was
so
pretty
if
slick.
you look the part, maybe you're not scrutinized as much, and the AI won't notice you as quickly.
So here we can see
just
back
blended in, just looking like the crew, just looking like somebody that lives there.
And then this door will
I'm
lead
not an
directly
assassin.
into the
I'm not an assassin.
room
Yes, I
that
am.
we saw previously on the outside.
Now give me that artifact.
Speaking of fun ragdoll physics.
Hack it.
That was a great one.
Hack it.
So here,
keypad hack.
The player decided to take the dealer out instead of actually figuring out how they could open up the safe. So
got a hack.
They're going to have to look around the room. They're going to have to interact with the body.
All right, but I want
some
possibly
see.
All right.
Is there a way for them to actually
open
it? Oh
look, shit! I used to have one of those globes when I was a kid.
In other cases,
they're still making them in 2951.
In the future, and in some cases it won't be, and then you'll need to figure out a different way of actually opening it.
Because there is no key, right? So show me the hacking. Show me the hacking. Don't find a key. Don't find a key. Yes, he just said it. I know, but I want to see it, Trip Out. Don't find a key. Please don't find a key.
So here we spot a little clue. A little note, and you'll notice the. What's fun is like the name on here. If you look back and see the some of the AI we've been taken out, you may notice some names. So here's the clue for the player.
What's up, Limitless? I didn't see you sneaking around there.
One of the coolest things for me here is the player is holding an item with the clue, and while holding the item, they can seamlessly interact with another item to solve a puzzle.
Very cool.
That's awesome.
Yes.
And then here we got a little bug.
Cool.
The player was able to acquire the artifact, and then we'll be able to do whatever they want with it.
I guess we'll wait for hacking at CITIZENCON.
Be able to use it somehow in a future mission.
One of the things that was really exciting about watching this kind of back to back.
I wanted a getaway.
Finally getting to see that
I wanted like
freedom
a
of choice.
Getaway in the rover.
And it's really, really, I mean, again, our locations are always spectacular and beautiful, but now like having that sort of striking that balance between
your choices,
sort of
your choices,
well thought out social
the dynamic
space and construction of these locations, but also an equally effective stealth and combat thing. It's
Yep.
It's super cool to see.
So after seeing the demo play through, 3 different ways, it was a huge team effort.
Absolutely, Dutch.
Everyone that worked on the project, on this part of what we wanted to show.
I would like that too, Ken. You know what I mean? But I probably would imagine if it's like a PvE generated mission that it will reappear though, if it's PvE generated. But yeah, I get you, bro.
And speaking of people doing hard work, now is a good chance to throw it over to Eddie and Joel.
and they're going to tell you a little bit more about the how we built that outpost that we just saw.
I'm Eddie Hilditch. I'm a senior lead, and myself and my team have been working on the new colonialism outposts.
My name's Joel Azapati, and I'm senior environment artist too for the EU Sandbox team.
So after the initial concept is done and rounds of feedback have been iterated on, we move into pre-production. This phase allows us to spend some time testing the concepts for in-game viability. Translation from concept to game isn't always one-to-one, and during pre-production, we'll get rough versions of the concept meshes into game and spend time making sure that they'll work practically. The art direction can also change at this stage, so we use this phase to kind of explore creatively as well, and concept art is a fantastic jumping-off point for sparking ideas.
One of the first steps when starting a new location is to start look development. A hyper-focused small section of the location where we can hone in the tools and methods needed to execute the concept in-game. Some things translate well, some things don't. It's important to figure all this out
about the
before going
modularity
full
now.
steam ahead with the entire team. One of the great assets on the Sandbox team is we have a lot of people who are passionate about concept and design, which means when translating from concept to production environment, it's very easy to expand on the concept art. With the art styles of the Colonial Outpost, we decided to change up the way we typically author content. Our hard surface locations are meant to feel prefabricated, like there's a manufacturing plant out there on ArtCorp that churns out these flat pack space station kits, so stations can be mass produced. Colonial Outposts are more personal, more handcrafted by the people who live there, based on their needs, not wants. They're on the frontier world, so they can't always choose luxury over practicality. Materials were one of the first things we tackled, and we started off by developing the idea of how the inhabitants would have built these structures and what materials they would use. We wanted to show not only the age of the outpost, but also
these modules will also progress and they will evolve with different designs.
Functionally,
so these are the initial concepts that we saw
with the new outpost
a couple months
is how
back.
We introduce variation
but these will, there will be a multitude of these different outpost modules,
set of buildings
and you will be able to piece them together,
if not thousands, of outposts
when you're designing your own and own your own land.
We've developed really evolved.
That's how they're rolling it out. But this is the initial phase.
Key improvements. This starts at the macro level, where on the planet's outposts are placed, how the local conditions affect your time there.
But I also want them to talk about the modularity and how blending two different modules together look.
All the way down to the ability to independently swap out an
Dutch.
in a single building of that outpost.
Quack, quack.
We'll have various types of modules.
I don't want anybody from my community to buy this 400.
Or extractors, which have a singular
Do
function.
not buy the 400.
All the way down to smaller room modules that can be connected together in different ways to form a complete headquarters building. After pre-production was finished, we had a list of the room module types that we wanted to tackle
Dutch,
first.
you stay away.
For the headquarters building, everything hinges around a hub module.
Even PePe would not buy the 400i.
To extend the structure.
What, you would?
The room modules will serve different functions in the base.
Oh my God,
gameplay systems linking one to another for an interconnected web of sandbox gameplay opportunities. As content creators for the
big question for today's CitizenCon is
manage the library of modules
server meshing.
Rastar is the tool
we
use
are
to do this.
putting so much on server meshing talk.
Create a location template.
We're going to hear Tony Z what he say about economy as well. It's going to be really fantastic.
Buildings can be snapped together directly.
That's what I say, Jay.
Or with an intuitive
you hear what PePe? You hear what Jay said?
One of the other major innovations with the Planet Tech has been
you were doing so good because we're like 10 seconds ahead of the Star Citizen channel here.
Previously,
technology is great on this channel.
Came to designing our buildings,
you've been doing good today, PePe. But if you buy that 400, I am now going to fire you, PePe.
Flat areas of the planet. Now, we can build
anybody,
much more natural buildings with walls and entrances
for the
connected directly to the planet's surface. And also, we can place these buildings in a much wider range of locations. We believe our new outposts inject a refreshing new location experience into Star Citizen. They're organic, warm, personal spaces that really convey the age and history of humanity's expansion into the verse.
Boy, this is very scripted.
Like, focus from design on gameplay and the flexible modular approach to construction.
He doesn't need to sell it. It's already sold, dude. These looks fantastic.
Be part of creating a wider variety of rich and satisfying experiences for every outpost the player comes across.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Joel. That was awesome.
And moving on, we're actually going to talk to Corey now, who is going to give us kind of a deep dive into
They've really put this together very well.
The artifact, which was actually kind of our first little glimpse of the Haitian culture.
I cannot wait 3 hours. I want it right now.
I'm Corey Banter.
They're saving it for the last, aren't they?
Games. I'm here today specifically to talk about the Haitian artifact that you'll see in the walkthrough. So we knew early on we wanted some sort of MacGuffin for the walkthrough. We originally had a few ideas of what that could be. Originally, it was either going to be a tablet fragment, a sculpture, or a Hadesian artifact. So initially, the concept team explored a variety of ideas. We used a lot of reference for existing alien artifacts in the game, as well as reference from the real world. Lots of tomes and ancient kind of Egyptian stuff as well, just all sorts of really reference just to get a general idea. We knew we wanted to integrate some form of ancient power or technology into the asset.
Yeah, we've actually been saying that for a while. He's been saying that on our channel too as well.
Team iterated
I didn't doubt it.
Further on these ideas,
I pretty much knew it was going to be in, but I was hoping that it wasn't,
until we had
a
candidate that everyone was happy with.
It's still
so once we had this asset in mind, it then came down to turning that from a concept into a production asset, and that's where the props team comes in.
I don't remember saying that it wasn't. I was kind of like partial. I was telling people we're making too big a deal over it, honestly.
They need to find solutions within the engine.
I was hoping that it wasn't only because it looked ugly, but I don't think I ever said like that it isn't a thing.
And replicating it, we have to think about the shaders. We have to think about performance.
Yeah.
Our job really is to find a solution within the game engine to achieve the visual target of the concept. Once we've figured out a strategy for achieving the look, we begin to actually make the content. So for the artifact, for example, we knew that it needed to be split into 3 segments and they needed to fit together. The first thing we do is get a placeholder into the game for the design team to actually implement as an entity. We also then figure out how the scale actually works in the player's hand and when they inspect it. For the artifact, there was a bit of back and forth between the size because we wanted to get a balance between it having prominence and also being easily carryable. After we figured out the size of the asset, we then need to actually break down how we're going to make it.
Yes.
So the first thing we really get into is the materials. We know that this asset is made of
aliens. Put this
materials.
on their flopper
Firstly,
knopper.
We have the stone with the complicated glowing pattern.
God only knows what's on that right now. Please be careful touching it.
Thinner metal
Get yourself space herpes.
For this asset, we knew we'd need to use unique textures just because of the amount of detail we wanted to achieve. One of the biggest challenges we had was making sure
always keep it classy here, man. Always keep it classy here.
Some scanned data.
Nothing like putting this on the flopper knopper.
Mesh data like curvature. We also use a lot of procedural noises from Substance Designer to provide some variety.
Can everybody focus
Using the height
on
map
it?
as a jumping off point for the rest of the texture maps. It's quite a nice logical and physicalized way of doing things. It took quite a lot of iterations.
There's
to
a
get
lot
the
of
final
explanation
look.
on this
Definitely a group
artifact.
effort. The glow was probably the trickiest part of this asset. We ended up actually using a shader some of you might remember from the Vandal Driller trailer. We created the iconography using a bespoke texture mask, and then the circles were derived from some cells within Substance Designer. We took these cells, quantized them, and then got the edges of that quantization to create rings.
Yes.
And then we used the procedural
Yes.
mask as well as some hand-painted textures to mask out that glow. Once we were happy with this texture, we multiplied that onto the height map, which is used to drive the glow threshold. The glow effect has 3 texture inputs that we need to create.
this is an artifact
There's an
from
animated glow
Hades,
map,
which if you look in the
which is
lore,
sort of used to drive the background effect of the glow.
it talks about
There's
somebody
also a gradient
going into
which colours
Hades
that
and basically
map. Finally,
discovering
we
an
have the actual
alien
pulse
that
itself, which
looks
is the
very
texture map that
unfamiliar,
pulses across
that
the
there's
asset.
stories
Next up
about,
is the
you know.
bronze. This was actually pretty straightforward to
And
achieve.
it's
We
one of
didn't
the
need any
oldest
fancy shader effects for
species
this one,
ever
just a standard
that is
set of unique
extinct. So
textures.
they're really
We
focusing
wanted to get
on
lots
this
of nice
portion of the
scratches and
lore
aging
here.
on the bronze.
Which
And
is
in the
very
concept, there's
similar
also this nice
to
effect on the
what
edges, where the
Privateer
metal got
did.
darker.
It's a
So we wanted to add
narrative
that in as
taken
well, just to
from
give
a
it a
game
more
called
distinctive
Privateer
feel.
that Chris had made
Once
in the
we were happy
90s,
with the visual
where he
look
had
of
like
the
an
asset and
alien
engine,
artifact,
it then was
and
just
you
a
know.
case of wrapping it
So
up.
I think that's
We needed to
kind
create
of
LED
like
meshes for the object,
translating
as well as
forward
collision
into the
properties.
storyline here.
As you can tell, quite
which
a lot
is
of work
cool.
goes into these
It's
hero
cool.
assets. So that was a little
That they
bit of
focus on
exploration
like
of how we
lore in
created
the
the
game
Hadesian
and you know the
artifact,
importance
walkthrough.
of that lore.
I hope
That's
you guys
cool.
enjoyed
That's cool.
when we talk about it, and enjoy the rest of the show.
So we wanted to thank you for your time. We wanted to introduce
Okay.
Pyro and show all the hard work that all the team's been working on. And
Yeah, there is a
working
name.
forward.
I can't think of them right now.
The team has
Tripal. There
put
is a
in,
name for that
a lot of
species.
hard work in building the Pyro system.
I'll have to dig it up, but it's in the
building
Star Citizen Wikipedia.
the planets, the worlds.
think of
and
what
that
the
you'll
name is right
go
now,
and
but there is a
explore.
name for them.
So Pyro will be ready when server meshing is, and it will be coming out with Star Citizen Alpha 4.0. So on behalf of myself, I want to thank Dave and Ian and yourselves for watching, and I hope you enjoyed.
All right, what's next?
Panel.
Ship
and I hope
panel?
you enjoy the rest of Digital CitizenCon. See you in the verse.
I actually really think this is a very good, well put together CitizenCon. Are they putting a patch number on server meshing? I mean, that's big. Are they attaching a... excited. Oh! I literally feel like a kid on Christmas morning. I love CitizenCons, man. They always get me fucking hyped, man. They always get me hyped, man. Without fail. Without fail. Let me just live in the moment. Let me just be happy for a moment, right? Let me just be happy and feel it. Let's just feel the happiness, okay?
Credits burning a hole in your pocket? Didn't think so. Something tells me, though, you got a pile of junk in that hangar of yours. Turn that crap into scrap at Dumper's Depot. Old Zeke always pays top cred for all your used gear at any of my verse famous franchise locations. From Art Corp to Crusader. Stop on by and tell them Zeke sent you. From thrusters to mining lasers, power plants to shield generators, we got your back.
Vulture,
Dumper's Depot,
Vulture.
because everything is valuable to someone. Dumper's Depot LLC is not responsible for inaccurate.
A lot of salvagers are going to be very, very familiar with the Dumper's Depot.
Space is cold and unforgiving. Only the toughest survive here. But even the toughest outlaw has a sensitive side. He doesn't have to show it to everyone. Because with your very own Moby Horizon, you have peace, freedom, relaxation, and your very private emotional retreat always with you.
This sounds like Mod 81.
Welcome to your very own Moby Horizon. The use of Moby Horizon can be addictive. If in doubt, consult a licensed physician.
I gotta ask Mod 81 if he did this, man. He makes great machinima. He makes Emergence, by the way. Really great machinima called Emergence. Mod 81, a friend of us.
A distress beacon is triggered. And
sounded just like
reactionary force from Elite Expeditionary is mobilized.
Elite Expeditionary, killing it. Killing it with overclock. Dude gave DG360 a shout out for helping his community out. We grew him up to like 1,300 subscribers. Go subscribe over to Elite Expeditionary and Mod 81 right now. Love helping those guys out. Feels good to help them out.
Prepared to deliver justice in even the most remote reaches of the verse.
Execute, execute, execute.
I am so happy they're showing these guys stuff. I am so happy that they're showing the machinima from these guys.
Roger, last man. Albatross breaking off.
Big shout out to Mod 81 and Elite Expeditionary from DG360. We've been helping them out. Good job. Good jobs to everybody out there, man. Like, seriously, good jobs, man. Like, they are killing it with the machinima. I'm so happy they're focusing on content creators. It's so great. I didn't see that one. You guys should have posted that in the DG Look at This area. Thunderhawks.
Hey
Over at Kelto, we have one simple goal: to bring you the items you need quickly and easily. We've got everything you need: food, drinks, toys for the little ones, guns for the wife, all inside one store, Kelto. Just walk inside to begin your astronomical savings. Using the latest in Mobi technology and machine learning, we know exactly what you've picked up and have already charged you. Want something hot and ready to go? How about hot dogs?
I like when Board gets silly.
Kelto. We've even got the latest in Gemini ballistic weapons, like the Gemini F55 LMG, featuring an explosive rate of fire that tops over 1,000 rounds per minute. It's the best light machine gun you can get in a convenience store. Looking for something a bit smaller for kids? We also carry the Gemini LH86 pistol, perfect for those small hands. So come down to Kelto today for quality products at low prices.
He did good on that. He actually did get on that. Oh,
come to Kelto. Come to Kelto. Hey, welcome to CitizenCon 2951, our yearly celebration of everything Star Citizen is. I am the black sheep at Effigy. And showcase of what Star Citizen is.
They're worried because they never know what I'm going to say.
Become. As usual, I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. So, what is CitizenCon? When it started in 2013, it may have had its humble roots in Sandy just wanting some place to bring folks together and a solid excuse for Ben and Pete to watch the Wing Commander movie in a theater in Austin, Texas. But as with all things Star Citizen, it grew each year to become a full day of activities, most recently held in Manchester, England in 2019. Now, with a hiatus in 2020 due to the pandemic, we'll watch all our desire to remain diligent and responsible in 2021, remind me, guys. CitizenCon is back as something slightly different this year. Now, while it won't be the same without seeing all of you in person and worrying if your plastic bag helmet is safe or not, we hope this year's event brings with it a similar sense of community and interaction as our developers present to you their continuing efforts in bringing Star Citizen's future to the present.
Very metal.
And let's talk about some of that future we just saw with a look at we just took at the Pyro system. Now, I've always said it, and I'll continue to always say it, we get better with every one of these things we do, whether that's planets, spaceships, or anything else in between. And with the Pyro presentation, we got our first true look at some of the new planets and moons, the process of converting our existing space stations into new outlaw variants, taking those colonial outposts that we've been seeing before from concept to amazingly detailed reality, and perhaps most excitedly, Planetary AI nav mesh in action with a 24-hour day-night cycle that will truly bring these worlds to life and provide that universe of gameplay possibilities seen in those multiple different ways you can go about achieving.
Maybe this is the way they should do CitizenCon, you
know? For those of you who were wondering, yes, that was really Pyro 3. That was a real outpost and a real mission.
Good for
no
him to state that.
Here.
Right.
That's what's coming to Star Citizen and a whole lot more. Now, because I'm the patron saint of bad ideas, let's take a look at some of the comments that came in on Twitch while we were all watching. This should be good. Engion says, using talent from across the globe, that's a good thing. I agree. Adderdoth says, this guy is talking like it's been made. GFX2KX says, they probably have the gameplay, but they want to force folks to stick around and watch the whole thing before they show it.
Shit.
Annoying, but typical for them. We are who we are. We showcase every part of the Star Citizen.
Oh, Jared, you fucking beautiful werewolf,
says,
you.
Someone needs to hand out some meds in chat. Underfern says, I wouldn't buy a melty dog from that man. I don't know if they're talking about Todd Pappy or Ian Leyland.
Oh, this is great.
Lots of people said, 420 Space Weed, Vape Nation, damp, dank. Gaming Fortis says, just remember, he's more scared of you than you are of him. That's the truth. And then everyone went on a claim spree for a while. James Cameron, yes.
Good for them, man. That's fucking badass.
And then finally, Shorty Max said, number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus. But as it turns out, that might be what you get.
What?
Wise words, always. You'll always rely on the Twitch community. And speaking of community, you may have noticed a selection of community-created videos throughout the day, ranging from commercials to skits to a variety of things in between, Those are all here as part of an effort by our fantastic community team that started months ago to include as many of you in today's festivities as possible.
That's cool.
And while we can't show every single one that was sent in, the team did expand their original idea of just 15 videos to a whopping 42 for today's show.
That's
so you're going to
great.
see a few more as the day progresses. Now, of course, CitizenCon wouldn't be CitizenCon without the swag. Check that out, huh? Yeah. And this year, we've got it coming in 2 shapes and sizes. First up is the digital goodies pack seen here, which comes with the newly minted Arden SL Balefire suit you may have seen recently on Inside Star Citizen with that slick Theta Geo helmet. It's got the matching Balefire combat knife because accessorizing is always important, and the classic CitizenCon 2951 trophy, which I'm still trying to convince Actor Feature Team to turn into a bludgeoning weapon. Just say Red 1 more time, people. Now, these will all be distributed Monday to all backers. So if you've been on the fence so far and decide to back the project today, you'll get it along with everybody else on Monday. Now, over in Meat Space, since we can't do the traditional swag bag that's included for attendees with their ticket, we're doing a swag box that you can purchase on the RSI store. For the collectors out there, it's got 3 brand new Star Citizen pins.
How much
to
they
add to
selling
the
that
collection,
for?
as well as an individually numbered challenge coin that says there are many like it, but this one is yours. Now, both collector's items come in a neat box and bundled with stickers that you can place all over the place, like Steve Bender's desk. I know, because I did. Now, the swag bag made box is available now on the robertsspaceindustries.com
What are they
website.
selling that one for? I'm curious.
And we've also got some contests and giveaways going throughout the day, starting with this Astro Gaming headset contest.
27
where
bucks,
folks
a little
hosting
steep,
their own
little steep,
CitizenCon
but-
watch parties have an opportunity to submit images on Twitter or Instagram with the hashtag SCWatchParty to win a custom-painted Xenothreat headset seen here. Whether your party is at home or at work.
Yeah, I think
or with Captain
1999 would have
Richard
been better.
In his car.
I hope to God that's
And
not
for
like
those
a
of you
Turtle
who
Beach
don't do
headset.
social media, we're
What-
also
what the
giving
fuck
away
brand
some
was that
Toby
headset?
Toby eye trackers on Spectrum today in a short story contest. So tell us about some incredible moments you've had in person with your fellow citizens and win a Toby eye tracker. Check that out on Spectrum for your chance to win. And no, I don't have one of those to show you because, as somebody said, I don't give things back. Now, let's talk about the day's activities. We just completed our Life in the Verse or Life in Pyro presentation. Up next, we've got Ship Talk, where you'll learn about the latest and greatest in spacecraft coming to Star Citizen. Then we got Gen12 and the multi-core Vulkan, where we'll take you through some of the new technologies that will unlock Star Citizen's ultimate performance
Full
potential.
Werewolf Jared is amazing.
Crafting Worlds, which offers a brief look at some of the new tools that make up those wonderful pyro planets we just saw. Server meshing and the state of persistence, which will give you an inside look at the process of expanding Star Citizen out to the breadth and scope we all want it to reach. The Sounds of Space, which for my money is the sleeper presentation of the day. Don't miss out. It looks at the new tools that will unleash our sound designers from the constraints of yesterday's outdated processes. And then finally, systemic gameplay and the stream of thought. An entirely silent presentation where Tony beams his brainwaves directly into your skull through the TV.
I feel like that's
Provided,
what was
of
said,
course,
Rhythm.
you have your SGS brainwave amplitude receiver. You all have your SGS brainwave amplitude receiver, don't you? We'll figure it out later. Basically, it's a big, long day of Star Citizen presentations and infos. That Pyro
And I'm
presentation
loving
alone
spending
was
my
like
day
an
with you
entire
guys.
season of ISC. just
Thank you for being here on
crammed into a single
DG360,
day.
everyone. I love you guys.
Which makes me
This is
think,
great.
Can I take the rest of this quarter off? I can. I cannot. All right. Well, if you end up missing any part of the show or just want to watch it again, each presentation will be going up on YouTube later today in glorious 4K. But fair warning,
what's up,
do
Win?
not look directly into Todd Pappy's eyes in 4K. Or Corey Bamford's. They're mesmerizing. And that about does it for the housekeeping. It's time to throw it to our next presentation of the day.
Let's do it.
Ship Talk with Paul Jones, John Crew, and Ben Curtis, where they'll be discussing a ship you know, a ship you don't know, and a ship you weren't supposed to know, but you ended up did knowing. It's not invisible any longer.
Quack, quack.
Ship talk.
Through unforgiving lands, across the impossible expanse, a mirage calls.
Next time it's gonna be black.
A distant oasis.
Thank you so much, Jay. It's getting exciting now.
We
No
chase
spot completely
what
engaged.
most consider myth.
Quack, quack.
Pursuit and
It's
obsession.
quack, quack. The front of this ship looks like a duck.
That's what pushes us to greatness.
No, the entire ship looks like a duck.
The oasis.
The Quackinator.
It's real.
I do like the cockpit and the viewable space in the cockpit, but I'm just not big on the out exterior design. I'm not big on the duck ship. I said that from the very beginning.
The 400i by
Quack,
Origin
quack,
Jump
quack, 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 quack attack. I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan. Don't hold it against me, guys. Don't hold it against me. You guys who've been following for a long time knew it from right when I saw it. Cute duck ship.
Oh, that's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, it's awesome.
So you made the 404 in the end?
It was a ruse all along. It was a real ship. So,
look cool, though. I like it.
You guys missed the save or shave where I painted my face orange for the Argo color and I ended up looking like John Crew.
What I think everyone's kind of done.
Yeah.
Right. So we should probably get on with the show. This is Ship Talk.
I want John Crew to go off. I totally want John. My favorite thing is waiting for John Crew to get angry.
I'm the vehicle director here at CIG.
I'm Ben Curtis, and
I just want John to get angry. Come on, John, get angry. Hey, Paul. I love Paul. Paul's super nice dude. Always helped us out here. Paul always helps out DG360. Love Paul. Paul's a cool dude. But I just want Crew to go off. I just want Crew to go off so bad.
The 400i, it's a Constellation competitor. And we've got a few of these ships in this category across the board. We have the Constellation, we have the Corsair, and now we have the 400i. And the 400i has a few
talk about that all the time
interesting features that makes it a compelling choice over the others. So being an Origin ship, it's obviously very visually sleek and fast,
welcome to the festivities,
but also
bro.
It can carry cargo and a vehicle at the same time.
Size-wise, there's obviously a big
duck ship. Gap in the range. We have
do not
100
do that,
series
Santa.
At start, so it jumps up to the 300 series.
Don't you dare!
Big jump to the 600 series, and then another jump to the 890. So finding a space for this was
hello. I totally want Crew to just.
I think it fills the gap quite nicely.
Go off, dude.
So in terms
he could
of
have
the
his
process,
own show. I would watch it every day if he did that. What's up, J Dogs? Long time no see, bro. Good to see you here, man.
And we start the ball rolling, so it's really just a game of sort of exploration.
Fucking duck ship.
You know, it's fast and loose. You know, we always have a timeline for each concept, and so it's you know, the pressure is always on.
The one they showed previous,
it doesn't matter how many ships we've done.
Two designs ago was badass, actually.
And hit the sort of key points, and so
I'm seeing all these designs that I would have rather had it been, other than this duck ship.
In terms of
Loosey Goosey is right. Loosey Goosey is right. Quack quack.
And sort of not locking yourself into a line of thinking. It's basically
Taco says I like that for some reason.
So some will be more
right, Killian. Did you see all the badass designs before this one?
100i, and then we'll sort of do.
It's killing me. It's killing me inside. There were so many great designs, and they went with the fucking duck design.
On that sort of, you know,
John Crew.
Right at the
come on, John. You make these decisions, buddy. I'm blaming John on this.
Because you kind of you have that to pull from, but you also don't want to get into the point.
They were so much better, Killian.
Down 600 or a
it was the third one in was badass. The third concept in that they showed was fucking
slightly different variant
killer.
So I think the 400 is it certainly stands out within the lineup, but it's clearly an Origin ship.
And I think it's
there's a lot of butt on that 400. There's a lot of backside on that, Raj. You're right, dude.
Of, the brand, it's sort of expanding the brand. Sort of the brand also develops over time. So we have like
they better not spend a lot of time talking about the fucking duck ship.
Origin has sort of slightly changed its style a little bit.
Please fast forward the pain.
You don't want just a mini 600.
Yeah.
Even though there's a part of me that would just be like, right,
I know there's people that are angry that I don't like the design of the 400i. I just do
even
not.
That, even at this point,
I am so sorry for those people that are angry with me. You know, I gotta just say it like it is. I gotta tell you how I feel. That's how I am here. I do not like the look of the 400i at all.
You know, it's literally in my head. It's about that big, and the sketch is just teeny weeny. I was like, I kind of want a version like this.
Teeny weeny.
Cool. And so basically, in the end, I just went in and
Vic.
Some ideas.
It hurts, Vic.
This was before my time on the ship team, so it's quite interesting
Oh, really?
to
I was
learn
like,
a bit
it
more
looks
about
okay.
the process.
Yeah.
Okay, listen.
Great ships, my favourite one.
Throw ones in the chat if you like it. Throw twos in the chats if you don't. We're gonna have a little voting contest here. One for like, two for no. Okay. Ooh, look at the mix. Look at the mix. This is an interesting. See, I am not alone. There are some twos in here. What's up, Aries?
That was rejected for the 100.
We got a 1.5. Thank you, Santa.
You never know.
I knew. I loved you, Santa.
For this one.
Look at that. Fet says two. Fet has good taste. Brock has good taste.
So
thank you.
Ultimately,
there's some twos. There's some twos in there. It's definitely 50-50. It looks like it's a 50-50 vote to me.
Throwing together a bunch of
Dutch,
shapes,
you like it, huh, buddy? Ooh, and Tripal likes it.
From different models. Because it's quick. As an art director, you've always got
the other ship designs were so much fucking more slick. Thank you, hello. Yeah. Those designs killed it. The prior designs killed it. Killed it.
And so my understanding of the ship was it was a luxury explorer. Yeah. And so you can see here that
I vote we kick the ones out, said Ken.
Swimming pool in there.
It's okay. People have a voice
deck. You know,
we don't discriminate. People are allowed to have their wrong opinions.
And Chris was quite adamant that this was going to be.
I mean, the interior and the functionality of the interior is actually pretty cool. I don't mind the view, the cockpit, the interior of the cockpit, the view in the cockpit, wonderful. The interior of the ship, great. It's more the exterior front that I have an issue with. The back looks like a giant ass. The ship looks like a duck. The ship looks like a giant fucking duck. Thank you, Santa.
Because like we said earlier,
19 months.
Even though the ship looks big, it's actually really tight. Like it's
19 months.
It's a lot harder than you think.
God bless you,
to
bro.
achieve everything that now Star Citizens expect to have in their ships and all the components and all the functionality.
A very streamlined sort of 2 decks, or really like 1 deck.
Quit talking this ship up. Just stop it.
And the upper bit, which
just stop
the pool in it.
Yeah.
How much are they selling this for?
Maybe get the pool.
If this is over 250, I would say definitely no.
We finished the concept.
What was the price on this guy?
What we think is
they probably put it right on the edge.
And then get Chris sign off, do a couple of paint schemes, and then it passes over to
Dutch says he's happy to dump some bills to tell me that I am wrong. All right, you can pay me to tell me that I'm wrong. I don't mind so much of that.
As quickly as possible.
250, they put it in 250.
That just allows us to.
What did I say, man? Come on, do not buy. Oh, is it 220?
From the player, and making
dude,
sure
I called that like a mofo. 250.
Everything that we think we need is actually going to fit.
220 Warbond, 250. Dude, they pushed it right to the edge. They pushed it all the way to the edge. Do not get the duck ship.
Kind of.
They pushed it towards the edge.
It's official design document to the point where we're actually kind of. Working on the ship.
It does a little bit. It does, Admiral. You're right. It has those Naboo.
Just because we're like, we'll add this and add that to it. It's sometimes a balance pass has been done in the game, and we've realised that a certain ship item, a certain size shield might not be suitable for it anymore, or it might be just that we think, well, actually, it'd be great if we could fit the X1 in it, because it's kind of the perfect ship for it. But that wasn't, like I say, on the original.
You can relate this ship to a Jar Jar. This is the Jar Jar of the ship lineup.
The ship is kind of
the 400i is the Jar Jar.
So we've kept.
The 400i is the Jar Jar of ships. I'm calling it. I'm saying it right now. You spread that around. The 400i is the Jar Jar of ships.
Space is all upstairs with the bridge.
Jar Jar D's nuts.
Once we kind of get that white box in game, we then start just making sure that
look at that.
We can fit
Misa no like the front of the ship. Misa no like
showing that ship to everyone that is invested in it, and including Chris and everyone that needs to.
It does have Naboo vibes. It does. If you're into the Jar Jar Binks of ships,
this ship to be
this one's for you.
A kind of luxury party ship. He did want it to feel Origin. I think originally we had like the lift.
Yeah, there was a smaller trying not to do hand movements too much.
Yeah.
There was just a single small platform.
Oh, Andre! Andre's trying to trigger.
That whole area was quite tricky, wasn't it? Because there was
Thank you, Psychic. Thank you, Psychic.
Docking ring, the docking collar, the lift.
Yeah.
I thought Paul said the fucking collar.
You
was
had,
like, Paul.
Yeah, originally, I think on the concept, you
What are you
walked
saying,
in through the
Paul?
docking collar.
I thought he said fucking
and like I
collar.
say, the floor was
The fucking
a lift, you had
collar.
the collar on the side, and then doors either side, which took you to like a little antechamber that had the suit lockers in, I think it was.
At the front,
Yeah. And yeah, the first bit of feedback from Chris was the entrance doesn't really feel very grand for an Origin ship, and that's when we kind of introduced the stairs and the kind of like the big, not marble staircase, but that sort of idea that you were kind of like, you know, walking into the ship felt a little bit more grand. That had some knock-ons to the kind of
we know,
interior
Andre.
space
We've been
as well,
talking about it.
because,
250 is too much. You spent too much, Andre.
Yeah, obviously making a one-person or two-person lift is something that's relatively small. It fits in a nice tight space. But when you've got a set of stairs that need to fit or need to have a decent height change, that requires a lot more space. So what we ended up doing was kind of opening
it's
up
flyable.
this first chamber you walk into, and then rather than being divided into separate rooms, that kind of whole space kind of
They'll go up the list. They'll go all the way up.
That you need when you first enter the ship, and I think it does, like I say, just that initial.
Yeah, we're still talking about the quackening. This is the great quackening. Quack, quack. This is where Duck God came from. This whole inception of Duck God has come from this 400i ship.
But yeah, most of them, if they've got a ramp, it's like cargo, isn't it? It's pure function and not really.
No, I think you guys have done a great job on this because it was tricky.
DuckTales. Woo!
I remember it at the time when you feel the time pressure.
And then it was when I was just starting on the team as well, so I was like coming in and be like, oh, Paul, what do we do? Like, where do we go?
But it also, I mean, it's also nice because it sort of dovetails with that original sketch, which has. There's an element there in that thumbnail.
Did Paul just say DuckTales?
At the time, I sort of binned it off because I was just like, I'm sure I had some thoughts about it. I mean, everybody knows we've got a sort of 64 kilobit memory, so stuff kind of like gets lost after a short amount of time. But I think we did discuss it, but then it was just like, no, let's just go.
Paul has a fascination with ducks. I said this ship looked like a duck months ago. When we first got the SSC leaks that everybody thought was rubbish, I said this ship looked like a duck, and now we have confirmation that Paul, in fact, is a fan of ducks.
Originally, we were going to have it at the back of the ship next to the cargo.
Wow, you guys are buying a duck ship. It is confirmed.
It did fit.
Ha! People are like, this doesn't look like a duck. DG, how dare you say that? Paul, who's part of the ship design team, literally just said,
from a design point of view,
DuckTales. Confirmation that in fact you are buying a duck ship. Quack, quack. Duck God.
Yeah.
You'd get off.
Did you hear that, Duck God?
Drive your bike
buying
onto
your
the
ship.
Platform. Get off your bike, send the bike up, run around to the front of the ship, run up the stairs.
Unbelievably funny.
Look at your bike.
Opening is exactly like a super quick thing.
Funny.
Yeah, it just felt kind of like.
In terms of flow.
Yeah, it's like, all right, I need to quickly get off planet, and you're like, oh, right, okay, yeah, send that up. Oh, run, yep, okay, go. A minute later or 2 minutes later, you're in the seat, ready to fly. Like I say, that was one of the issues we kind of hit, and then the other, I guess, issue was it just. It started eating into the cargo space, so it meant that you couldn't, once you had the cargo fully loaded, there was very little space for you to kind of traverse around the cargo hold. Basically,
called it.
We had a number of kind of ideas we played with, and then if you click on, we ended up basically putting it at the opposite end of the ship. Now,
what's up, Jeremy?
Nose.
How's my buddy doing? Welcome to the stream, bro.
Up and it's got like
we're having a wonderful time here. 2 hours and 40 minutes worth of streaming goodness today on CitizenCon. I got today off with you guys. Had to beg.
But we kind of
I had to beat my family away and tell them that this Saturday was for you guys.
But they kind of still tucked out to the side a little bit.
The things I had to do to be here for you on a Saturday today.
It had the gravity generator.
But I am very happy that I did it. I'm so happy to be here with you guys. Thanks for joining me today. I'm absolutely having an awesome time with you guys today.
Yeah,
thank you for joining me here today.
Taking up that space.
I just wish we fast forward past this duck ship.
And the other really good thing is
I'm going to be Dutch. You guys have no idea.
Right next to you.
Everybody's mad at me. In order for me to get time with you guys on a weekend,
I think that's one of the kind of like.
I have made everybody in my family mad with me, but I don't care.
ride up to
I
your
am
ship,
here with you guys having a blast today. And everybody else, I told off to F off nicely.
So yeah, that was one of the other challenges.
And Dutch is absolutely right. I will be sleeping on the couch for many, many weeks.
Went pretty much to
totally worth it. Totally worth it. I realized how much I had to go through to be with you guys and have my own time with you guys. And I started to really question my own family's love for me. I was like, is this what it takes? Is this what it really takes for me to have like time for me? The answer was yes.
Obviously,
it's making me think about my family completely
during development
in a whole new way.
Ships and shields have changed, so it's not quite as unique as it was, but it's still very well shielded for its size.
Look at my little hands. Look at my little DG Kurato hands.
Thank you, Gil.
Yeah, they're climate controlled, so it's another nice little thing to play with. Gives all the teams something.
Oh, we had 100 2 streams ago. We've been killing it on the streams lately.
The light sticks out.
We've been killing it lately.
A little bit of party mode in there, yeah. But yeah, I think that's it. That was one of the things I think you established early on in the concept was this kind of like cool chamber in engineering.
Yeah, because we needed that space.
We'll get there, buddy. There's plenty of time, Trip Out. By the way, giving away a special Cuddy Black with the ghoulish green skin. I will be calling a winner for everybody who is a supporter during the week. I will come out with a video for everybody who's a supporter of the channel. We will be giving away that this week. Also, Trip House decided to donate a mount from his store Predator mounts. So if you have a HOTAS or a flight stick, we will be giving away that as well. Thank you so much, Trip Out, for doing that at Predator Mounts. I'm going to start putting Trip Out's description in the DG360 videos.
Makes sense because
as a sponsor for us, and we're going to start putting his business in there, helping him out, helping us out.
Classic traditional.
So that's awesome. For supporters, we'll be calling winners for that this week. I'll be compiling the list of all the followers on YouTube and patrons. So consider that. And then to finish out the month of October, we will be giving away an Orion. A fucking Orion, thanks to St. Grizz. So guys.
And then, we kind of make our way upstairs. 3-man, 3-crew bridge.
3-crew bridge.
All you have to be is a YouTube member or patron, and you guys get entered automatically for all these great prizes.
It feels, very, very sleek. You get a nice view of the kind of front of the ship out in front of you.
Thank you, Flying. Appreciate you, bro.
It's a nice place, and it's got the classic kind of Origin, kind of hardened, and we haven't got any low-tech screens. It's all kind of projected and feels fancy. Yeah.
Does that mean you can see there's a lot
stop talking about the duck ship.
600i influence, like from the original concept image that was done for the 600i.
Yeah.
So I was keen to get
rev it up, boys.
That sort of, it's almost like the black louvers.
Yeah.
I can't wait till Tony Z starts talking about quantum. I want a Tony Z talk.
Referencing back during
Where's Tony at?
Let's just go back and have a look at this.
John Crew, you should be getting pissed at this ship. Looks like a. I want to see John Crew get pissed.
To me. And so I think it was good kind of keeping them.
The interiors, I do agree, Killian. The interiors are pretty primo. If I didn't have to look at the outside of the ship and all I saw was the inside all the time, I would probably like the ship just based on the interior. But the exterior, I cannot handle it. I cannot handle the quack quack. Too much quack quack.
2 crew ones, whether they're at the front or
Shikuku.
Sort of that style.
I will talk when I bloody well want to talk, Shikuku. This is my stream.
Hubs-wise, you kind of got the
But I'll probably be very quiet when Tony talks.
Crew suite. And within those, they've got their own kind of lockers, they've got their own kind of personal ship storage. I'm not sure if it's exact, but they're very similar in their kind of
it's
scale.
that fucking front, man. And the ass is too big too. It's literally a duck ship.
Luxury because he's the boss.
Tony's not talking.
At one point, it was a 4-person ship, and then we reduced it down to 3. So we've got that extra space for the.
I'm learning loads of stuff.
That better not be true.
Lots of things changed during the concept. Like changing it from 4 to 3 might sound like a quick thing on paper, but then it's like you're losing a seat out the bridge somewhere.
It would have been
lockers.
Tough to fit an extra seat in that bridge though, because it would have you would have had to have kind of had them in 2 banks. So it would have been a bit. Yeah.
Is that true, Dutch? Is Tony not talking?
Sort of. It feels a little bit.
I feel like Dutch just threw me a curveball, man. I gotta recover from this. I gotta recover from this.
Looks fast.
Yeah. And then, as you kind of progress through to the
you missed so much, Chris.
This is where
you have missed so much. By the way, I'm putting the entirety of this stream out to YouTube.
We've kept some.
I think it should land on the channel tomorrow.
There's still a kitchen, a decent sized kitchen.
It's still a nice space, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? It's like a luxury.
Oh, it was Jared's joke. Okay.
Yacht.
You've got your wine fridge.
All right.
Feel, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Food making facilities. You got.
I did. I literally was very upset there.
Hollow table at the
Fucking
back.
Dutch got me.
And
Dutch really got me on that.
I guess like the operations area, and we tried to make that space feel like it was a little bit more focused with the
dude, I got really. Did you see that, Dutch? Dude, I got really upset right there, dude. I had to calm myself down. I was gonna go off on a rant.
Tried quite a few different ideas
I was gonna go off on a serious rant right there, Dutch. Thank you. I had to get confirmation from you, bro.
That was.
I was gonna.
Bit tight for
I was gonna go like complete elite dangerous rant mode on that. Yeah.
We ended up going for like expanding kind of hollow.
Goddamn, Dutch, you really got me going. All my blood heated up, dude. I was just ready to go off. Dude. That's hilarious.
Relaxation area.
Yeah, right, dude. I was like,
what we're going to do in our operation type area. And then
I was so upset. I was so looking forward to that portion.
I guess as a whole.
4.0 Shikuku. 4.0. They put it down.
So we moved from the 400i to something a bit bigger, and something entirely new, which is the Anvil Liberator.
Okay.
Anvil's latest design spaceship, which is purely for transporting
that is
ships.
So utilitarian, dude. That shit is just like boom.
Provide that.
What is that beast?
Spaceship for that.
Anvil is just that is a fucking anvil, man. What the fuck?
Then this is provide that good foundational base for it.
It's fairly regular.
Dread Cody wants his taxi back. That's fucking perfect, dude.
I've chatted before. You know, these ships are often described as berths. You know, easy berths, hard berths, difficult berths. I think this one was a fast berth. It's been a while since we worked on some Anvil stuff. So in terms of the lineup, you know, we have the Ballista, the Terrapin.
Yeah, they did. They did explode.
Valkyrie, you know, is probably more sort of, you know, it's one of those larger ships. Then we've got the Carrack.
Yeah.
So a lot of work has already been done for those ships. And
for this one, we got inspired by it looks like the shit we built in Dual Universe, Fets.
Theoretically, it's...
Except for Ares. Ares has amazing designs in the game.
And in terms of, you know...
Ares makes wonderful ships.
Again, you know, it's that investigation. And, you know...
Shout out to Ares, by the way. Sort of my Dual Universe, bro.
Rules. I'll say it's loose because there's always space for us to sort of slightly veer and slightly tweak the manufacturer.
Well, I think, like you were saying earlier, like manufacturers change with time as well as
they evolve.
Yeah, it's not like every.
You're trying to apologize for the fact that it looks like a giant fucking metal turd. That's Anvil though. Yeah. That's Anvil design. I mean, what are you expecting out of Anvil? Anvil looks like big fucking hunky ass fucking metal brick. You know, that's Anvil. That's what fucking Anvil is, for fuck's sake.
Everything is being updated.
Yeah. But I love it that they're like apologizing for their shit.
It's nice that, you know, when we work with narrative,
right, Jay?
This old design.
Yeah.
Like this is, we understand. It looks like a giant metal pig shit, a giant metal brick. We get it.
Fabulous.
I love the arrow. I love the arrow. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm liking it. I'm not sure about that shade of green, but not quite Anvil. But basically, this is super easy for us, and also, you know, because we're working with a contractor about sort of laying out the limits of. You know, because we always, you know, we like to make it big, you know, so it's always, okay, we've got our metrics, it has to fit within this. Like, whatever you do, make it cool, but it has to fit within these bounds.
Yeah, it was quite strict on the landing pad size, but you need to fit a number of ships in it, but also make sure that it really kind of stayed within its, otherwise John would be
it's like they're trying not to laugh right now.
Yeah.
Because on that
are you guys getting that vibe that they're trying to hold back from laughing?
Maximum bounds that the ship can be. If you go
it's
outside
$600.
It literally won't fit through the hangar doors and ceiling. So obviously it has to be in there, and that's a max, not a goal to hit. Because we've ended up in the past with ships that have a centimeter or two's clearance right at the edge.
They said 4.0 was going to be the patch where server meshing was in.
And out of the hangar, you just clip as soon as you clip one side of it, then it throws
Explodo's still wondering. I thought we made that very clear, Explodo.
And you can see there for
pay attention.
The extra small landing pads, the green size. So once you've got 3 of them, so at this point,
or at least they dropped it like that.
It was just 3 extra small ships. By the time you've got these 3,
we're thinking Q3 and Q4 of next year.
They have Z height to them, which I didn't put in here. By the time you've got these green blocks, so like
Yeah, Q3 to Q4 is what we're thinking.
Also got to fit in this. Then you sort of start funneling yourself into.
I think that's going to be something though where the goalposts get set back still. Dynamic server meshing is such a big deal, and I literally think that's something that they can shoot for, and I think it's interesting they aspire to put it in a 4.0 patch, but I think that's something that's going to be pushed back a little bit personally. But yeah, we'll see. They're going to talk more about it.
The correlation.
We're going to have our cuck moment.
The sort of influence, but it also makes sense.
Let's make the amble. Says Ares.
It's a very functional ship, isn't it? So, and it feels like say, obviously, the real life version has been made for that function, and this kind of follows suit.
I'm sorry, that's so very basic. That's that's too basic even for Anvil. $600 is the price of that.
Exterior options, and that's again, it's always
still too basic even for Anvil.
It's quite difficult when you have something like that reference image of the military hovercraft, because instantly it sits in your mind.
Yeah,
we'll know more by the end, Explodo. Yeah, I think we're going to have our cuck moment.
In that thinking, and so part of my job is also to sort of push the concept artists and say, right, okay, well, what about?
Wow, wow.
It's always it's.
I'd still buy it over the 400. I'd still buy it over the 400. Quack quack.
2 minds is always better than one, right? So in this,
case,
I
said it, Pepe. I said it.
This is a sort of first stab at it, so there's a lot of similarity with.
No. I'd rather have this fucking ship over the duck, dude.
It's pretty standard. It's
still like this is so basic. What is going on here?
It's not, it's a nice design, but
it looks like a fucking catamaran. It looks like a fucking catamaran.
But it's cool. I like it. There's some interesting things.
Certainly very hovercrafty.
Yeah. I think just too simple for
too wedgy.
Yeah. This one was asymmetrical version. Got that massive tank on the side. What it does, I'm not quite sure at this point, but it's...
No, this isn't the Crucible. No, I love the Crucible. No, the Crucible looks a hell of a lot better than this. I love what the Crucible is going to be.
At this point, we're starting
the giant repair ship, I can't wait. The Crucible is going to be fucking fantastic.
Territory, so we've got sort of... essentially like the bridge, and it's kind of like...
They're showing variations of this, of the Anvil.
The little turtle head from the Terrapin, and sort of mixing and matching. And so, it's kind of interesting. Again, we're doing these things rapidly.
This is a little bit better here.
Has some pros and cons design-wise well, because obviously we have the XY metric, but you also have the Z, so... A lot of our hangar metrics are quite tall.
I love the English when they say Z. The Z.
The problem with this one was it was just to the height of the ship. The actual height it would have needed to be would have been double that. So then you end up with this really tall, gangly thing because we've also shortened it by a third. So
I like you trying to get yourself into like the shape of a ship. Yeah, that's
really tall.
Yeah.
And then here is like where we sort of start hitting upon something that. I don't know where the decision was made, but it made sense to have the garages on that lower deck. Here, you've got 2 tanks lying side by side, which is cool. It looks good, but it isn't.
It's starting to grow on me a little bit.
This point where we were looking at the.
It's starting to grow on me a little bit. The more designs I'm seeing.
2 layers to work, or 2 floors to work with the 3 larger ships, so we changed it from the 3 extra small pads
to
2 extra small pads.
They're not selling it that well. The designs are getting a little bit better.
Some around, so I think a Prospector also fits on there.
Yep.
And then we scaled the front one down to an extra small, so that's things like the Argo MPUV, Origin 85X, and smaller flying ships like that. But
definitely a drop ship.
That extra
transport
small metric is sort of the same as the medium.
I mean, it's not supposed to be fancy. It's a transport ship, but there should be some design, even if it is an Anvil ship.
We went from these 3 extra smalls to 2 extra smalls on top.
Right, Glenn. Right.
Small at front, and then these 2 garage slots, which can also, if you're willing to try and fly your small ship in there.
You were playing around. You could fit quite a few combinations of ships in there.
I don't think it's going to have bombs, Ares. I don't think it's going to have a bomber roll.
Basically filled that whole carriage.
There's no sort of like door opening space at all. It was
it was cyclones and
we know what the players are like.
No, I don't think so, Chris.
It looked like a ferry, when they're just full of the vehicles all just stacked up.
Just increases like the risk value of flying it, doesn't it? Like if you've got 3 ships on it, all right.
Yeah.
Got 15.
need a big insurance payout. So
what's the stats on it, Dutch? What does it have? I mean, it's a basic transport.
Interior, and it's only 2 crew.
It's 2 crew. You have obviously the person flying the thing, and then the second person who can either sort of a flexible role. There is a turret that they can control. They can go sit in it and shoot anything that comes at you, but it's not really a ship that's a combat ship. It's a transporter ship.
Right.
If you want protection, you need to bring protection with you, or rely on the ships that you're carrying to provide that protection, which is another benefit of
400 cargo, 2 2s.
You come under
2 size 5 turrets, size 4 missiles, 1 size 4. Yeah, nothing like amazing on the stats. Nothing amazing on the stats. Just a very basic transport ship. It's about carrying things.
Maybe, yeah. I think about that.
How much?
So, yeah, basically we've moved on to interiors. Again,
they can't be selling this for a very high price.
We've got our function.
What were we at on this one? Jesus, H 500? No. It's too much for a transport. That's too much for a fucking transport ship. Just in function, that's too much for a transport ship. I don't care how big it is. You can't do that. You can't put that price tag on a basic transport. For the utility of it.
I mean, that was our first.
For the utility of it, it's got to be at least 300.
Pipeline wasn't in place.
Or 300 or lower.
I mean, spaceship.
300 or lower, just for the utility of it. I mean, just because it's a transport. It's a basic transport ship. Why would you pay $500 for a basic transport ship?
What experience do I want?
Yeah.
Like, how do I get from A to B?
Yeah, I think there needs to be some type of ethics being involved in the pricing of these ships, man.
So as we
pushed the 400 to 250. They pushed the 400i quack quack up to the 250 bar. That I was like, if it's more than 250, I wouldn't tell anybody to pay for it. And then our audience, our fans said it's 250 DG, and I was like, those motherfuckers push it exactly where I thought they'd push it, right at the very tip. This ship being 500, nah.
The elevators just run the full height. There's one for crew, one for passengers. So if you're under the ship, you can just easily get up and down. And so the whole process is a lot more streamlined. And there's even like...
Are we calling it a carrier or are we calling it a transport? I mean, like a carrier in essence is a transport ship, a glorified one. But like, on the level of labeling a ship, I would probably label this more of a transport than a carrier because of just the size.
Whatever vehicle.
Physical size.
So I feel like a lot of thought was given to just like improving.
And I think it's really nice as well the fact that you've got, like say,
it's a little less than a Perseus
sectioned off, and they're always ready. But then, like say,
it says transport on the site. Thank you, Helen. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Helen.
Hidden at the bottom, and that feels nice that that's crew only, and because you don't want passengers. Just
definitely
milling around.
And then moving on to, you can see here the garage space and where the cargo is stored. So
I mean, honestly, I'm not too happy that the ships are exposed that are on top landed on it. I would have personally liked some docking garage. I would have personally liked like a top covering the bombers or the ships that would land on it.
Of the lower
it's my 2 cents.
Across like one of the pads, so you could choose. But then
those ships are awfully exposed up top.
Well, basically, the concept guy, when I went rogue, I was like, "Oh, what about this? This is cool." And we were like,
"Yeah, that's true.
That's cool."
Yeah, I was like,
John, can we have this?"
Coming to a meeting. Oh, I've just gone away and done this this thing that we're not going to talk about, but it's turned into the cargo storage room. So it's a good sort of save.
Well, we want. I mean, for me as an art director, I want my team to feel like they can take those little forays off if they want, if they've got a good idea. And luckily this time it's panned out. And makes good use of the space. I mean, because like I said, the ship is
500 though.
So then we get to the fun part, which is when we get onto promo. I think it's everyone's favourite part involved with this sort of stuff, and that is really sort of I
get that. I get that in effigy. Yeah.
You really sort of hone it into what
Dutch says we should call it the Hercules.
And I love doing this sort of stuff as well. So so here we've got fully loaded carrier.
Yeah, I like the interior too. You know, the funny thing with both ships is, Jay, is that I really like the interiors on both. I just hate the exterior designs.
Chris likes to call them. Like,
at least this one has a little bit more utility. The 400i is like, what the fuck? Quack, quack.
They need to be from a parent ship. So the Liberator is, unless you're suddenly got an idea to carry things with, this is what you're going to see going through these.
I find the argument of to buy or not to buy tiresome. Content members will buy this to have the first and review it. Oh shit, I didn't get to read the whole thing. Content makers will buy this to have it first and review it, and those that want to support the game will buy it just to do that. No money, no problem. Get in game. Right. Exactly.
50, 100
exactly,
stops,
Tech.
Whereas you cram in one of these.
Tech putting down, Tech spitting some truth.
Much better experience.
I agree with you, Tech.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you don't like it, buy it in the game. Absolutely. Tech bringing serious hashtag truth to the stream right now.
That's pretty much.
That's why I love Tech. By the way, shout out to my bro Tech, man.
Two-man crew.
He's got a channel that he just like has these philosophical talks, man. I haven't been over there in a while, Tech. I gotta go visit you, bro. I love when Tech has these talks, man. He speaks a lot of sense.
Let's talk about the Burning Merchantman then. It's that ship that's been around for
a long time.
I gotta get the shades off and soak this in. I gotta soak this in my eyeballs. Gotta soak it in.
We haven't really shown a huge amount of it beyond.
Come on. This is what we've been waiting for. There's not no fucking quack quack or anvil. No quack quack or no anvil. No fucking shoebox. Give me some BMM. Give me some BMM goodness.
Maybe like 3 years ago, we did an initial
mustache quivering in anticipation.
Around the time of the Defender, I guess.
Look at the fucking stash. It's so creepy.
Yeah, but sure, let's I think
so there's a few things that need to be updated for the
so
Merchantman.
Fucking creepy. This mustache is so creepy. It's the best joke in the world.
And develops, things get added, things get refined.
BMM.
So number one thing we had to do was look at the size and the scale of the ship, because it was 160 meters wide and 160 meters long, so it's
long.
Oh shit! It's a very tall ship as well.
Yeah, but it was very.
Are we gonna fuck us on it?
Because we had never done.
We're gonna fuck us on the BMM.
Layout, so
if you guys are hitting the end of the stream or getting in right now, you missed it. You missed all the fun.
It was a good starting point.
We got a lot of
the cargo numbers
words here that we've been using.
They've never really been changed since they were originally concepted as freight units, not standard cargo units. So the scale of cargo has changed since we did it originally.
I don't remember freight units.
Yeah.
It was
a long time ago.
Before my time.
/ Bazaar. Need to have a good working out. And then lastly, we want to.
And thank you for those biddies, Tech. Appreciate the donation, bro.
And the Merchantman. So we found a way to get a Defender hanger.
We're going all the way, Raj. We're going to the bittersweet end.
Talk about the exterior.
All day stream with you guys.
I guess
this is so much fun.
Seems so long since I started on this.
Show us it.
But the addition of the Defender to the ship basically had the biggest impact in a way. Like just because the Defender is not a slim ship, is it?
No, it's deceptively big to me. Like the Defender, I always think in my head that it's this tiny little thing, but
it's not.
It's not. I love the Defender.
When it's landed, it's got this sort of
big stance.
Yeah.
So this has been. I think I've probably been on this for maybe a year, something like that now. And I said,
Paul, don't make it look like a fucking duck.
We did an initial round of concept work, and it was sort of done more in isolation, so we didn't really have.
They are there.
A full interior, and we sort of treated it more as okay. We need a corridor. We need an idea of a marketplace. We need an idea of a bridge.
Oh my God! Quit cock teasing us. Show us the goddamn. Show it to us.
Piece them together, and so that was maybe like 3 years ago, something like that. And obviously, process has changed. As we've discussed today.
We love the tease the cipher. Oh yeah.
And the flow.
They are really working it, aren't they? They're fucking working it. They know it so bad. They're sitting there knowing it. They're loving it. They're rubbing it in our face. Quit it.
I think when you kind of do it.
Quit it.
obviously this big ship.
So we don't want to hear it anymore.
Enough
with the talk.
Fine,
show us the action.
That kind of always
enough with the talk, boys.
A lot more headache.
Show us
when it comes to our side. So
show us the action.
Like, fully flesh out.
Give it to us.
Saves us so much time when we come to actually
give it to us, boys.
Definitely. Kind of takes all
fucking
that risk
teases.
Away from us and puts it up front onto you, basically. Yeah. So thanks, Paul. Yeah.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I mean,
quit sitting there laughing. We know.
You can see here that the ship
up.
Yep. We talked about earlier. We have those hanger metrics, and scaled up it now
doesn't fit.
Doesn't fit the hanger metrics.
So we'll get to the. I think we'll get to the solution in a little bit.
Yeah.
In
just
a little
quick
bit.
Shot of the front, and you can actually see that. From the front, it hasn't actually changed that much. It's grown a little bit in height, but gained a little bit of body mass. But overall, pretty similar. I mean, we've,
come on.
The ethos of this whole thing is, the ship was really cool anyway. Like
they know it. They know it. They're rubbing their fucking
shit
shit all over our faces, Explodo. I feel so goddamn messy. It's so wrong what they're doing.
We do need to advance it. And so between myself, concept artist Mike Oberschneider, Mark Gibson,
come on, you motherfuckers,
CIG's designers, we basically met twice a week, every week for months.
They're rubbing their shit over our faces.
Gone through this ship from top to bottom.
Did I really say that, Cypher?
There's a huge amount of.
Dude. Yeah.
Thank you for making me realize I have no idea what I'm going to say, dude. I cannot believe I said that shit. They're rubbing their shit over our faces.
I've not had a nervous breakdown. Actually,
quit it.
The whole process has been quite
enough,
nice
Paul.
But it's just been long. It's the.
I think
this hurts so bad. I'm getting blue balls. I'm literally getting blue balls right now.
And then the kind of like the closer you kind of got to finishing your work, kind of like. The less scared I'm getting and the more excited I'm getting. And I'll probably have, when we get into production, I'll be like, oh no, what are we going to do? And then again, once we kind of actually kind of get over that hurdle, because it's quite an intimidating ship.
They're going to raise that proc. They're going to raise new praise.
I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff. I mean, we're seeing here the sort of hangar opening. So basically we've, one of the sort of design philosophies of the ships is They sort of incorporate tech where it suits them. So they use tech from humans, they use tech from Xi'an.
Oh, that was nice. That was really worth the wait. That was actually quite worth the wait right there. Hold on a second. Let me take a breath.
So for this ship, we've leveraged a lot of Xi'an tech. So it's a lot of that, essentially levitation tech. So stuff doesn't have to be physically connected.
Oh, that was good. That was good. A little bit more. This is turning so pervy right now. Just a little bit more, baby.
There's a lot of
just a little bit more
creativity. So
it's a little bit more.
It's always multi-part.
Almost there.
It's always kind of nice. Basically shot from the front. This is with the front guns out, which is SA. That's correct,
big size 8 guns. One of the original cool things.
Did you see those panels slide back like that?
Tucked away and hidden, so it gives you that non-threatening aura to start with.
Oh, now that's serious
when
goodness.
It needs to, then everything.
It's going to be quite powerhouse.
That's serious goodness. Those guns come out.
It's a proper transform.
Very proper.
Yeah.
Very proper. Absolutely right. Very proper.
Transform almost, especially
keep going. Again, a little bit more. A little bit more. The no spot's almost there. Almost there.
Just a friendly trader.
Yeah, just a friendly
trader.
Come
on. This is so sexual. Why is this so sexual? This talk is very sexual. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that we're getting R-rated here. No, I'm not. I'm not sorry at all. What am I talking about?
Oh. For the turrets. I mean, the turret featured in the
like the mic says it.
They've never really explained. There was a turret.
Oh, yeah.
And defend with, and it was in that top fin, I guess.
Yeah, and when the weaponry is unmanned, it's a lot easier. We can get away with a lot smaller spaces.
I know my neighbors are like, "What the fuck? What's going on with this man?"
Just the player experience, and it's twin gun.
Second
so it's not
hanger.
Giving you a little tickle.
Even though it's only a turret, a gunner, you still got to kind of take into consideration you're taking in the pilot seat in terms of visibility and everything else. And yes, you expect to see the big guns and see that kind of like the real feel of being in a gunner seat, but like I say, it's quite easy for it to just kind of.
All right, go get something to eat, Grizz. Come back, though. Come back, Grizz.
So, I mean, basically, we've used GN Tech again to help us.
Did it get you hungry? Did all this get you hungry, Grizz?
Also, to elevate the turret.
Did you get banned for strip teasing?
We've got multiple ideas for that, so I think we'll just have to figure that out a little further on. And then
it's a turret. Was that a gun? Sorry, Proc. Thank you. Clarification. On that top one, that was a gun coming out, not another hanger, not another hanger. Thank you for the clarification. My apologies, everybody.
Big to start with.
Still very fucking cool.
Still very fucking cool. Missiles and torpedoes.
Still very fucking cool.
And one of the best ways we have in game to counter those is these automated point.
I really thought that was a second. I thought that was a second hanger, though. I would have rather. It's okay. It still looks nice.
Down incoming threats. We'll take that and we'll use our own guns. So it's got 4 of these on the hull. So there's 2 on top near the bridge, and then I think we see the other 2 underneath. So you've sort of got your 360 degrees protection from missiles from those. And then there's an additional pair of size 4 remote turrets under the wings. These are controlled from the bridge. The bridge crew mentioned them. So yeah, it's not lacking on.
The thing is, it can carry a fair amount of cargo, and it's got its own trading floor.
It's your livelihood.
Yeah, you kind of need to make sure that.
I mean, basically, there's it's a bit of a TARDIS. It's a bit of a there's as people will see, there's a whole bunch of extra.
It's actually a trading ship. It's like a merchantman's wet dream.
There's always been this feature.
It's like a trader's wet dream. It's got shops inside, so they got to keep it protected. They got to keep it protected. So I'm actually very happy with the defenses on it.
Like, okay, it needs a reason to be there.
It is very dominant.
What do we got on the new price on this bad boy?
One bit of
defender. Looks so fucking good. I just love it. I love
just dragging it through
the design.
So we've it's a multi-function essentially because one of the difficulties was.
I would love to know the new price.
Flipper fuel scoop. Sorry.
Yeah, dude. I feel like it's gonna be like
marketplace for traders and the public
to the moon.
So it was
I love the fucking design.
What it needs to look, it needs to do.
I think you got to steal Santa. I think you got to fucking steal on that, dude.
So there was, and we'll see that. In
Santa came in early on that one. Smart move by Santa.
But it was always a bit of a tricky thing to solve, and so again we're seeing here as John mentioned earlier, the ship got wider and didn't actually fit on a landing pad,
which meant we had no hangars that it would officially fit in. We could only ever officially land at docking stations with docking ports or on a planet's surface, which is, as a trader, you're missing out on all the places you could land to do trading. So we had to find a solution.
I mean, the funny thing is, this is the simplest of the solutions that we came up with. I mean, there's probably like 10 others that we did. Some of them are super crazy, parts just folding back on each other and all sorts of things. So, but in the end, I think, simplicity wins out. I mean, it's
I miss. You're right. I do miss that flare.
Yeah,
I miss the flare on the tips.
There's gaps here.
Absolutely, Explodo. I do miss that.
We'll work it out for you, Ben. Yeah. So you can see here, this is
probably something have to do with polygon design.
What is the fuel scoop? But it transforms again and becomes this pathway to the marketplace. So you'll have this, basically wide this experience.
Oh, do we got any interior shots? I love the ramp. I love the ramp.
It's not in this image, but we will have, hopefully, we'll have like softs, like awnings basically that will sort of come out as well. And so we'll have that sort of marketplace.
I think for me, this is one of the ships that really excites me because it is very
no
different
shit. That's an understatement.
Not a lot of the ships that we've done, and I think that sort of like initial experience, like you say, of seeing this thing kind of like come and land down, and the traders kind of inviting you in and entering into, it's very otherworldly.
Yeah. This is such an erotic conversation, Rhino. Very sensual. Very sensual.
Space station, like our human space
stations.
Notice
they got much more sensual now talking about the BMM.
The idea is that as you go up those stairs, you'll have, holographic visuals of products that are in the marketplace. And so they will sort of pop up and just be spinning. So you'll have like, it's just that sort of shopping experience.
Yeah, it's a great box.
Like, oh, okay, I can get that and get that, or maybe even artifacts that the traders picked up. I mean, you've got options basically. So.
They're very excited about it. Paul's having a wonderful time talking about this
topic. It was one of those things in the original concept.
We're all very quiet.
Digging out the original design brief wasn't particularly clear on, was the cargo bay internal, was it external, was it?
Are they wearing
space?
pants?
We kept it
No, Dutch.
Yeah.
They're actually talking out without pants on. They're all in their boxers.
It's during a meeting.
We need the shop below the table. They're all wearing boxers right
We were
now.
all like, oh no, it's internal, and then someone else was like, oh no, it's external. And we just decided, like, let's make it enclosed. We'll keep the styling of how it was in the original concept, so you have that sort of, I don't know how you want to call it, shuttering or on the outside.
Yeah.
Business up top, party down below.
I remember it now because I'm kind of like not locked into this one. But
actually, I do have shorts on today.
You saw the cargo crates, didn't you?
Unfortunately, sorry guys, didn't mean to ruin it for you.
They were exposed, certainly from underneath. You could see them all.
Yeah.
They were
today.
Top mounted. And
I've streamed before in the boxers. Just letting you guys know.
Huge problems with the entrance case where
don't want to turn
if
you
they
on
could
too
all
much.
drop down at the same time, then you couldn't get in the ship to start with. So
we did have a solution, but this is definitely better.
Yeah. So now it's enclosed. You just have one.
Pepe's always naked when we
front,
stream. Pepe that's the way he rolls, man. Pepe usually doesn't wear clothes.
Inside. So you just have you can have the front ramp open and cargo coming up and down. The two systems are not interfering with each other.
Yeah, that was
your cargo is more protected.
Having such a good day with you guys.
I guess the key element of it is
I have to go to the bathroom. Jesus, what am I going to do?
Not only having the
Pepe, did you make it an AFK thing so that I could go to the boys' room?
Trade items.
Huh? Make a PePe. I gotta make a PePe.
So we're going to move on to. So we've been looking at sort of functional images of.
I need to switch. I need to get myself a beer. Is what I need to do. I don't want to leave while they're talking about the BMM right now, though.
Art. And so now we move on to the sort of the sexy stuff of looking at how we've taken the sort of
I must sit through this entire talk right now because I've been waiting for the BMM forever. I love this ship. I've always loved this design. I love the Banu as an alien species. Holy shit! Wow, look at that gold fucking fleck on the paint right there, like a gold copper fleck. Very similar to Defender. The fucking textures are brilliant. Just amazingly impressive. I know they're going to put detail in there. It's going to look really schmexy.
Yeah, if you look at the concept images versus where it all ends up.
I would like a little bit more green in there as well, Shakooks.
There's a lot more,
I absolutely love alien ships as well.
And so we're just kind of like working in, we're kind of sort of turning it into more, it is more ornate. It's more of a sort of
good. Yes.
A sort of special item, essentially.
Yes. Make that fucking really shit art. Make it art, man.
Get that impression.
It's what the Defender feels like, man.
We're layering in the gold.
The Banu's got a lot of inlays, a lot of inlays.
Sort of Art Nouveau line work, sort of with a sort of Banu influence.
Yep.
We're looking at sort of.
The Banu actually have some pretty sexy designs.
Materials like opal or whatever the status and equivalent is of that, and also integrating that into the ship. So it really is sort of a display of wealth. It's like if you've got this,
wealth, right for the Banu makes sense. Yeah, you're fucking loaded to the gills, right.
It is.
Awesome.
So, I think it.
So what it should
it's
portray.
Really nice
great
places.
design feature.
And so,
great design features like letting that come through. It's awesome.
And this is still work in progress. Ideally there would be more work to do with this. And so we'd get more of the sort of curvature in the metalwork and stuff, but because we're on because of time scale and stuff, we've got to make some compromises. But
like those wingtips that explode when I want.
I'm sure we'll have a good kick-off on this one. I like the art on this one.
Yeah. So that's the exterior. We'll move
interior.
On to the interior.
It's gonna get hot in here now.
How it is, and then we'll go on a
interior
magical mystery tour.
Interior
through the interior.
Interior.
Yeah. So it was a lot simpler, wasn't it? Back in the day, it was pre-metric, so we didn't have all the requirements in place.
Are we going to get spicy? Are we getting spicy?
Marketplace is a lot simpler.
Yeah, this is the old interior. Yeah,
with Banu Merchantmen 2.0, or in my head it's 3.0. We basically moved on to a fully upgraded interior.
Okay.
Roll drum. And so you can see from this cutaway, and it's kind of hard to show.
Much more segmented.
All the pathways in this ship. I feel like I'm banging this drum, but again, we did a lot of work on pathways and navigation.
Paul is so happy.
And
There's
so
a lot of work went into this, I can tell.
As a trader, you're locked off to a certain route.
So interested in this.
Crew, you've got access to everywhere, but as a trader,
much more segmented.
You can get to. You can come in from the docking collar, and there's two different docking
collars.
collars.
So from the docking collar right there.
And then that funnels you in.
And from the ramp, you get the marketplace, and it looks like what?
Go back down through the flicker.
3 levels, 3 market levels.
And so, in terms of what's changed, we've had to create space for cargo. The hangar for the Defender, that was a massive.
Yeah, cargo separate, cargo up front.
Just shifting.
The majority of the bulk below and up towards the front. The shops in the back midsection.
2 elevators in this.
I think 3 levels of shops.
One for traders. Again,
I think that kind of like builds on the experience of someone coming to buy stuff there, though, and to me that's kind of like part of the lure of the ship is that, like you say, the crew have their own everything set up, but the kind of like the people that are coming to spend money, that experience is like the kind of like one of the core elements of that ship. That's what makes it kind of so special.
A different experience to coming on board it that way versus living on board it and
totally
working on board.
And so we'll see here that these are like previs images. These are straight out of 3D Studio Max with a bit of Photoshop magic, but it's just giving you an idea of that going up the fuel scoop or the market entrance. You'll have the awnings all folded out. Should be a real grand experience.
Excellent.
Will we have red carpet?
I don't know why in my head it's like Aladdin's cave. Do you know what I mean? It's that totally.
And we had some reference images of that for the marketplace. And so you've walked up, and you're again. This is always in this concept.
Absolutely great analogy. Great analogy,
so
Rhino.
Basically, you enter at the base of the tree.
I would agree with that.
And then it forms the spine, and then that tree branches out and basically reaches to the front of the ship. That's the theory. That's always been this organic theory.
The same in the Defender. You come in the Defender up the ramp.
Yes.
And then you have that big central tree which houses components, and then that stretches out and back around to form.
So the line work in this is a little more sort of refined. It has gone less organic compared to the Defender. We've kind of gone for a slightly less alien feeling.
Yeah.
Just to
like doesn't feel like it's actually a tree that has grown and they build the ship around this kind of organic thing. It is a ship.
Yeah, absolutely. And so here is a capture from 3D Studio Max, just so it's super clear. Like this is the lower floor. So the marketplace is split into 2 floors, 8 shops on each floor.
Yeah. Or is it?
No, sorry, 4 shops.
4 shops on each floor, 8 total.
Wow!
And
wow!
This little walkway.
That's more than I originally thought.
Top. You can kind of see here. Obviously, we've got a flying jellyfish, but the theory is that that'll be a holographic display, and hopefully the captain can choose what's on there.
Yeah. Special offer for the day.
Could be special offer, could show a weapon. Could
you got your little own advertisement board for your BMM, really man. That's badass. That would be cool if it could be programmable and you could put in the deals of the day or make that holographics. That is badass. Make it functionable.
Yes.
You can put your space strippers in there.
Little jewels hanging off.
Special deal on space hookers today.
Those like the kind of like the treatment of light. In a lot of
your choice.
I don't know, I'm stealing your thunder from
future
thing, but the sort of these jewels and
judgment, you terrible man, you
light source throughout the ship, and I think that's kind of like really nice. Just like a bit different.
That's a lot more than I originally thought was going to be in there.
So
that's
we really
great.
sort of pushed on that on this one, and so here is like. There's basically, as part of the tree of life in the marketplace, is the elevator shaft, and so you can then go up there into the negotiation room, which was in the original.
One of the images that everyone remembers from the original concept was that. room with a table and looking out over the cargo.
And so we've kind of kept that, and we'll come to that in a
put
second.
the DG360 logo on there, Raj.
Come out of the elevator.
Welcome to DG360's BMM.
In a central corridor, which also leads to guests' habitation rooms.
In lore, these trades often take a long amount of time, so there was a lot of back and forth with the narrative team on this ship in particular, with how do Banu trade, how do they eat, how do they, because for the Defender it was sort of very small scale, but it's long duration.
Long duration,
so
long
these
space,
trades can take
long trips,
days,
right?
Weeks,
right,
or maybe months. So the people that are coming on board to trade
are gonna want to stay for a while, stay.
Like,
and that's great. You could literally have like serious negotiations on the ship with other players that play organizations over land.
So
you could
like you said,
invite them onto your BMM and offer them like amazingness,
trading these really
a good time, entertainment, and have trade deals on the ship. Very similar to an 890 jump, have like a luxurious experience. That's so cool, so fucking cool, so great.
That they're in something quite unique. And
so long duration, ladies.
In this image, we've got
terrible.
Massive gemstones.
So much class here.
There could be whatever, but in terms of lighting opportunities, you'll have the caustics and the light.
I love the lighting up top. I love that kind of golden ambery kind of so fucking alien, like so fucking alien look. I love the concept art there.
A lot more compact, but obviously the ship has got bigger and therefore we've got more space. But also, it's a display of wealth, right?
Yeah. Paul's got it. Paul's on this one. Not so much on the 400, but Paul's got it on the BMM, man. I feel like Paul's got it. Yeah. Good job on this one, Paul. Yeah.
And so that's kind
I really feel like Paul should do a lot of the Banu designs. I feel like Paul's on it with Banu design. Like just focus Paul on Banu there, crew. Just put Paul towards all Banu design. I really think Paul's got it down with the Banu.
Inlaid with more gemstones, inlaid with.
They should really do that. Like they should apply people who have the
it's going to be totally different to anything that's
thinking behind those types of ships. It'd be great.
Into the hangar, so
the cargo bay.
Sorry, into
Paul
the
thinks like a Banu.
And so it's been quite a tussle trying to get.
Paul might be Banu.
And then this is an example of one of the hubs for like if you're doing long-term trading, and this is really sort of based on
absolutely Dutch, absolutely dude,
the Banu shapes, but pushing in a slightly different palette and materials, and so it's kind of based off of the interior of a Nautilus shell, and so you can't really tell from here, but actually it circles back on itself. So there's a little internal wall there that you go behind, and that's where toilet and shower and all that sort of stuff is. And then you've got the bed in the back, and then you've got lockers and little seating area. So you kind of like a real sort of organic journey. So again, just pushing.
I'm getting Chris Roberts vibes from Paul with the hand movements. I feel like he's been talking to Chris a lot lately.
Just sort of held in space.
I love it.
So
Paul's like a much calmer ASMR Chris Roberts.
And so that's where the traders go, but the crew obviously has got access to the full ship.
Very quiet talking about this.
Slightly less grandiose.
Yeah. So the docking cargo, that docking corridor.
That looks so good, by the way. That looks so good. I know.
Can be shared between.
Yeah, it's more of a shared space. There's some more technical elements in there in terms of venting and stuff.
It did. It had a Loki vibe. It did, tech.
This has always been a theory of you've got your superstructure, then you've got your tech, and then you've got.
We're on the BMM, bro. We're on the BMM, Grizz.
The bodywork, the cladding.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
There'll be areas where the sort of tech is revealed and stuff, and so by balancing those two, the proportions, you can kind of like alter the feel of the space. And so I mean it's going to be a journey for you guys of like how we achieve all this, but this is the corridor leading to the marketplace from the docking area.
Oh, that's fucking
so you've got
nice.
That great big green ring, which kind of sort of that we kind of put that there and kind of thinking of it shows green when it's safe.
Yeah.
The docking it's not some kind of vintage going on.
Yeah, I was having this conversation with the team this week actually about that exact thing, about kind of
lighting,
communicating to the player, but
like that you're ready to go. Yeah. Through lighting. Good idea.
Something flashing on a screen or whatever else, but just having something a little bit more elegant.
So I think again, this will give you some
very
really
elegant. Very elegant.
Again, it's just the new materials, the folds, and moving on to the habitation section where sort of
what's up, Ticky Tacky? How you doing, buddy? Welcome to the stream, bro. I see you.
The defender will really sort of see the sort of common.
Thanks for chilling out with us here, man.
The amount of gold and shiny stuff.
I love Ticky Tacky.
To put it bluntly, is reduced. And so it goes to more matte materials. It's a little less.
Yeah, they did. They did nail this.
A little more functional.
You're absolutely right, Flying. This is completely like bang, man.
In here as well, aren't you?
Yeah.
There's those greens you wanted, buddy.
In the middle is what do we call it? The magic tagine.
Yeah.
Ultimately, so it's fed from underneath, and you choose what you want, and then it appears, and the top comes off, and you get your food out.
Yeah.
And you get your cutlery.
Did we hear it? Did we hear the space? Did we hear space?
That could be a whole talk in itself, I feel.
It's a tricky one because it's a.
Ooh, nice touch, nice update.
But it's got to support humans operating it. If you had an entirely Banu crew, if you were playing as a Banu, then some aspects of this you don't need, but as humans, you do.
The Banu would they cater for both, don't they?
Yeah. And so a lot of complex stuff to sort of get our heads around. Engineering. This is a work in progress shot.
Oh,
you can't really tell from the
I heard that too, Tech. But I think that was a slip on Crew's part. He was basically talking about how they have to accommodate for the fact that there would be Banu flying the ship, possibly NPCs. But we know for a fact we're not playing as other alien species, even though I would like that, Tech. You know what I'm saying, bro? But yeah, I heard Crew say that as well.
Get this awesome shadow play, basically.
That will not happen in Effigy ever. In your wildest dreams, that will not happen in Effigy.
And if we can tie it to either.
Did you guys see that engineering room? That looked cool as hell.
State of the.
Right, Tech? Right? That's a way for them to bring in more revenue.
If the engine's malfunctioning and it's sort of slowing down and stuff, that'd be kind of cool.
I'll claim that.
Yeah, the BMM will not be in the game anytime soon, but it is very nice to see some actual shots on the updates to the BMM. So I do like that they should that, Chris. But I hear what you're saying, bro. I know. Chris is just throwing a little poop on there for realism. Chris is just throwing the poop and smearing it a little bit so everybody knows. We know, Chris. I love you, bro.
Hefty, and you can't.
It's just nice seeing more of the concept art of the interiors because I've been waiting a long time to see this. BMM is like one of those ships I really want to know more about. It looks like Paul has really spent a lot of time towards explaining this. He's very passionate about this ship. I don't think the BMM is going to take too long, but it's definitely one that I want them to spend time on. It's definitely one that I want them to spend a lot of time on. I want it to be opulent. I want it to be extravagant. I want it to be elegant. I want it to be like one of those ships that you walk in and you're like, holy shit, this is like fucking amazing. It's one of those ships that needs to hit. It needs to hit very hard.
Space kind of drops down, doesn't it? Yeah, so there will be that sort of like, I need the bottom one on the third stack.
They're getting sexual, Chris. You're missing this. They're not wearing they're not wearing pants underneath. This guy is over here. Oh, they're wearing pants. No, they were in boxes earlier. You missed it, Chris. It was getting very sexy in here.
All the time you'll be able to see from the
they were whispering in our ears, sweet nothings.
Moving it around. Don't mess it up. But yeah, as a result of all those changes, the cargo capacity has gone down a little. I think it was a nebulous number to start with. That had never really been proved out. It's still big. So it's around 2,800, which is not a small amount of cargo by any means.
Yeah.
So it's still well above most ships, but until you get to the whole series,
I was going to say, I can't remember what
it should be on the About section of my YouTube channel, buddy. My email.
Yeah.
It's a lot, but maybe not quite as much as people were hoping for originally.
Although I think
it looks pretty though.
It does.
The loss of cargo, but you're gaining so much more.
Yeah.
No. So be careful. It is not.
Give and take with these things. We could make every ship do everything, but then they just become these humongous vessels.
Okay, I'll get you later. Just remind me. Write me a DM, Grizz, and I'll send it to you, buddy. But send me a reminder, and I'll check it out after
stream.
What
we're looking at here is very much work in progress. I mean, we are literally working on this right now. in the sort of top left, had to think then, is an image that we created sort of on round 2, and we're sort of leveraging.
I'm multitasking so much behind the scenes you don't even know, Grizz. But yeah, I'll try, buddy. I'll try. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do what it is that you're thinking.
New sort of configuration, you were able to access the bridge, but you're also able to access the remote.
He's already donating a Cuddy Black just for people today who are supporting us on the stream.
Side corridors,
just so you guys know, with the ghoulish green skin. On top of the Orion, they were giving away this month. So that's something that's happening, by the way, guys, if you don't know that. So be a YouTube member or a patron to get involved in that. He's also giving an Orion out for this month in October. So become a supporter of DG360. And he also gave away an 890 jump last month. So again, be a supporter of DG360 is the takeaway. It is the takeaway.
So that's been quite fun. So there's a lot of the areas.
Oh, don't you fucking dare.
Very sort of multi-thread.
Don't you fucking dare,
Chris. Have your
Chris.
central area and then stuff coming off it. So like I said, there's been a lot of
Chris,
thought
don't do that to me,
given
bro.
Navigation, and in this area also are two lifts which also can take you quickly to other
Fucking
areas.
gifted Killian
Bridge.
What did he gift you, Killian? He gifted you a ballista, wasn't it? A special edition ballista?
On the bridge, obviously, there's 4.
Saint Grizz, dude. I'm telling you, I'm saving everything he sends me in a separate fund for him because I'm worried one day he's going to be like, DG, I'm broke. I gave you and the community everything I have.
To deal with everything else whilst you're flying around, because you can still trade whilst flying around, but it's probably not the wisest of ideas.
No, don't you fucking dare, Grizz. Grizz,
behind, so.
how could you do? Do not do that. Do not do it, Grizz.
Good for
do not.
But that 8 crew can then fill the 8 shops if you're just landed on
No. Now I'm definitely not giving you my email. I am definitely not giving you my email if that's what's going down.
Shop, or you can
Saint Grizz, how dare you, Saint Grizz?
Yeah. Again, you can see superstructure.
I love that. I love the DG Polka. Thank you so much, Killian, for that. Thank you, bro.
Configuration since this image.
You're gonna stare at it and wonder why the fuck you bought it, Grizz. That's what you get, Saint Grizz.
Same with the materials.
That's what you get.
Just continuing with that flow of from back to front, basically. Always sort of this tree of life and going to the nose of the ship.
By the time people see this.
By the way, great to see all these followers today. We've had over 150 followers today on this stream. Welcome all new people. Great to see you here. Welcome to DG360. Amazing people. Amazing fam. We've had over 150 followers on today's stream. I had to turn the follower alert off because we were getting so many followers.
Can live on, and it's got.
So that is fucking amazing. Thank you guys for joining us, and I really appreciate all the new peeps in here. So welcome to the craziness. Welcome to the fam.
That was the merchantman. Pretty cool.
And we bring you in with open arms. By the way, where's Schnazzy at? Schnazzy.
By the time people see it.
Where you at, buddy?
Production.
Here, I'll write it in here. I think Schnazzy's. What happened to Schnazzy? Schnazzy, are you okay? Schnazzy. There's the Discord, by the way. Join our Discord. Welcome, Sora. Thanks for that subscription, bro.
Thought we would revisit the idea.
And there's our Discord.
Last time
there you are, Schnazzy.
We showed some concept ships, or some ideas for concept ships, talked about it, and everyone voted for them. Obviously, as this is pre-recorded segment, we can't interact with the crowd and get a feel of that. So
fight amongst ourselves.
Arm wrestle for which one we do. Yeah. So at the end,
that's funny.
Jared
Awesome.
will explain how you can sort of vote or express your preference for what we show today, and we will see what comes of that. But first, let's go over what we did last time. So we had this ground mining vehicle concept.
Very happy with the attack railing. I just love the design of the railing.
Xi'an small cargo.
I'd say out of all these ships, I love the railing. I think I do love the Tavaran design, though. I love Tavaran design. Big fan of the Tavaran
and then
looks.
A small refinery ship. So let's see what's happened to those over the last few years. So that small ground miner turned into the Grey Cat Rock and the Rock DS.
Raylan is fucking amazing. Love the Xi'an tech. Yeah. I really think this is going to be a great ship. Love the Raylan. We gave one away 2 months ago. We gave a Raylan 2 months away. Gave away one of those Talons.
And then the fourth one, which is a bit of a mystery.
Let's see it.
Mystery.
Let's see it.
I wasn't involved with this last time, but you've got a couple of my favourite ships in that, so
let's see it.
Mind in the future. Yeah. So that fourth one, the small refinery ship, obviously people don't know about, but I can pretty confidently say people will know about it very soon. Fingers crossed. So it's a new year. We'll do it all again.
We want to know about it now, Mr. Crew.
So we go over those. Option A is a big explorer ship. So we obviously have the Carrack as the pinnacle of.
I know he did, Tripal, but we want to know it now.
Can always be more.
Yeah, we're nice.
No, it's CitizenCon now.
Misky. Go in the Misk line.
Yep, I'm down for that.
Then we have a selection of ground vehicles there. So there's a right mismatch.
More ground vehicles.
So
I need more ground games. More ground vehicles,
like
dudes.
An APC.
Keep pushing out the ground vehicles, man. So happy that Tonk made it this year.
Cool.
Yeah,
Melissa's out, Tonk.
Kind of,
bring out more ground stuff, man. Definitely into the FPS action.
As the ships, I think they're just really fun.
Yeah, hell yeah, they are, dude.
It's nice. They're nice things to work on because they are.
Ooh, thank you, Slime.
Small. They are.
Little DG Kuato hands.
That much less complex than a ship because they seem the same sort of setup and everything else.
That looks so freaky, Kuatu.
Yeah,
thank you so much, Slime.
In a small space, but I think the ground vehicles kind of they just add that.
They add an element of gameplay, content, FPS, battles, fun.
It's it's not all just about space. We've got some beautiful planets and being able to explore them.
I know, dude. I got to pee so bad, Razor. Okay. I'm going to pee real quick. PePe, do you have something up so people know I have to go pee? And I got to grab a beer.
PJ special,
Please tell me you have something.
Trying to just wear John down with.
Maybe option C, this hover vehicle.
You don't have anything.
Big pennies.
Delivery bike.
Delivery quad bike.
Yeah.
Could be.
You could have flying green zones though, wouldn't you? And that'd be like, actual kind of landing zones with all sorts of difficulties.
Yeah, so that's we have some Gravlev bikes in game at the moment, but this is a sort of a more stable, secure option because anyone that's flown Gravlev bikes has experienced probably some mild terror as they try and do turns.
It's been a while since we've done.
Yeah, we've not done a. I'm trying to think when the last proper Gravlev vehicle was.
Well, I mean.
Nox.
Are
you kidding me, PePe? What are you doing to me? So PePe, that is a horrible graphic.
Option D is a bomber ship.
PePe,
so we have the
PePe
A2, which is coming this patch. That obviously carries
PePe
very big bombs. Or a collection of smaller bombs.
You can't do that to me, bro.
It is our only dedicated ground bomber. We have bombers like that.
That's not what I want. That is not professional. Son of a bitch. I'll be right back. Guys. I can't. Just please. Please, PePe, that is so unprofessional.
I like all of them, but I think the visual aesthetics of the bombers is kind of like the single seat bomber. They just look cool.
I think the hover vehicle for me.
Yeah.
I'll go for the explorer ship at the start because I like big ships. I cannot lie.
Do you know? I was wondering if you were going to do it, and you did.
It's going in my head.
Yeah,
so do I stop with this? No. I think a nice big explorer ship that you can have all your friends on board because that's really where you have the huge amount of fun with Star Citizen is getting a group of friends together and just going off.
I just think
and causing chaos.
Visually, the small little kind of compacts are cool. But...
Can we have them all, John?
Maybe.
I guess we'll find
what
out.
happens if we do get like a perfect split on the votes?
Yeah.
Like Jazz can come back to be like, well, actually.
Definitely don't come down trying to split the votes.
Yeah.
So we have to make them all. But
just double your team, Ben. Double the team.
It could happen.
Yeah, I'll try. Yeah, thanks.
So yeah, that's a little wrap up at the end of the show. So obviously it would have been easier to do this in person, but the world we live in doesn't allow that at the moment.
Hopefully next year, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jared will come on in a minute and explain how to vote for these. Leave your comments and suggestions on them, and we'll see what happens. That's a wrap for us. I'm John, if you don't realise. I'm the vehicle director.
I'm Ben. First CitizenCon done. Woo. Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to the club.
Yeah.
And I'm Paul Jones, art director.
And thanks for watching our Ship Talk panel.
Do you hunger for the challenge? Pitted against nature, you will need discipline, determination, and the courage to never give up. Looks like you need a beer mate.
This is Nova AI. Application accepted. Report to Everest Harbor.
Welcome to Nova. Today you can join one of our 5 branches. Nova Core. Specializing in industry and commerce. Nova Skyline. Recreational activities and public relations. Nova Defense. Aggressive negotiations and security management. Nova Relief, our medical aid and first responders. And Nova Frontiers, the science and exploration branch. The future is in your hands.
Universe, where a hardened reaver on the edge of civilization soothes his loneliness on the spectrum.
But I'm too old to find love. That is a load of space whale crap, and you know it.
Where a slaver in the heart of Cathcart meets new people every day, but just can't find that someone special.
I can't handle it anymore, Maurice. I'm leaving. But who will subjugate your slaves if you leave?
Perhaps a little magic can happen in the cold vacuum space. From the producers of Replace Me comes a romantic comedy with a pirate's heart of gold, Sleepless in Stanton. Coming soon to the Spectrum on Cathcart Public Access.
Pepe, take the damn thing down. Pepe, take the damn thing. I'm back. Take the P, take it down. I'm done peeing.
More than money could afford and grow beyond what would define power.
Pepe.
We venture into the future and stand together in unity.
We are the Galactic Union.
Pepe, I'm the wrong way. Pepe, I'm the wrong way. Would you take it? Thank you, Pepe.
Welcome back. You're watching CitizenCon 2951.
Okay, take it down. It's
just
on.
In case
It's
you
on, Pepe.
saw the Benny Merchantman and lost all
Thank
sense
you,
of time,
Jesus.
space, and reality there. That was the Ship Talk presentation, followed by another set of community videos. So the 400i is real and visible. The Anvil Liberator may become the hero of Pyro when players are left without all the gas stations everywhere. And the Banu Merchantman aims to take the crowd of coolest spacecraft in the game.
Hold on a moment.
Like it didn't have it already. Plus, you can vote to prioritize one of the next ships to move into development. Voting should be enabled now on the very special comm link found on the robertspaceinitiative.com website.
What happened?
And
I'm logging into Discord right now. I don't want it to fuck with my bandwidth too much, but I'm logging in. Give me a second.
Just a little bit at the moment. Now,
what's going on
as
here?
for what you folks had to say during the presentation, we're going to try this again. All right, Twitch chat, don't let me down. Dial Tone said, "Yo, dog, we heard you like ships. So we made a ship to ship your ships so you can ship while you ship. Ora Valito said, they're shipping the shipping shippings. Ships. Been enjoying CitizenCon a lot. Thanks for the amazing work. Medusa1 says, it's so stupid. I love it.
That was good,
I don't know
guys.
which ship
That
he's
was
talking
good.
about, but we'll take it. Enigmarin says, the new most important ship in Star Citizen. That's still me and Jay Lee, dude. Blix88 says, pocket carrier. Yes, finally, pocket carrier.
I had to log back out because I don't want bandwidth getting all screwed up for this stream, Chris.
Balloon Merchunkman! I asked for the best of the best, and they gave me Lars 19. Back to the 400i, that promotion should have launched just a little while ago, so be sure you check that out, as well as the pre-Q&A FAQ.
I'm breaking out the good stuff for you guys.
Anticipated some of your most
Breaking
likely questions and put them to John Crew ahead of time. I hope there's at least one question about the bathrooms there.
Having a great day with my fam here.
Of course, what we really
having a great day with my fam. Thanks
fly
everybody for
the
joining me here
400i.
today. I'm having an
And I'm
absolute
pleased
blast
to
with you
report
guys
that
today.
The 400i is not only straight to flyable, but will be available when Alpha
Pepe, what's wrong with my
315
hand?
goes to PTU
Pepe, what's wrong
for
with my
Wave 1
hand?
testers, subscribers, and concierge. And as for when that is,
what did you do, Pepe?
I'm told the platform team is literally
Holy
watching
shit,
this
Pepe.
stream right now.
You should not have that
waiting
much
for me
power.
to say the word, and they will drop
It was
the patch.
definitely space herpes. Pepe gave me space herpes.
So all I have to do is say the word.
Get that cognac, Vic. Let's party it up today. You guys having fun?
That's a lot of pressure. But if I say the word and the patch drops, then they'll leave. And I'll be here by myself.
Do it.
Why would I want that?
Come on.
You know, this reminds me of the time
werewolf.
when I had that big crazy beard that I said I would shave when 3.0 came out. And then right before 3.0 came out, everybody was on the Go Live call, and everybody was like, yeah, it's ready, yeah, it's ready, yeah, it's ready. And then CR made everybody wait an additional 5 minutes just to torture me. You remember that, CR? Pepperidge Farms remembers that. All right, I've pushed the gag too far, as it seems. All right, here we go. Countdown ready. And 3.
They're doing pretty good this year.
2, 1, go. That was predictable. All right.
Dude, he's actually killing it this
Let's
year.
go now to Ali Brown, Christopher Bolte,
Jared's killing
and
it.
Daryl Barnes, and learn more about
Full
Gen
werewolf
12.
Jared is killing it this year,
the
man.
multicore of Vulkan.
There's the new prize, by the way, for people that are supporters. We're going to be calling a winner to that this week. I'm going to collect the names from all the supporters on the stream and everything, and we're going to give away the Cuddy Black with the ghoulish green
I'm
skin.
Ali Brown, Director of Graphics Engineering here at Cloud Imperium Games. And today we're going to be talking about Gen 12, our new multi-core renderer. In addition to myself, we'll also be hearing from Christopher Bolte, our core engine architect, and Daryl Barnes, our graphics programmer. And today we're going to be talking about the need for our new renderer, the architecture and how it's built.
Oh,
Vulkan,
Shikuku, we've
which
been
is the
waiting for this,
back-end
buddy.
API we use, and the progress of how we're doing so far, and then what's next for the graphics team.
Shikuku and I have been waiting for this for a while, actually. Oh, dude, I hope they're killing it.
So, to help understand the need for the Gen 12 renderer, I first want to take a look at the high-level structure of our existing renderer to try and understand
What's up, Oni?
how the new render will differ. So here you see a diagram, very simplified. Of
Yeah, this guy
our
looks like an
overall
NPC,
architecture.
doesn't he?
And on the left-hand side, you can see the 3D engine, and this is what manages all the visible objects.
This guy looks
in
like
the
an
scene,
NPC reading this
their
to us.
position, their size, and ultimately is responsible for the culling of them objects and deciding what should be sent through on screen each frame to the renderer. And obviously, the job of the renderer is just to feed out the image at the end of the frame. And to do this,
Sure, buddy, give me a second.
To manage this process, all of these objects have to pass through the single universal pipe, this conduit of information in the center. And as a result of that, every object has to come through with a certain amount of settings or paperwork and baggage.
I don't think that's
to
going to do
describe
anything.
how
Yeah,
they
yeah,
should be
you mean
configured
right?
and
Yeah,
stuff
okay,
represented
okay.
on the diagram
All right.
by these switches. So This type of design initially
You're so
seems
far
very
away from me,
flexible,
though.
and having this
Hold on a
universal
second.
pipe, you can very easily toggle.
You guys are too far away from me. I need you guys here.
For each object, but the reality
Sorry,
is
I need you guys close
the
to me.
objects and the renderer both end up extremely complicated because they have
Too
to
far away from me.
decipher this list of instructions and distribute these objects through the various pipelines and stages inside the renderer.
Yeah.
And this has to happen for every object, every frame, and this deciphering
There
ends
you
up
go.
resulting in quite a
I feel better. I feel better now. I'm sorry. I just need you guys touching me.
And it also makes the renderer quite inflexible.
I just need you guys touching me.
It's quite complicated and
Right
hard
there.
to
Ooh.
change the architecture.
Oh.
So how does our Gen 12 renderer?
Can you guys get my back? Get
Well,
my
the
back.
methodology we're taking on is
Just-
to try and
oh, yeah,
make
right
everything
there.
as explicit as possible. And we're trying to
Yeah.
minimize all these redundant connections and switches and
My ding, ding,
configuration
dong.
options and try and get things much more streamlined. So to do this, each object in the world will directly communicate with the render paths responsible for drawing that object at startup time. So when the object is first spawned, it will communicate directly with the paths responsible for it and pre-configure everything possible at that stage. Now,
Nice,
this has a
Dutch.
bunch
I
of
like
benefits.
Dutch giving us the news, man.
By speaking
Dutch is
directly
coming
to
in
the
like a
thing that's
news
rendering
reporter.
it,
He's
it
like,
doesn't
wait,
have to worry
PTU
about
just
all the
patched
other
or just dropped.
rendering systems. So we end up with a much more limited set
Wait,
of
one PTU
parameters,
just
both on the
dropped.
object and
Official
on the
announcement
rendering
from
task.
Dutch.
And all of the settings we do have are very relevant for the task, which makes things much less complicated. And it's easier to optimize, more flexible, and more modular. So each
We
of
just
these
have a lot
passes
of fun
then goes
here,
on
man.
to
We just have a
generate
lot of
low-level
fun here.
commands that are actually going to map directly to our graphics API, which is the piece of software that sits just above your GPU driver. And this backend collects and executes all of these instructions. And because there is no high-level knowledge of the rendering in this backend, it just simply does issuing commands. It ends up very simple and streamlined and much simpler than the equivalent on our
It's
old
Hammer Dookie.
so
I
the
missed you,
benefit of
Hammer
this simple
Dookie. Best
code
name
is
on the
much
internet.
easier to
Missed you, Hammer
multi-thread, Which is
Dookie.
to say, to run it on multiple CPU cores in parallel, something that is
13
crucial
months,
for
dude.
modern
13 months.
CPUs.
Thank you, Hammer
So
Dookie.
multi-threading is a complex and often misunderstood paradigm, so I thought it was worth us talking briefly about how we optimize multi-threaded code. And for that, I'm going to use an analogy of building a house, which is another complex engineering task with dependencies.
Well,
So
I'm glad
here
you can
see a
relax
list of
with us
tasks
today, Hammer
for a builder,
Dookie.
joiner,
Take the
and an
load off,
electrician,
bro.
all running one after another, and there's dependencies between them shown.
What's
in
up,
red.
Hermit?
And in this example, the house is equivalent to rendering our frame. Each tradesman might be a different system, and then the capacity of 3 people in our house is equivalent to the 3 CPU cores we might have on our system. And the occupancy, as in the average number of people in the house, is effectively the same as the CPU or GPU utilization numbers you might see in Task Manager.
Yep.
So in this
a good
example, we can
analogy.
see the project takes 11 units of time and is on average 60% full for this house. Now, this occupancy of 60% isn't the direct reason that it takes 11 units of time, and that is in fact down to the critical path of work where the builder is blocking the joiner and the joiner is then blocking the electrician. So the obvious answer here is that you need another
This is the
builder
Gen
or
12
multiple builders
Gen
to
12
work on this in
explanation,
parallel to unblock
a
the
very
joiner,
basic level.
and so on. You can keep on parallelizing this work to try and reduce the critical path. And that is our focus when we're optimizing multi-threaded code. However, not all tasks are trivial to run in parallel, and sometimes it's
Stability.
impossible to actually run them in parallel. So you'll end up with these unallocated capacity space and these bubbles.
Yep.
And in this case, if we imagine the electrician was in fact our GPU, then the fact that it takes longer is just going to result in a CPU bubble, which is unavoidable. And this type of thing happens very frequently if you have a configuration, for example, a very fast GPU and a very slow CPU, then unavoidably one of them 2 systems is going to have a bubble.
And
So
they've
we can
got to
fill
figure
these
out how to
bubbles with
layer it out
non-critical
for
work,
people's
like streaming
different
meshes or textures.
configurations
And this can help fill the
and their
unused
systems.
CPU capacity. And this can be useful to try and get some extra work done, but ultimately it's not going to improve the performance of the frame. And the point I really wanted to drive home was that the CPU and GPU
They did a good job here,
utilization, which are often
laying
looked
this
at
out in
as
layman's terms.
key indicators of performance, aren't actually the direct thing we should be looking at. They are useful as statistics, but ultimately the frame time is the only thing that matters and the critical path that resulted in that frame time. So as we roll out Gen 12, we'll hopefully be putting some new statistics in there that the players can see to help them understand the performance and understand these bubbles. And that should hopefully give a little bit clearer insight into the performance of the renderer. So how we actually achieve this parallelism in practice, that's going to come down to 2 major changes. One is the architectural changes, which Christopher will talk us through. And the second is the Vulkan graphics API that Daryl is going to talk us through.
Welcome to the next section of our Gen 12 renderer presentation.
Oh, welcome.
My name is Christopher Bolte, core engine architect here at Cloud Imperium Games. And I would like to spend the
what
next
is he
few
going to
minutes
talk about?
introducing the high-level architecture of our
high-level
in-development Gen 12 renderer.
high-level architecture. You must whip it into
For
shape.
this section, I will focus on the rendering of
We have
object
another
instances in the
German.
world, for example
This
chairs,
is
walls,
perfect.
characters or spaceships. This part of the rendering pipeline is called scene object rendering and has the largest impact on runtime performance.
We take little
There's
boxes
also a lot
and we
of
whip
work
them into
happening
shape.
on the architecture to manage operations which work on all pixels on the screen, so-called post effects, but I won't cover those. The current slide shows our existing renderer code setup. We have a main thread, which does all game simulation as well as figuring out what objects we should draw for every frame. And we have a render thread, which takes all those objects and translates their description into GPU commands to render them on the screen. The system is set up to double buffer the data. In other words, the render thread is working on data from the previous frame while the main thread produces data for the next frame. Such a setup allows easy performance improvements in some situations, but it also has two issues on modern hardware. First, the rendering code won't scale over multiple CPU cores, which can result in a bottleneck during execution. In other words, every visible object adds a certain cost. The more objects we render, the higher the cost. And as a single CPU processes this cost, no matter how well we optimize, at some object count we will run into performance issues. Second, since the main thread and render thread must be synchronized with vsync, we can end up with very bad load balancing. As shown in the slide, if the main thread takes longer than the render thread has to be idle and wait, and vice versa, if the render thread takes longer, then the main thread has to wait. During such wait time, the CPU is underutilized, especially if waiting for the single core render thread. One goal for the Gen12 renderer is to remove this kind of bottleneck and instead architecture the system without those waits and allowing every operation to utilize all CPU cores. When we utilize all CPU cores, we would still have an object limit, as every visible object must be processed. But we can process a higher object count and at the same time reduce the latency on the main thread until all objects are processed, as we will be making better use of modern multi-core CPUs. Let's take a look at some details. For example, please keep in mind that the size of the sections are chosen to visualize the cost. Relation in size doesn't necessarily translate to the same relation in CPU cost. When looking at the cost of the operations done by the render thread, a pattern quickly emerges. We pay a similar cost for every rendered object. This is called a draw call. For every draw call, some time that is spent inside our own renderer code and some part of it is spent in the GPU driver code. In the next slide, we will cover our current process as well as the next steps to move the draw call cost out of the render thread onto multiple CPU cores. We already have a level of parallelization on the main thread, used to find out what objects are visible. There we use our batch worker job system. This is a parallelization system to execute the same code on a different object instance over all CPU cores. To give an example, checking 400 objects can be split over 10 threads, so that every thread will be processed 40 objects. By doing that, the latency on the main thread until all 400 objects are done is divided by the number of threads, reducing said latency to 40 objects only. Roughly at least. As in the actual system, several low-level factors affect the execution, making this statement not fully true, but covering those would be out of scope for this presentation. The visible check itself happens multiple times per object in a frame, as an object can be visible in the main camera, but it can also be visible in shadows, or via remote location rendering, the so-called render-to-texture or RTT rendering. The slides show those pairs as simplified, as we can have more than one shadow pairs for example. Those visibility checks or culling operations are performed on all CPU cores with the batch worker system. When an object is determined to be visible, its rendering description is copied into multiple temporary buffers. Those temporary buffers are processed on the next render thread frame to submit every object's draw call to the GPU. In other words, object culling is already at the point where we want to have the draw call processing. Right now, we are in the first implementation phase. We have defined our low-level code building blocks, ensured our APIs work, and are now in the process of moving our own rendering code out of the render thread into the existing batch worker execution. This is a very time-consuming refactoring, as we need to change every rendering feature in a very old and large code base. But we have set it up in a way to allow us to gradually move over parts step by step. After this operation is done, we still copy state to a temporary buffer to be processed by the render thread. But the state which we copy is prepared in a way that we can directly send it to the GPU with minimal processing on the render thread. Doing this step will already give us performance benefits when we are render thread bound, as less code will be run on the render thread. Additionally, this is a necessary stepping stone for the next phase. After we manage to move our own rendering code to multiple CPU cores, we will start to utilize the Vulkan API. One major selling point of the newest generation of graphics APIs like Vulkan is the possibility to generate GPU commands on multiple threads. That is something which wasn't possible before, and mostly the cause for the existing renderer design. The catch is, to allow efficient parallel generation of GPU commands, the data must be prepared in a certain way. And that is what we are doing right now as part of porting the scene object rendering to Gen12 and moving our renderer code to the batch worker system. When this is done, we can implement the parallel Vulkan backend and remove the render thread. After all that work is done, our renderer should be able to process a very high number of visible objects at lower impact on the frame time. At the same time, it will make better use of the available CPU resources and have less idle time where major systems wait for each other. Thank you for your time. Daryl will now take over to cover the Vulkan side of the Gen12 renderer.
Hi, my name is Daryl. I'm a graphics programmer here at Cloud and Games, and I work closely with Vulkan and our graphics renderer to make the game look as good as it does.
That was perfectly translated for everybody out there. Just letting you guys understand.
So what exactly is Vulkan? Well, Vulkan is a modern graphics API that allows us as developers to take greater control over what you as a player sees and also affects performance greatly.
Yes! Thank you, Razor. By the way, thank you, Razor and Explodo and Jay. Thank you so much for that.
Vulkan allows us to alleviate those bottlenecks by submitting work in parallel to the GPU.
Thank you, Jay.
So I would like to explain a bit more about the software stack that's involved with our graphics in the engine. So from the image, you can see that we have a renderer front end, a renderer back end, and as well the.
Thank you, Judgment. Thank you, Flying. I hope that did clear things up for everybody.
Allows us a fine-grained control over what we develop and how we develop for
Love you, Jay. Thank you.
It also gives us flexibility for cross-platform, including Windows and Linux, and anything we may want to look at in the future. The graphics driver stage
for layman's terms, for people that are trying to figure out what's going on, because I'm going to go back and rewatch this, obviously, but basically we're talking about stability. We've been talking about stability for years. We need it.
Down the line.
They're going to give it to us.
You can see now how graphics APIs have changed over time. We're, of course, in the more modern section where Vulkan is on feature parity, essentially, with other APIs such as DirectX 12 Ultimate. You might also be wondering what a graphics API actually is, and we see that as a tool that is used for development that can interface between your graphics card as a player and us as developers so that we can give you the latest and greatest. Vulkan also has many features and extensions available to it that we will be exploring in the future, such as variable rate shading, bindless resources, and GPU accelerated.
I love seeing people working on the engine that looks like they haven't gotten sun in 3 years. That means there's a lot of work going on.
So that we can use
the more white and pale the engineers are on the engine and the code, the better I feel. So the whiter and more pale and sickly they look, the more work I know is being done.
Capturing this data allows us to plan ahead for any optimizations, and then leverage that for the
more socially awkward, the whiter, the paler, and the sicklier that these men look, that's good for us, everybody. That's good for us.
That shows the distribution available for Vulkan API versions amongst currently active players. This was captured.
I think he can look a bit sicklier, if you ask me.
There's 98% of players that are able to use Vulkan fully.
Shikuku burned to the Germans. Shikuku throwing down a German burn, man.
Some that were unavailable.
I know that Israeli and you loves to fight, buddy. I know it. I know it, buddy.
That cannot currently run Vulkan.
Natural born warrior, you are, Shikuku. I feel you, bro.
I'd like to take this opportunity to also say, please update your drivers, as we do see a few cases where this can take you straight.
Did you see my sign language for Vulkan, by the way? I thought that was pretty. I thought that was pretty interesting. I thought that was pretty good. If you really pay attention and play back the hand signals, there was a language there being spoken. I just want you to understand the genius that you're dealing with and why you watch the channel. That those hand signals, everything that I was doing there was a method to that madness.
So a render graph can be seen as a collection of stages that depend on each other. This then determines the ordering, the scheduling, and the flow of the actual frame. This allows us also to then achieve any synchronization.
Oh, she is Starlet. You're absolutely right. We were just stunned by it. We were stunned by it.
We can look at the
we love the opulence and we just it drips elegance. It just drips elegance. We love that about the BMM.
Allows us to keep track of any state of resources, and we can also validate against those resources as well. Now I would like to explain the render graph as a whole and give you an overview of how it works between the
I love
GPU
me. I love me some alien ships, yo.
I'm
warning.
Oh! So the frame is made up. Sometimes we require.
Thank you, geek.
Next time it's gonna be black.
The graphics driver used to do this for us, but now with modern APIs such as Vulkan, we need to carry out this work ourselves. What the render graph will then do is insert a pipeline barrier into the render graph and pass this work along to the GPU and switch the state. We can also cache the render graph and use any data we had from a previous frame or perhaps similar resources.
We need him a little bit more pale, a little bit sicklier, and then I know for sure that good work is being done. Never see the sun.
Change state.
Keep working.
So the idea is that we want to switch the state of a resource as early as possible.
Starlet says, Jesus, I'm a software developer and I can't listen to this segment. It's very hard to, but I will say that they have done a great job busting it down in layman's terms. They actually did do a good job busting it down in layman's terms.
We require to read from image A in the G buffer.
But yeah.
So to
that's why it's great to be on the stream with me right now, because I can make it fun and entertaining. Did you see the hand signals? Did you see the hand signal portion of this show, Starlet? What's up, Puka? How's Puka doing?
Previously, all the work for a single stage within the frame.
You totally missed. I feel like Starlet missed the hand portion signal of the show. Oh my God, Starlet!
Now let's talk about some of the more nuanced areas of our Vulkan implementation and how this affects us as developers.
Speaking of hands,
we use the DirectX compiler
little Kuato hands.
This can compile our HLSL code into Spear V.
Yeah, we need him to look more tired. You are correct, Fetson. He needs to definitely have darker circles under the eyes.
Span both the D3D set of APIs and Vulkan. HLSL is a shader programming language that we as developers can use.
I mean, Shikuku and I have actually been looking forward to this talk for quite some time. GPU. I'm paying attention. Are you, Shikuku?
This HLSL
it's pretty cool, actually, what they're explaining.
Then into Spear V. Spear V itself is not as readable, as it is seen as an intermediate language between HLSL and shader microcode.
Okay, Shikuku, that was great. Blink twice if you're being held hostage.
We can use this then to create our shader modules in Vulkan and optimize any dead code away.
Cracking me up.
DXE also gives us shader model 6.
That'd be great if he did.
Shader models have progressed over time.
Yes, it was, Puka. Yes, it was. We all had our.
Shader model 6
we had a very exciting moment here, looking at the ASMR portion of the shows, the BMM portion,
amongst many other features.
Well, thank you, Geek.
Now, a diagram.
You brighten my day being here, hanging with us, bro. Thank you, Geek.
Happens. It starts at the shader author level. This is where one of our many developers will write a shader using HLSL code with some markup integrated into that HLSL.
Well, it's Drake as well,
This
Puka,
HLSL
you know.
is then passed to the preprocessor. The preprocessor then removes any of the additional code that we don't need and is dealt with accordingly, whilst then
Taking it up another level. Thank you, Geek.
HLSL code.
Thank you, bro.
The HLSL code is then passed to DXC, and DXC will change this.
That's exactly what I
into
wanted to know.
CAV.
I wanted to know more about the
It's at this
SCU.
stage that we can
Absolutely,
carry out
Starlet.
any
I was
additional
waiting for that.
compiler optimizations and improve compile time performance even more.
It's okay, Tact. You're here with us. We're chilling out, having a good time, bro.
And the driver will then change this into microcode, which will run specifically on your GPU hardware. As I've previously mentioned,
Oh, Jay,
there have
how
been
dare
several
you.
Vulkan core versions over time.
Are you seriously? This is like a prepubescent teen right now with his facial hair. Look at the magnificent, luxurious stash on my face. Look how I make it move.
That we would like to look into.
Dance,
and
stash, dance.
Develop for in the future.
Look at that.
These are both.
It's almost Sam
resources
Elliott's stage.
And also fragment shading rate.
Jay.
Fragment shading rate can be seen as the same as.
We're out of the
variable rate
adolescent
shading,
stage right
as
now.
you may have
We
already
are
seen.
almost full-grown adult
What
here
this
on the
does
stash.
is works on groups of pixels instead of a single
Andre,
pixel at a time.
How
within the
dare you?
shader.
This is all authentic stash.
This allows less overhead in the frame.
Look at this poor man's stash.
Whilst at the same time,
I feel
allowing
bad for this
variable
boy.
Amounts of these groups.
I feel like when I shave
including
this,
variable
I should loan it
in
to this
order
guy. I
to
should shave
have
this
less
when I
fidelity
do end up shaving
where
this off.
it may not
I will
be as
send it to
important
this
to look
SIG employee
Wireless resourcing
so that he can wear a
is where
proper
we can take
stash.
large groups of.
Could you imagine this dude with my stash? We are going to mail this man my stash. Remember that. Please remind me that when I shave this, I am sending it to this SIG employee to have a proper stash. This man needs a proper stash.
This also extends to other
Look at all the
resources,
bare sections of
including
his
buttons.
face. I feel so sad for
I'd
this
now like
guy.
to talk a bit about the video RAM involved in your
An effigy. Sorry, an effigy.
VRAM used to be
Let's be
managed
really quiet so we
by
can hear this
your
for an
graphics
effigy,
driver,
everybody.
But with
Can you
Vulkan
take me out of the
and
frame
other
so an
modern
effigy can hear
APIs,
this, Pepe?
This is now managed by the developers. There
No,
are
Pepe, I
existing
don't have to
solutions
pee.
towards
Pepe,
this.
I'm
However,
just
we
saying
have
take me out of the
decided to
frame
use our
so
own
that
implementation.
an effigy can hear.
This is because
Please.
we know
I don't have to
exactly
pee,
what
Pepe.
resources are used upfront
Thank
and how
you.
much memory these resources use. Using this, we can
Could you imagine this
potentially
without me
beat
in it? I mean,
what
could you
the
imagine?
graphics driver used to be capable of. As
Let's
we know,
do it.
all
Let's
of
do it.
our resource life
Let's just do it.
cycles,
Let's do what an
take
effigy wants right
advantage
now.
of that.
Let's see if
From
we
the
like this stream.
diagram, we can see memory being paged in and out as it used to be when it was managed by.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. Here we go.
We can see memory being allocated and then sub-allocated, and we can then offer.
So here we see that the GPU device is sending data in a giant heap. This giant heap is very exciting. It could potentially make your PC very excited in an overly excited state. When your PC is in an overly excited state, please back away from the PC. It might upset things if you stand too close to the PC in its hyperinflated, excited state.
Usage and reusage of resources. I'd now like to pass you back to Alistair Brown, the Director of Graphics Engineering.
Following on from what Dowell explained there with the explicit memory
There you go,
management
an
in
effigy.
Vulkan,
That was
we
for you,
intend to
buddy.
expose some of this memory management to the player through the advanced graphics options. We're going to let you tweak the memory assigned to each system so you can balance the preferred visuals and performance.
If you haven't been
for
to a
your
DG360
experience.
stream,
For example,
you haven't been
you may
living.
wanna
Welcome, everybody.
balance the
Welcome, all
output
new
resolution of
peeps.
your
Welcome to
game
the
to a higher
fam. Good to
resolution
have
and
you
then
here.
sacrifice some
Orion
shadow
giveaway this
quality.
month.
Maybe you want to use a lower internal resolution and rely
Become
on
a supporter, get involved in all types of goodness. Great people here.
These options will all be
Absolutely love
available
them.
to you, and obviously only capped by the hardware that you possess. So to summarize, with our Gen 12 renderer, we're hoping to achieve something that is more efficient, modular, flexible, and minimal abstraction to the hardware, and uses modern graphics APIs like Vulkan. So now you know a bit more about what Gen 12 is, I'll try and let you know where we're up to.
Yeah, that's what we want to hear. How far are we into this?
So we've done a huge amount of work already. The architecture is all in place, and we're using this hybrid rendering approach where we're combining elements of the old and new render at the same time to allow us to move piecemeal to the new system. All of the
That's much
post-effects
better,
for
Exploder. Thank
lighting
you.
have been converted over, and they're all enabled by default in 3.15. And the fundamentals of scene and geometry rendering are all in place, but they're still being worked on. So our main focus is finishing that off at the moment, and once that's
What's
done,
up, OG?
our focus will shift
Good to
the
see you,
remaining
bro.
major systems, which are gas
Old school
clouds,
member.
the render to texture system, and a few special cases for
What's going on, bro? Good to see you.
After this, that's where we'll start seeing the public milestones, and the first of that will be 100% usage of Gen 12 and none of the hybrid approach. This will still be at DirectX 11, our current graphics API at this point. And then our second milestone will be the Vulkan API release. That will be optional at first and then mandatory after we've removed all the bugs. And then our final milestone will be when we have performed the optimizations for multi-threaded. So that will only happen once the Vulkan is in place and we can finally look at the performance on the final graphics API and optimize all of the remaining code.
I didn't hear a win, Chris.
So after Gen 12, I just briefly wanted to touch on what comes next for the graphics team. So a lot of Gen 12
Good to see
has
that
been
some things
focused on
haven't
CPU
changed,
performance.
OG.
So after Gen 12, we really want to start looking at the GPU performance. The first few things we'd look at here were things that wouldn't change the visuals, just improve the frame rate. Things like DLSS, FSR.
I haven't seen OG in 2 years, and last time I saw him, he was so zooted he could barely talk, and he comes in after 2 years, and he's basically the same way as he left, man. Welcome to the fucking time warp, buddy.
Shaders and primitive shaders, which is technology we can use to generate procedural geometry, and this type of thing could be really exciting for things like the planets or asteroid fields, where procedural geometry is critical.
Oh, I hope it isn't.
And then there's the big one, ray tracing.
I'm having so much fun.
We're very excited to get onto ray tracing, especially to use it for lighting, such as global illumination.
This is the NPC in game. I mean, look how realistic their NPC look. It's crazy how much they progressed.
I just wanted to say a big thanks to everyone that's been involved in this technology.
This is the new bartender.
The graphics team, engine
this fucking
team,
bartender
VFX
is just
and Planetech all working together.
Crazy good.
Of code. And we can't wait to get into your hands as soon as possible.
Always, bro. Always, OG. You know I do. They're so white on it. But they're so white. What's up, Julian? Oh, we were racing dragonflies down there. That looked fun. That actually looked a lot of fun. At Arc on the freeway, man. That looked pretty cool. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's what it looked like, Explodo. Oh, I remember that. That was awesome. Oh, yeah, I love Anar, bro. I still talk to Anar. Of course, OG. He's one of my besties, bro. Anar and I have known each other 10 years, man. We're killing it in crypto right now, buddy. Should check out my DG Trades channel if you're interested. I know you were interested in crypto at one point. You go to my YouTube channel, you can see my other trading channel, buddy. But yeah, that racing on ArcCorp looked fantastic. Fantastic. I'm having so much fun with you guys today. Thank you for being here. So glad I got some time off with you guys. Honestly, I think there's just so much detail and so much that they just keep cramming in that, like, you know, dates have become a thing of the past, and that is a good and a bad thing. Like, I do want them to focus on a lot of detail and immersion, and I think I'm fine with the amount of time. I think I'm fine with it.
I heard stories about you lot. Bounty hunting, piracy.
Puka, no, I am not a fan of the 400i. You can watch the stream when I push it out on Sunday. You can see what's up with that.
Is that all you've heard about us?
Nah.
Oh, Grizz, you son of a bitch! No.
Which means I ain't talking my way out of
Grizz?
This. Am I?
Saint Grizz? No. It can't be. No. He said quack, quack, mofo. Oh, no. I gotta talk about this on a future stream. How dare you? How dare you, Saint Grizz? How dare you? I didn't give you my email. I didn't give you my Star Citizen email. How in the hell did you do that? Don't you do? Oh wow, this is fantastic.
That's lonely, lonely, hungry work. Always remember though.
Oh no.
Big Benny's with you. Big Benny always has your back. Big Benny. Eat his food.
I think you got me real good, St. Chris. I don't think anybody's really gotten me like that before, dude. He fucking bought me the 400i. It's a fucking joke, man. Grizz. Benny.
The dude really said, update your drivers. These are my favorite kind of panels because they're precisely the kind of thing no other game studio would
Jared
ever
is killing
dream
it.
of sharing
Full
with folks.
werewolf, man.
And as CitizenCon 2951 rolls along, there was a lot to take in there, wasn't there?
Full
I
werewolf
know
Jared
server
is
meshing and the
awesome.
like are the big buzzwords, but there are a lot of performance improvements to be gained throughout the teams on Star Citizen.
The dude
And for
actually said,
graphics,
update your
they're
drivers.
not only
He said,
moving to Gen 12 and the faster and more flexible renderer that it brings, they're also focused on re-engineering for multi-core systems to provide improved CPU performance and remove some of our worst bottlenecks. And that all of this work starts with DirectX 11.
we are having a celebration
but we'll
today.
transition
Congratulations,
into
OG.
Vulkan
This is a game called
once
Star
things are ready.
Citizen that we all love.
Now,
And
the
this is
work of
our
these
festival
folks,
of the year
the meshing
called
folks,
CitizenCon, and
the
you are watching it
database
live with
folks,
us right
the
now,
optimization
OG.
folks,
That is where you
and
were at.
countless
And we are
other
having a great time
folks,
here
I use
today.
that word a lot. From teams across every studio is how we're going to get Star Citizen to
I
that
mean, Jared's killing it
performance
today.
promised
A+,
land. And
A+
it takes all
performance on
these
Jared's
teams
part
to
today.
make that dream a reality.
Full werewolf Jared is killing
And
it.
speaking of dreams made reality, hey, Sleepless in Stanton folks, don't think I forgot about you. Don't think because you're a community effort, I can't expect and demand a full-length feature. I await my screener. And in other community news, one of the best things to come out of the Star Citizen community over the years has been the creation of an app called Game Glass.
Is it just
It's
me
an
or
app
is
that
Jared really
turns your
killing it
tablet
this one?
or phone into a control surface for the game. So let's take a closer look at that now.
I mean, Jared is really killing it on this. All right, OG, we see you, buddy. Go check out the trade channel. I know that's what you're into. I know you're into making money in that crypto, so go there, buddy. Thanks for stopping in. Long time no see, bud. Keep smoking your kush, buddy. Keep smoking it. Next time you see me, I'll have some crazy hair concoction going on my face. I'll have a unibrow or some shit. Thank you, OG. Wait, what is this? What is this? Oh shit! Game Glass is upgrading the game. I heard about this. I love Game Glass. Yeah, dude's upgrading the game, man. He's upgrading his fucking his app, man. That looks great.
Now up next, we've got Anise, Mark, Morgan, Will, and Marco.
Is that
taking a
out?
look at some of the new tools
Is the upgrade out
currently in
yet?
development, including Rastar.
I gotta check it
which
out.
You may have
Did
seen
they
a
just
little bit
upgrade
of
it
in
now?
the Pyro presentation. Crafting
Is it
Worlds,
out? Okay,
Planetary
cool. I'll
Tech
check
and
it out.
Tools
I'll
starts
do it
now.
this week coming up. Very cool. Nice dude, by the way. The guy that is creator behind Game Glass. Super nice dude. Super nice dude. Talk to him for a little bit. Nice, very nice guy.
Hello, I am Marco Corbetta, VP of Technology, and we're going to talk about some new Planetary features today. First, Anis is going to give us an introduction about Gen 12 and what that means for planets. Then Will is going to talk about dynamic foliage, shaders.
So that yes,
seasons,
Starlet, there will be.
and he's going to show us a river demo as well. Then Mark and Morgan are going to talk about Rasta, our new base building tool. So let's get started
We make it
with
the planets.
Anis.
Hi, my name is Anis and I'm Senior Engine Programmer here in Cloud Imperium Games.
Oh, that'd be a horrible
My main
name to have.
responsibility is the development of Star Citizen
I'm so
Planetary
sorry for this
technology,
guy.
with a focus on planetary elements rendering.
Oh. So sorry for this man. Anis.
While there is another talk dedicated to Gen 12, I wanted to touch a little bit on how it applies specifically to Planet Tech. It's our rendering abstraction layer API. It aims to provide next generation features for our 3D engine by reducing some CPU latency and rendering command submission overhead, which is a significant bottleneck for our game.
Yes.
Part of our recent efforts have been put to modernize our old school renderer to shape it in a conformant modern API rendering style, to be suitable for the newest low overhead APIs, such as Vulkan. Today, I'm going to talk a bit about Gen12 benefits for planetary rendering features.
Good.
As I said, Gen12 key aspect is performance. The way this is achieved is to make command submission easier for multi-core CPUs. All Gen's rendering APIs rely on a single thread, in which you have the view of a single timeline where GPU commands are guaranteed to be executed in order. The driver does the rest and is responsible to handle memory and synchronization. Gen12 can scale much better, thanks to the ability to dispatch in parallel commands that are submitted from different execution units. The memory is directly handled by the renderer, and synchronization primitives are used to make sure commands dispatched in the right order by considering cross-dependencies between resources. Since the rendering driver is thinner and more responsibility is given to game developers, this opens a new opportunity to forge a new renderer for specific needs a game like Star Citizen might have. Our Planetary technology introduced a new set of engineering challenges, so we need to be very creative due to the fact that most game industry standards techniques are not working very well for Star Citizen.
Did he just say "do the fuck"?
Thanks to Gen12 optimizations, we can push our
I feel like he just said "do the fuck,"
computational
and then he said,
budgets to perform more GPU operations. This translates to better visuals, more details, and less compromises. As a member of the Planetech team, I will show you some improvements we've
there's a
recently
lot of
made
things
for
that
our
happen due to
Planetary
fuck.
terrain rendering pipeline.
Anus.
We made
Anus.
two important
Keep it clean,
terrain
Anus.
improvements.
Keep it
The
clean,
first
Anus.
is at ground scale level, and the second is for large scale purpose. Both techniques use dynamic tessellation.
I'm sorry, that's too
Dynamic
much. That's too
tessellation
much.
is a GPU feature, which allows to increase the triangle count on the fly before rasterization
Is that
stage
too
occurs.
much? Yeah, that was too much.
The new triangle are then manipulated to shape
talking
the
to myself
terrain
again, aren't I?
high-frequency details and
Yeah,
improve surface
you are.
visuals.
It was too much, though. You should.
This
you
new
have gotten there
technique is
with that.
replacing our parallax relief
I
mapping, which
shouldn't
is a
have said
per
that.
pixel technique.
I shouldn't have said to
And
keep it
instead
clean,
of creating
Anus.
geometric details like tessellation
You're making
does,
fun of his
it works
name
by
and
simulating details
it's not as
after
funny
the
as you think that it
rasterization
is.
stage, with a cheaper approach
I don't know, I
by
think it's kind of
tracing
funny.
rays from camera to surface. The second improvement targets planet visuals at long distance. This technique is also tessellation driven, and it aims to improve terrain-ocean intersection, where CPU
Chris.
geometric representation lacks for enough control points.
Has he
in the
blinked
geometry.
once? Oh, we got to
We've
blink.
reached the conclusion. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of
He
Citizen.
might be human.
Thanks, Anise. I'm Will Hain, and I work on the Planet Tech team. Over the past few months, I've been working on a number of improvements to our ecosystem spawning system, which is the
Orson.
system that
Your poor
spawns
eyes,
objects
Orson. Your
on
poor
all
eyes.
planets. We've been doing this to give our artists more power and flexibility, as well as improve performance for everyone playing the game.
Slow-mo the blink
First
replay.
thing that I did was a complete
Let's go,
overhaul of
Rivers!
how we spawn the objects. We used to spawn them on each terrain patch as that terrain patch was created, but this meant that we were limited in our control.
Right, Dutch,
in that
right.
We could only spawn new objects when we were creating new terrain patches. The new system has an entirely separate grid division of the planet, and this means that we have a lot more control over the
Blinking
resolution of
is
our
for
objects when they're spawned and how we spread it across multiple frames, which means that we get better performance in the client. This also
Blink drink.
means
This
that
guy
we're
blinks way
able
too much.
to add a setting
He's on
for
the other
client
side of the
to
spectrum.
control
He's
how
just
far
blinking
away
all the
each object
time.
preset was spawned. The next improvement we've started to look at is making the ecosystems react to their situation and surroundings more. For example, we can now introduce scaling biases for temperature and humidity.
Yeah, way
so
less
that
rocks and
certain
more
objects,
rivers.
when
Absolutely.
in
Let's get some
higher
rivers
humidity,
going
can be
here.
bigger or smaller, and the same for temperature. A new system has been designed for animal and entity spawning using tokens, which means that we can specialize our object presets better for different planets. For example, we have something similar for rocks. That means if you put a rock
Too bad we
on a
can't have a
snowy
slow-mo
planet, it goes
segment like we
snowy,
do on
and if you
Inside
put it
Star
on a
Citizen
sandy
here.
planet, it
I
looks
feel like we need
sandy.
a slow-mo
Now we can
segment,
do
but
something
Twitch
similar
doesn't
for
do that.
animals. We can specify a small herbivore, for example, and in the snow,
A
this might
herbivore.
spawn some sort of Arctic rabbit, and in the
Arctic
jungle, this
rabbits.
might spawn something completely different.
I want to see. I
We've
want to
also
see
begun
that.
to experiment with a new foliage shader that
God
takes
damn
into
it, show
account
us
the
an
health
Arctic
of the plant
rabbit.
based on its surroundings again, and the current season of the planet, though what you're seeing on the screen is far from final. In the same vein as that, we've been working towards having more dynamically placed biomes around natural areas.
Okay.
We've created dressing object presets that are automatically placed around coasts. And of course, my favorite thing to work on.
Oh, that's nice.
Rivers.
Rivers.
In the most recent couple months, I've been doing more work on the rivers to prepare them to be closer to what we would consider shippable.
What's this dude's
so we can
name,
get them
Will?
out to the players. This has included finer control of both the shape of our rivers as they flow from springs to larger rivers, but also the objects that spawn around our rivers.
Blink.
So we have control
I'm
over
not
what
dissing him on his
spawns in
blink.
the water, what is
Stash is
spawning
perfect.
on
You're
the
just
banks of the
jealous,
river,
Fets.
and what is spawning
Just jealous
further
of the
away
stash,
and blending
Fets.
it into the biome that it flows through. The other thing that we've added as well is a wet edge around rocks, both in the sea and in rivers, which reflects the fact that they were probably wet from the river, and so they look a lot more shiny. We've also been working on introducing basins to the river system so that we can have more natural pauses in our river systems and other bodies of water than just
We got a base now. We got a base.
Another major change was to stop using the planet's ocean mesh and just displacing it up to the river.
Ocean
and instead
mass.
building specific river
Yeah.
mesh sections around the river. This means that we can
Oh,
have far
mesh.
more
You're saying
control over
mesh.
the shape of the water,
Okay, all right.
and we can use our own specific river material and shader, meaning that we can specify colors,
All right,
flow,
all
and other
right.
properties of the river water separately to the ocean of that planet. Rivers aren't done yet, but they're closer to being used in production than ever before. The next steps include a planet
It
population.
shouldn't just be
tool,
mesh
so
though.
one
It should be
click to create an
reactive. There
entire
should
river
just be
system
some
across the planet,
physicality behind it.
and
I want
maybe
physics.
working on a little bit of lava flow.
I don't want it
but
just a
we'll have to
mesh.
see when that comes. Next is
I'll be happy
Mark
to
and
see
Morgan.
them, but
Thanks,
I
everyone.
want more than just the mesh. I want actual physicality. I want it working
I'm
off the
Morgan.
engine.
I'm a tools programmer from the
I don't think we're
Planetary
going to get
team,
that to start,
and
though.
Now I'm going to talk about Rasta.
I mean, that's important to me. I don't want the rivers to just be some bland makeover of what we have for oceans.
What is
I think that's
Rasta?
what we'll get from the start.
Rasta
But as
is
we go
our
along,
work in
I do
progress
want it
tool
to
for planetary locations, creation, and
to
editing.
engage with the engine.
The name stands for a mix of RTS, the game jaw, which takes the inspiration from its map editor system, and Star, as well, you know. Its goals are to replace our previous placement system based on
I would
prefabs
love to, but I
a
don't want to
better
pause right now,
object container
flying.
oriented solution.
Maybe I'll do a video
As
on
our
it.
previous system was based on prefabs, any changes to location was source of issue, as it needs to re-enable a whole set of data to have things like missions or shops to work again. With this new system, any change will be easily manageable and won't
I think you get. I think you know where I'm going though with it though. That's why you're asking.
Plus,
I feel that
as
from you,
now
flying.
object container oriented.
Andrew
it
says,
can
"Wow,
be used
Morgan looks
for
like an AI."
Outpost,
We got another
caves,
NPC
or
here.
even derelicts, and more. It works as a
This poor
modular
kid's
system
nervous.
where locations will in fact
It's
be
okay,
made
dude.
of small elements that will be placed just like you do in City Builder RTS editor. And in a matter of minutes, we now have a new location where we can now create a bunch of cool gameplay.
Cool gameplay.
Let's go to Mark, who will tell us about the connector system.
Thanks, Morgan. So, I'm Mark. I'm also a tools developer for the Planetary team. Do you know what's better than placing everything by hand? Not placing everything by hand. In order to do that, we use what we call connectors. Basically, artists create small parts of homesteads that we can then snap together. Every part is modular, so we can interchange.
Confirmation that every part that on the outposts are modular. You have modularity, and you'll be able to take like different
Every
pieces
change
and
is
parts
very
and
simple.
put them together
We can change,
when these are given to the
whole
players.
inside of a homestead,
With the Pioneer.
or only a
Eventually, it'll
building
expand upon
that is
more
part of the
than just the
homestead.
Pioneer. But yes,
In
there
that
will be
way,
modularity in the
it's
same
very
manner
easy
in
to
which the
make
ships are
a lot of
modular.
different
They're going to do the
buildings.
same things for outposts.
Once something is connected,
That's awesome.
it's considered a part of the whole.
That's what they'll do.
So it moves as one.
I'm sure
it
of
can
it.
Be deleted
I can
and
see it in the
changed,
game
and
design.
It's basically all for connectors. So back to you, Morgan.
And last but not
Hello,
least, some
are
of
you getting
might have
overloaded?
noticed
Hello,
that the
hello's
UI
getting
is not
overloaded.
looking
Listen, take a
quite like
break.
an engine
Take a
UI.
break. Hello.
That's normal,
Go get something to
as it's
eat and
based on
rest
our
up. Come
in-game
back.
UI
Hello. Hello's like
building
it's
that's
too much
worries.
information for my head to contain.
Well, today it's being used by our developers. One day, when it's ready and been thoroughly tested,
I love
internally,
this shit.
We'll
This is
make a
great.
version available to you, the player. And Rasta, it's what
Go
will make
go
you
take a break. Hello.
enemy.
He's having a brain gasm right now. It's too much, man. He needs to take a break. I love Hello. Go take a break, Hello. Go get something to eat.
For
Get some
watching.
veggies, buddy.
We
Get
are
some
very
veggies.
excited about the tech we've shown you today, and we hope you enjoy the rest of Digital CitizenCon.
Grizz.
So that was a small sample of
I think they're gonna. I think they'll open up modularity to players a bit. But yeah, I think there will be some restrictions as well, Jay. I do agree with that a little bit. Yeah, like they'll open it up a bit, but they won't go full hardcore 100% modularity for players. I do agree with that, Jay. But there will be modularity for players in some form or fashion. Oh, look at this! Our first technical difficulty. Our first hitch. Oh, we had a small hitch right there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's drink for the small hitch. Let's have a drink for the small hitch. This reminds me of Hurt Locker, man. I love Atmo. I love what Atmo's doing. This looks like some Hurt Locker. There we go. I love them. I love what Atmo Esports is doing. Highly recommend you guys check out Atmo. Good friends of the channel. Love them. Love what they're doing. Love player events. Love what they're doing. Keep it up, Atmo. You guys are doing great. A shout out to my friends over there.
Push up, moving. I got you covered. Pushing. Got visual on the bridge door. We're going in. Get down on the ground. Hands where we can see them. No sudden moves.
What is this?
It's goddamn failure, that's what it is. Command, the target is gone. We've been stitched up.
Blast it. The hub's still on. When we catch this bastard, you will run out of luck eventually.
Yes. Yes, that is awesome. You guys got to be linking this shit to me in Discord, man. We've been missing some good things.
Are you tired of that same old commuter train? Feel like you're just one in the crowd? Was that burrito the best thing about your day? Out on the frontier, there are opportunities aplenty if you know where to look, and if you've got somebody to help you find.
I like the tunes.
Somebody to pick you up when you're down.
Yeah, it looks all brand new, Dutch. You're right, dude.
There in the black. We're recruiting across our industrial, security, exploration, and merchant divisions. So if you think you've got what it takes to make it on the frontier, think Frontier Consolidated.
Good org advertisement. That's actually very well put together org advertisement.
It started in Port Olisar.
The first case was 6 years
For
ago.
sure. I don't doubt you guys in Effigy. You're right. You're right. You're right. How dare me? You're absolutely right. You guys always keep me posted of every cool thing out there with Star Citizen and other things too.
Times. Last words are...
Yeah, it's Plexus. Plexus Syndicate.
Backspace. We followed.
I'm personally not very active in though, Andre. Not till much later.
Why can't I recreate it? I just don't know what
Just
we're missing.
giving you a heads up on that, buddy.
Professor, there's a new case nearby.
No, it is not Dutch. It is Dutch.
Can they stop it in time?
Oh, that's cool. Premieres in 2960. What the fuck? That's years from now. Grizz. I can't believe you, Chris. Don't know how to fly? Dude, ran into the side of a cliff. Okay, I love this.
Struggling with your career out in the birth? We are too. But we're here to help.
That is actually very funny.
The Garden Interstellar Initiative.
That's a good commercial. That's
the Garden
funny.
does not guarantee fruits and vegetables will be available for all and cannot be held accountable for the lack thereof.
I feel a little called out by both Project Black Space and Garden Interstellar. And hey, at least we all know what
Yeah, that was Space Tomato, right? I love Space Tomato. Good dude. Good dude.
That was new. That was the Planet Tech panel, and the big news watching the chat was clearly Rastar, the beginnings of which will one day let players build their own outposts like the ones we've seen, and others still yet to come. But up next, The cosplay contest returned this year, and it's been open for a couple months now. So the community team narrowed it down to a couple finalists,
no, here
and
we
then
go.
their panel of judges have selected the winners.
The nerd off is on. Let's see who wins. Let's vote for us.
Why was I not asked to judge this year? It might be because they figured out I was buzzed on British cough syrup during the 2019 event. Could hardly tell. So let's take a look now at some of the finalists.
Oh boy, here we go. Oh no. Oh no. What is he doing? Wait, what? Oh, cool helmet. Dig that helmet. Ow. No. Replace me guy wins it, right? Wow. That's what the fuck? The replace me guy thing is great. Oh, that's working for me. It's working for me a little bit. That's silly. That's silly. That's actually kind of cool. I dig that. Cool family star citizen, man. Wow. That's good. Everything except the Nerf gun. The suit was great, but why get a Nerf gun if you're going to that extent on the suit?
And the winners. Let's see what we have here. In third place, Calamity, who's worked to prove that it's not all about armors and weapons. Sometimes you just have to look good on the dance floor at Wally's bar. In second place, Diabolus, back again and always a force to be reckoned with.
Oh my God, is that Diabolus,
this time rocking legacy heavy outlaw armor and a laser sword. You can't just add a laser sword, can you? And finally, in first place, it's OG Star Citizen Ken Shadow, who returns with a Grey Cat Errol armor, complete with
That's
backpack
so over the
created
top.
through a combination of EVA foam, 3D printed PLA, and poured
I mean,
resin
like,
for
this
the
guy
clear
did go
pieces.
to some serious
Now,
extent
true
right
story.
there.
I once spent the day pushing Ken Shadow around Disneyland in a wheelchair, but he never actually explained to me what his injury was. It's possible I was taken advantage of. Now, congratulations to all the winners, but there's still a fan favorite award. You can head over to the website now and cast your vote. I forgot to ask what the prize was,
Santa.
so I have no idea what any of these people
agree.
won, but I'm going to assume it's a 15-minute call with Tyler Wicken to ask all the when questions you could ever want. Congratulations, everyone. Up next, it's one folks have been waiting for.
Tony.
Paul Rendell and Benoit Beauséjour take us through the programming and engineering looking glass with server meshing in the state of persistence. Starting meow.
This is a very important talk. I am shutting the fuck up.
The concept of server, which has been ingrained since the beginning, has changed to become a mesh of servers.
Perfect timing, hello. Perfect
The answer
timing.
should be simple.
He did say meow. I am shutting the fuck up on this entire portion.
Hi, my name is Paul Reindl, and I'm the Director for Online Technology here at CAG. I wanted to take this year's CitizenCon as an opportunity to give you some insight into our exciting persistent streaming and server meshing technology. In this talk, I will cover a quick overview of the current streaming and server architecture and how we plan to transform the existing tech into what we call persistent streaming and server meshing. I also have Benoit Beauséjour with me, who later in the talk will give you more insight into the graph database that is powering persistent streaming. Hey Ben, how's it going?
Hi Paul, hi everybody. I'm super excited to share some of the details about what the game services team at Turbulent has been working on to support the efforts to build this technology and make it a reality for you guys.
Cool, let's get started.
Serious, let's do it.
Before we look into persistent streaming and server meshing and how this new technology will work, let's have a brief look at entity streaming and how our solar system is set up. Each solar system can be seen as one giant level, containing every single object inside the solar system. From the sun to the Ventura rock, standing as one large map.
OCS they're talking
Since
about.
this is a lot of data, the setup is split up into a hierarchy of nested object containers, which can be streamed in and out individually. If you look at an abstract view of Stanton, it all starts with one solar system root object container. This object container contains the sun, the planets, and the moons around each planet.
Everything's contained in a box.
Each of those locations then has its own object container, and
Each
if
of
you
those
take a
have
closer
smaller
look at the moon,
boxes.
you will find the entities placed around the moon inside this object container.
Everything has
For
a
example,
container.
a space station orbiting the moon. This setup keeps repeating. The space station could be set up via multiple rooms, each defined by its own object
We're
container.
all in a box.
Additionally to the static hierarchy of object containers, there are also all the dynamic entities which bring the universe to life. NPCs, an interactive vending machine, and of course players and spaceships.
Down to the very smallest
Most of these
asset.
entities are made of a hierarchy as well. For example, a player has his body, an undersuit, and armor attached to it. And they are all child entities.
I think we all like smaller
The
boxes.
streaming system treats these mini hierarchies as streaming groups to make sure
That was
that
good.
an
That was
object
a good
like
one,
a spaceship
Zach.
is
That was a
always
good one,
streamed in as one unit. Loading the entirety of Stanton into memory and simulating every single entity would be very expensive, especially on the client, but also on a single
I'm sorry, Killian. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be serious here, and tech's getting me out of the... Right. Let's get back into the zone where I shut the fuck up.
That's why we developed entity bind culling and object container streaming, which allows us to stream object containers and streaming groups individually. When the game server starts, all entities and object containers within the solar system are loaded into local memory of that game server. These entities are not streamed in, we just store the initial state in server memory. When a player connects, we create a so-called streaming bubble around that player, and object containers as well as streaming groups that are visible from the player's point of view are considered inside this bubble. Any object container that is inside the bubble will stream its content, and any streaming group within the bubble
We know
will
how
also
this
be
works.
streamed in on the
We know
server
about
and then
object container
replicated
streaming. Tell us about the server meshing.
Entities are considered inside the streaming bubble if their projected screen size on a virtual 1080p plane is larger than 5 pixels based on distance to the player. So while a large object like a moon will be considered inside the bubble from far away, a small object like a ship
goddamn
will
new
only
people.
be considered inside when it's much closer to the player. When the player starts moving across the universe, entities that leave the streaming bubble will become unbound, and the replication layer will remove these entities from the client. Entities that enter the streaming bubble will get bound to the client, which caused the network layer to replicate these entities to the client, effectively streaming them in. We call this technique entity bind culling because streaming on the client is driven by the network layer, binding and unbinding entities. If entities are not in any client streaming bubble, so no players in their vicinity, these entities are also streamed out on the server. They go back into a dormant state where they are not simulated.
You're right, Vic. You're right, but we do know this. So let's get a move on.
This model works quite well on the client. However, it doesn't scale well on the server. While we do stream entities on the server, with no players close to them, a poor distribution of players will cause the DGS to load most entities, and the more clients we try to match to a given game server, the likelihood of a player being at every single location increases. And that basically nullifies the benefit of server-side streaming. So how do we solve this? The answer should be simple. Allow multiple instances of the game server to work together so they can split up the work. Well, it's not quite that simple. Let's have a look at the current architecture. As of today, we have a traditional client-server architecture. One instance of a dedicated game server serves up to 50 clients. This is called instance, as the dedicated game server has its own instance view of the persistent universe. Once the server is full, we start a new server instance, which then serves additional 50 players.
Increase that cap limit.
As we've seen before, when a DGS instance is created, it loads a unique version
Server
of the
meshing
standard
make it
system
better.
into its local server's memory. Therefore, each dedicated game server instance has a unique copy of every single object that's part of Stanton.
I like what you did there.
As these entities only exist in the memory of the game server, when the instance is shut down, these entities are deleted.
Thank you. Thank you.
The goal of server meshing is to allow multiple DGS instances to work together and divide simulation costs between each server in the mesh. In the best case, we can scale this to infinity by adding more nodes to the mesh. As we saw earlier, each server node stores the state of entities locally. If we want to mesh these servers together, we need to find an efficient way to synchronize.
Look at all the
between each
DGs.
server. With our current architecture, depending on the vision of the simulation
I need to
and
get
the
in there and
overlap,
help them.
this would require a lot of synchronization points between each node. It's an exponential problem, as in
There
the
should
worst
only be
case,
one
each node
DG.
would
That's the
need to talk
problem.
to
You
each
have
other
too
node
many
in the mesh,
DGs.
severely
You
limiting our
just
ability
need
to
one
scale it.
DG.
To solve this issue, we are separating simulation and replication. Instead of just meshing multiple
only one
dedicated game
DG.
servers together
Sorry,
and have them synchronize state between each other, we are introducing a new layer called replication layer. The replication layer has two major functions. It holds the state of every entity in memory and replicates the state to clients, but also to server nodes. I said server nodes because in this setup, the traditional dedicated game server becomes a game server node. This server node connects to the replication layer, very similar to a client, and only a subset of entities are replicated to that server node. Replication to server nodes is controlled by the network bind culling algorithm that we saw earlier, and is driven by streaming bubbles, and it works very similar to how it works on clients. The server node has certain streaming bubbles assigned to it, which will cause the replication layer to replicate entities from these streaming bubbles to the server node. Contrary to a player's client, a server node has the additional responsibility to execute server-side authoritative code for those entities, controlling AI, doing damage calculations, etc., etc. The result of this simulation is then written back from the server node to the replication layer, and from there it is replicated to all connected clients and other server nodes. Since streaming bubbles can overlap, entities may be replicated to multiple server nodes, exactly the same way how they are currently replicated to multiple clients if players are at the same location. To avoid two server nodes trying to simulate the same entity, only one server node can have authority over any given entity. And only that server is allowed to write entity state back to the replication layer. This is usually the first server node who replicated the entity, and other server nodes will only run client code on those entities. Basically, you can see a game server node as a client with authority to write the result of its local simulation back to the replication layer. Authority can transfer between server nodes. For example, if an entity leaves the streaming bubble of the current authoritative server, it is then transferred to the next server node that has this entity currently streamed in. Further, authority can be transferred between server nodes on demand in order to load balance the mesh. Since we now mesh multiple server instances together to simulate a shared state of the universe, we no longer call this instance, but instead we call it shard. A shard is still a unique version of the universe, and we still have multiple shards running in parallel. However, the server mesh will lift our current hard limit of 50 players, and it will enable us to steadily increase the number of players we can support within one shard. It will take some time, and in our first version of server meshing, we will still have a very similar situation as we have today, with quite a few shards running in parallel. However, this technology is going to enable us to start scaling the universe to become a true MMO experience. There are some fundamental differences between a shard and an instance, and for this we need to take a closer look at the replication layer and talk a little bit about persistent streaming.
That's going to be a lot of work.
It's going to be a lot of fucking entirely in memory on the dedicated game server. And besides some selected persistent player items, all that state would be lost when the servers shut down or crashed. The replication layer is fundamentally different, as the entire state of the universe is stored within a graph database. We call this entity graph, and it's an evolution of the original iCache. When we create a new shard, the initial entity state of the universe is seeded into this database. This happens offline before we let player join the shard. When the shard comes online, the replication mesh caches the state.
They made it the right color as well.
As player connect to the shard, and as we start to spin up new server nodes, simulation begins and alter the state of the universe. The replication layer does not only replicate these state changes to connect players and server nodes, it also replicates the state into the entity graph. Since the entity graph is a persistent database, the state of the shard is never lost, and even if the shard is shut down, the state persists and can be resumed at a later time. Benoit is going to show you some more technical details about the entity graph.
Thank you, Paul. Get ready for a deep dive into the entity graph persistence database. The entity graph is our approach to persisting the game world. This is fundamentally different to what is happening today in the game, where only items you own are actually stored. Our objective is to be able to save the state of the replication layer, which includes all entities in a given universe shard, in order to provide a truly persistent world, where actions you take as a player can influence environments in the game world permanently. The entity graph, as the name implies, stores game data as a graph. This representation is native for the game engine because it is how internally those data structures the game uses are addressed and manipulated. Using a graph also has several advantages. We're basically storing and retrieving from a gigantic indexed list of nodes and edges, and those edges between those nodes are optimized in a sharded database. But in order to properly explain the system, we must first view the
if they're
game
going to
world
stack,
as the game engine sees
they theoretically could though, Rhythmic. What they're talking about is stacking
linked together in hierarchical structure. You can picture this as a tree, which
but
is a
that would be
specialized
so
graph.
very difficult to do.
This is how the game engine holds and simulates the elements on screen as it is running the simulation. In a server meshing world, this is also how replicants hold the entities in memory for each of their assigned territories. For example, a ship is made up of several entities that make up different parts of the entire playable vehicle. Each part is parented to another entity until the root of the ship is reached. Each of these entity nodes holds properties with regard to what the entity represents in the game. The class of object it is, the item type, its
Same in
legal
effigy,
owner,
same, dude.
orientation, and of course its very precise physical location within the game world. Each edge in our graph qualifies the relationship to the parent. In the case of a vehicle, our edges store properties that tell the system which port is being used to attach the entity into
For
the parent
persistence
and what
sake, yes,
kind of
Hammer, they
attachment
have to do that.
item
They
port
have to do
attachment, a
that.
zone
In order
attachment,
for it to be
many
like
others.
persistent.
In a
Yes.
constellation, for example, the different major sections of the hull are entity
You get what I'm
nodes
saying,
with
Hammer?
edges to the ship root.
Yes,
We
yes,
call this
dude.
small graph of item an aggregate because it is a whole movable unit. The ship root in this case is called the aggregate root because it sits at the top of a logical object. You can think of what you normally call an item as an aggregate, with the aggregate root being the actual item you are talking about. For example, a first-person weapon with attached scope, mag clips, and laser sights is a small hierarchy of entities.
That's
We
right, Hammer.
distinguish
That's
the
right.
aggregate roots from other nodes by giving it a label.
I don't know.
Labels allow us to distinguish
they're thinking
and
the
rapidly
engine's gonna
look
take up the
defined
slack,
nodes of a specific type,
Gen12,
either when we retrieve
and
parts
that's
of the
why
graph
they
or when we look up specific
put the
nodes.
presentation as
Those
such, I
labels
think.
exist to allow correct reversal of the graph data when we query for specific things in the game world. Other labels include streaming groups, universe root, star system root. This allows us to really look up and index those types. But the tree depth doesn't stop there. Additional information is required for a fully functional ship. The insides of each of those structural entities have to be fleshed out. Object containers are the building blocks of how space division is achieved, which aggregates and what part of the hierarchy they're in. In fact, most major areas of ships are represented as OC entities attached to the ship root or another OC. The shape of this data actually takes in reality is driven by designers. Of course, then, each of those object containers also contain entity hierarchies as well, expanding to have the common static and dynamic entities you're used to playing with, like elevators, beds, guns, seats, gimbals, and others. In addition to object containers that make up the structure of the ship, other aggregates can also be attached within the hierarchy of our ship. For example, a rover parked in the cargo bay of our colony will be attached as a sub-aggregate attached to your ship's cargo grid. Same goes for turrets, which are changeable and themselves expose item ports, allowing guns to be mounted. For each of those entity nodes, a snapshot document is also stored. This document contains all the runtime values, the game components attached to those entities. This data is the dynamic part of the model where game developers can persist variables on any entity in the game world according to the rules of a game component. For example, damage state and health data are stored within the snapshot document of those ship entities. Storing and retrieving data in graph form
Absolutely,
really
Baki.
have some
Absolutely, dude.
awesome
Welcome to the stream,
properties.
Baki. Good to see you, bro.
It's a native structure to the game engine, so it gets loaded rapidly. It's very simple and effective to serialize and transport because it's just a list of nodes and edges. There are optimized databases that we can use that allow us to fetch entities recursively in a traversal rapidly.
I don't know though. To
And
stack,
the data set
you'd have
can
to
be
have so many
sharded across multiple
replications. It would
database
be
instances
ridiculous, man. I mean,
one
that's a lot of
key
fucking
element
data.
here, and one big advantage of
I have
having
no
a graph
idea.
data is also that we can reduce writes. So, in order to reduce that, all the hierarchical changes that we need to do can be minimized. For example, if we want to detach mutation command, will detach an entity from the hierarchy. In this case, a single edge must be erased, which is a very inexpensive operation. A nice side effect of this is
Welcome
also
back,
that
Wind.
it's the same operation where they were detaching a single entity or an entire aggregate.
That's what I'm
in
saying
both
in
cases,
Effigy,
the single
right?
edge must be erased in order to perform the detach. Rolling away in your stowed rover, detaching a gun from a replacement or for a replacement, or selling a turret becomes really a
Good
cheap
to see you, bro.
operation
We're
to
never
persist.
bored
That
here,
is
man.
good
It's
because
fun over
that
here,
happens
buddy.
very frequently.
Welcome to the stream, man. We're
Compared
being
to
very
columnar
quiet
approach,
though
where
during this
index
part.
columns must be maintained for every write, linking all objects to the aggregate route. This is a great performance improvement. The same properties apply with the attach command, which will only have to create a single edge when rejoining items to the hierarchy, be it via attachment or parking another vehicle on a docking hub. The attach and detach commands are two of the many semantic commands that the Entity Graph API proposes, allowing to express a mutation
Dash,
to the
I
graph.
love you, bro. Very
Other
soon.
example
St.
of the
Grizz
different
actually gifted me a
commands
400
are
I
create,
during the stream.
possess,
Can you believe that,
transfer,
man?
stack, unstack,
Crazy.
change
Quack,
location,
quack.
change snapshot, bury, stow.
Thank you, Timber Justin. Like, great name, bro.
One important change.
Thanks for the follow,
in
man.
addition
Welcome to the
comes
fam,
about
dude.
With the entity graph is also how mutations are applied to the database.
I mean, like, to me,
each mutation is composed of multiple commands.
I just feel like it's going to be a data overload hammer, you know? But I don't know. I don't know.
They either succeed together or fail and roll back together. This ensures that the changes to the graph are always consistent and no lost writes or errors can cause data corruption. For example, a mutation consisting of detach,
That would be great,
transfer,
Dutch. Yeah,
and
I mean, like,
attach
what he's
commands would
explaining to
succeed
me is,
only
like,
if
great
all three commands
in
are
one
applied
instance.
successfully.
But it feels like
The
there's
system
multiple
retrieves
instances
the
because of
constant
stacking,
ordered
so
streams of mutation from the replicant scribes that are part of the replication layer and are
It's-
enqueued
it's-
in
it's a-
durable
it's
queues
an- it's
to
a
ensure that
massive
no
amount of
message is
data.
lost, even if the service is unavailable or paused. It's important to understand that the graph does not only cover your ships and items, but the entire game world is made of this way. Your ship is actually attached to the zone host location you travel in. Your playing character is attached to your ship seat when you are piloting it, just like planets are attached to their star system routes.
it's essentially a snapshot. The snapshot gets fed to the others
The game
through
world,
stacking.
though, must exist in persistence before it can be replicated
Right.
and mutated. This is part of a process called seeding, where a new database is created by the replication layer. It is during that process that millions of entities are initially created in a sort of a big bang. At this stage, every object container, every minor or major entity from planets to doorknobs are inserted into the entity graph in their default state. That is, the state that the designers decided was the initial state of the world. This process goes down from the universe root to the star system root, and into the different areas and planets, into their landing zone, their buildings, their rooms, down to the smallest
what we said,
possible
Dash.
entity. There are multiple types of entities that are created during this process. First are unstreamable entities, which make up the skeleton of the universe. Those are entities you do not get to see, but are part of and always present on every worker node in the mesh. It is by looking up unstreamable entities that the game world is able to stream in the other types of entities into your client and into the server mesh. It is from those entities that others' entities bloom. Static entities make up the game world that you cannot interact with. Most map objects that make up buildings like the Hurston Tower,
That makes
rooms
sense.
and walls of hospitals,
That won't be
or the
data
bar at
intensive,
G-Lock
right?
are all
right,
made up
right.
of static entities.
Right.
And
Static entities
the last
are not going to
type
be a big
is
deal for
dynamic
stacking,
entities.
right?
These are
Dynamic entities are going to be
you as a player can
the issue.
manipulate. A
Right,
bottle on
right.
a
Dynamic
bar, a
entities
door
are going
in
to
a
be the
level,
issue with
a ship
stacking.
component. Everything you interact with when you're playing the game.
I get why they're doing it though.
Of course,
This is to
during
create.
seeding,
This is to
all
create
object
a
containers are also
higher
seeded as
player
part of
count.
this hierarchy
All
and
this is to
inform
get
the
like
shape
a
of the loadable
more
subgraph.
people playing in the same
The seeding
instances.
process takes a couple minutes to complete.
This could
Once
essentially
created,
create an
this newly
infinite amount of
seeded
people
database represents
sharing
a
the
full
same instance
dimension of the universe,
in a way.
and will now persist.
Like
as
what
it
they're
is
trying to do is
modified
just
by
make it so
players.
that everybody who's
As you
logged
play
on
the
is
game
sharing
and
the
go
same
about with your
information,
ship,
the same
your
data.
playing character
It's essentially
entity moves from
snapshots
location to location, getting
stacked and
attached to
layered
new
so that
zones
everybody's
as you
experiencing
travel.
the same thing
Your
at the
player
same time.
aggregate is
So that
itself
there
part
is
of the
essentially
gen
no
graph,
player
and
cap
the
is what they're
location and
talking
state are
about.
persisted by the
But
replication
some people
layer
do not know Killian.
scribes to the
I'm
entity graph of
explaining
your
it to
given
the people
territory.
who don't
When you
know in a
interact with
layman's
dynamic
terms, and I think
objects
I'm doing
and
a
their
good job,
properties
Killian.
change, the state
I'm
of
sorry
that
if it's not
entity will
German
persist
enough for
until
you.
this
But this
instance
is
of
what's
the
being
database is
explained right now. Okay, okay,
There
Kill.
are, in
Let me just
fact,
explain it
multiple
to
copies of
everybody.
the
All right.
universe that are seeded at a
Fucking
given
Killian.
time. We
I
call
love
those
him.
shards.
He doesn't know. You don't know how hard it is sitting here trying to explain it to everybody, Killin. I must explain it
Think
perfect.
of it as an alternate universe.
I will whip
Dynamic
DG if he
entities
does
that
not
have been
explain it
modified in
perfectly.
Each dimension will have different states. The bottle on the bar was moved, or the door was destroyed.
This is actually quite fantastic. My only gripe is that I think it's a lot of data to sift through, even though they're snapshots.
Can grow to host multiple millions of entities.
I'm
even if
skeptical.
each shard database is clustered and can grow substantially past a single machine, there is a point where multiple clusters are
on explanation.
As you join the persistent universe, the matchmaking system is getting retooled in order to select the correct universe shard for you to play on, using multiple data points like your friend's location, your active party, your last game session.
It's a great way to attack the problem.
On it that you own.
It's a great way to attack the problem in theory. There needs to be a lot of work being done on this. They're giving 4.0 as the patch where this will be released in its origin state, in its very baby infancy state. They're saying 4.0.
In order to provide
Q3, Q4 of next year.
It would be terrible if you lost items.
This is quite a way to attack the issue. This is very innovative,
or if your character was
but a lot of
bound to a
work.
shard forever.
A lot of work.
To alleviate this, the system includes the concept of stowed and unstowed entities. An item is considered unstowed when it is currently active in a shard database and being actively simulated on by the worker nodes of the replication layer. Stowed entities are player-owned entities that are stowed in inventory containers or location inventories. Those entities live in another database entirely, called the global database, a large clustered database that spans all shards. Aggregate roots in that shard are stored and linked with edges to inventory nodes. Any entity in a shard can have an inventory node in global for stowing things in it. For example, a box entity that is unstowed in a shard would have an inventory node in the global database to store its content. This allows to keep unsimulated entities in a non-shard specific database while keeping the live aggregate
and takes down processes.
As you transition
lightens load
shards,
on server load.
That's
actually quite,
this
that's something that
effectively moves
that's a no-brainer. That's literally a no-brainer to do that.
To the shard database.
Right. We know that. That's
your player entity now gets simulated by game worker nodes.
Right. Exactly.
And is being updated
Dutch.
at a regular rate as you play and move around the game world. Accessing items that are stowed, like a ship, from the ASOP terminal is basically reading the inventory contents of the global graph at your location. Same goes for personal inventories or cargo inventories. When you request a ship to be spawned,
there's going to be a lot of work on this, Jerry. They're simplifying it, right, Jerry? But like taking these instances and stacking them on top of themselves to have a shared instance is their way to attack a solution to server meshing and increasing player caps.
In any shard.
It's not going to be easy.
The global database is where all of your stowed items will live. Hero items will always be available for unstowed.
Absolutely ostentatious. Absolutely.
Already in use. The process of stowing and unstowing also helps to alleviate problems related to entity authority so that only game worker nodes
4.0 is going to be huge, just like 3.0 was.
In that shard. This brings about a nice property of the server meshing and persistent streaming architecture in that the state of the entities that are being persisted transactionally in play, be it in a shard or a global database through stowing, a single server crash, or 30K, should no longer result in item loss. This model also has a real scalability benefit that stems from the separation of the read-intensive workloads that are isolated to the global DB from the
Benoit, you got me excited. That is something I did not think about.
The global graph exists to provide seamless access to your belongings no matter what shard or alternate universe you're currently playing in.
I don't know why I didn't think of that, Benoit. Benoit Beauséjour.
Okay, let's go back to Paul to learn about some of the benefits of the server meshing architecture.
Yeah, the first benefit is obviously the advantage that we don't have this issue of synchronization between different server nodes. Each server node has one single connection to the replication layer, which is used to push and get updates for entities of interest.
Look at all those
The second
DGs.
advantage is that the same streaming and replication logic that we already use for clients can be applied to servers, and that server nodes will only stream in a small area, which
I'm
will
back. I
greatly
never knew I
increase
left.
performance.
Did I leave?
It also allows us to increase resilience down the road. As long as the client is connected to the replication layer, the client stays connected even if the server node crashes. In this case, the simulation for an entity may be stopped for a moment, but as soon as a new server comes online, the simulation will just continue. While the underlying tech is close to completion, there are some upcoming challenges that we need to solve before we can give that into your hands. The first version of this technology will contain a static server mesh. Instead of the fully dynamic mesh that we saw earlier, the static mesh assigns server nodes to predefined sections of the solar system. This will reduce the amount of authority transfer that game code has to address in this
I think they're all running simultaneously.
There will
and
also
they're
be a lot of
stacked.
challenges for the
Conk.
game services and game feature teams. Or maybe Benoit can give a little bit more.
Yeah, there are many parts of the game that are affected by this new server meshing architecture. So any gameplay features that has to rely on the concept of
right,
a server.
Conk? I know,
Like currently when you
dude.
connect
I
to a
know.
game server,
I'm right there with
we
you,
know
Conk.
what match you're in. So to send messages and update to that server, we simply locate your active match and then send those messages out there. That concept needs to change because we now have a mesh to deal with. And so there are multiple game servers that need to receive this information. They need to be able to subscribe dynamically to it or unsubscribe dynamically to players transitioning through them. So you can imagine that this will affect things like missions that currently are spawned locally on the game server. These now need to be spawned globally within the shard and also persist their state. So all services that are attached to missions, whether it's the quantum system in the back end or the quasar tools, need to now know about the concept of a shard. This also goes deep into like things that are mechanical, like getting global chat to work on a server. That concept now needs to be extended to the shard, where this will probably push us to implement this as a location-based chat, for example. And so many teams in the company now need to change their feature to take into account the meshing technology that's behind it, because the concept of server, which has been ingrained
Hence
since the
the
beginning,
meshing and
has
server
changed
meshing.
to become a mesh
Right,
of servers.
right. I like how they're attacking it. That's actually
So I also want to shout out to the network team
quite
who's working on the
interesting what they're
replication
doing.
layer and the bind culling, as well as the persistent tech
stacking
team
shards.
who's working on the entity and object container streaming. And as Benoit said, also all the other teams that work on gameplay features or gameplay services that are affected by this new technology. There are a lot of devs working on this, and we are very excited to push on this new technology. Thank you for your time.
That was very well done. That was actually very well done. I appreciated that talk. That's a lot of work, guys. Like what they explained is in theory is really great, but that is going to be a lot of work.
Working good. Hey, look, I don't have much time. They call me Chris the Menace.
I don't think 4.0 personally.
I am here at the Cluster Rehabilitation Center.
I don't think 4.0. I don't think next year. I don't think next year. If they get it done by the end of next year, I'll be shocked. That's a lot of work.
I can't leave. I am being
They're essentially restructuring
I don't have much time. Please come and
quite a bit. Win. You know, there's never going to be a DG360 video on here because it's just me hanging out with you guys having a lot of fun. Like they're never going to put a DG360. I am such the black sheep of the SC community. Oh, we really love that, Starlet. We actually really love that. Very well done, and I stayed quiet for a lot of it. Hey everybody, do you like your M50? Do you like flying? And it's so nifty. Hey everybody, it's the interlude. Would you drink with attitude? I'm in the mood. Oh, sorry. That was so fucking good. God, I got bars. I got bars beyond bars. Bars like the stars, yo. Just saying. Smooth tunes of DG360.
Miners are of a unique breed.
I did. It felt so good. It felt so good.
It's not about doing the job. It's about doing the job right. No matter how small or big, you need the right tools.
You remember the Skin Pico movement?
Argo Astronautics.
Hey, Hammer, you bringing back the
job right.
hashtag Skin Pico, man. That's old school, buddy. That's old school. We're going to take the skin of Pico and put it on our ships.
From our starfarers to our labs, offices, and facilities.
What is this?
And in communities around the verse.
In FG, remember Skin Pico.
To to provide the energy solutions
Oh, Sigelian's a good dude. I like
that
Sigelian.
advance modern life.
Whoa, what? Hey. Work on that FOIP. Work on that FOIP. Work on that FOIP. Work on that FOIP. Calibrate your cameras.
Energy.
Ultima Energy, where you need to calibrate your cameras. Calibrate your cameras today, ladies and gentlemen.
Who said he could use my set? All right, fine. So we're going to redo the whole thing now with no graphics and orange lights.
Full Werewolf Jared is killing it today, dude. Full Jared fucking...
we introduced the replication layer. New and improved architecture for meshing servers. It solves our problems observed in the naive meshing approach, namely multiple connections and authority. The entity graph is
they're
the
attacking it
persistence
differently.
of the replication layer and uses graph data to persist the entire game universe. And the main focus of all of this is on making all game systems and features work in a no server concept where multiple servers are needed.
Pretty good.
Also, that the first release will likely be a static server mesh, and it will come, as all things do, I see you asking in the chat, when we feel it's ready.
Yeah, it'll be a long
He really
time.
comes in here and uses my lights. Now, moving along, earlier in the day, we saw the first look
Pretty
at
much,
the
Starlet.
Liberator,
Pretty
revealed
much.
earlier today.
They're
during
attacking
the
it.
Ship Talk panel.
It's pretty
So
innovative
check out
how
the
they're going to
website
attack
learn
it.
more,
But it's going to be
and
a
you can
lot of
submit
work.
your
They're
questions
stacking.
for the
They're
Q&A on
essentially,
Spectrum
Starlet,
that'll be
they're
released in
stacking
the
it.
coming days.
They're stacking
Also,
shards
don't
on top
forget
of one
about
another.
the
They're taking
hashtag,
snapshots
SC
from the
Watch
multiple
Party on
instances,
Twitter and
loading
Instagram
it in a
contest.
general
I
database
can't
so that all
help
shards
but
could
notice
communicate
that,
and see the same
morphologists
thing at the same
and
time.
burps
So
have
it's
one
quite
going.
innovative, but will take a lot
I
of
wasn't
work.
invited.
And I don't think it'll get done next year, but that's my
I wasn't
personal
invited
opinion.
to any of them now that I think about it. I mean, 315 is not out yet. I could just
In layman's terms,
backspace and
Starlet.
respond
I might
there
make a
and check.
video on it, but
I was going to do a gag where I hit the button and then fell on the floor, but
Benoit seems like he's got it down.
But up
Benoit
next,
seems like he
my
locked it
vote
down
for
pretty
sleeper
nicely.
hit of the day. Addie and Graham take us into
Innovata.
the world of Claudius, the next big thing
A lot
from
of work at
CIG
TIFF.
Audio.
Yeah, right,
in
right.
The Sounds of Space, starting now.
It was a good segment, and they actually broke it down pretty nice. There was a lot of DGs. Just remember, server meshing involved a lot of DGs. Just remember that, Starlet. You'll know when you rewatch it. You understand when I say this right now. You'll understand when you watch it. Like, oh yeah, it does involve a lot of
my name's Graham
DGs.
Phillipson, and I'm lead audio programmer here at Cloud Imperium Games.
Hello,
Totally a lot of DGs. If you want dynamic server meshing to work, you got to have a lot of DGs.
And we're here to talk about some of the big developments we've
Very
got going
true.
on in audio
Very
tech,
true.
specifically SIG Audio and
Back at
Claudius,
server time.
which is a new audio engine layer and associated tool that we hope will greatly improve the development experience of our sound design team.
Getting started on this project can be quite challenging due to the amount of tools that we have involved in implementing audio into the engine.
And with the Claudius tool, we aim to streamline that process as much as possible. This talk will be very much focused on workflow and tech, and as such, there won't be
Wrong camera, dude. Over here. Look at us. You're looking at the wrong camera.
Like that. But you know,
This
this
guy's-
is all about how
there we go.
improve the
There we
workflow
go.
for our
There we
sound
go.
design team. And we
There's
know
only
these
one
guys
DG.
can make amazing sound.
No, no,
anyway.
no, no, no. Back over here, like this guy. No. You guys are you're fucking it all up, guys. God damn it, get this camera angles right. God damn it, somebody needs to talk to these men.
So before we get into the new stuff, let's take a little look at the history and where we are now and what inspired us to go down this development path. Up until this point,
I am having
so
a
much of
blast
the
today.
data
Thank
that
you.
we use has
I'm
been
having a
owned
wonderful
and
time with
stored
my fan
in the
here today.
data
Thank you
of
for,
other tools that are not
being
owned
here. I
by
love you
the
guys.
audio team or by the audio code team.
Fucking A is great.
Tools such as Mannequin, the character tool, TrackView, UI Code, DataForge. All of these tools are designed for other teams to work with, and audio can sometimes feel like a bit of an afterthought within those tools. Additionally,
I'm trying my best to keep you guys happy and entertained, man. That's what I do. I want you guys laughing and smiling too. You know what I mean?
Around different areas, it can be difficult to dig in
Damn
and find
it!
what we want.
Damn it, Rhino!
Also, when
Do
we're
not say
loading
that.
these tools, we have to
No,
load up
Pepe's
all
still
the data.
here.
So, for example, if it's an animation tool, we have to load lots
He's-
of
he's
animation data.
very
when
naked
really
right
we're
now.
not actually working with that. There can be huge learning
least put the
curves involved
poncho on,
and lots
Pepe.
of time spent switching between
I mean,
tools
Jesus.
that impacts our development by swallowing
Shout
up
out to Pepe. Thank you. First level energy here. Thank you, Starlet. Always.
A lot of our
Dude,
ways
look
of
at
working
5
haven't
hours and
changed in a
22
very long
minutes.
time. And we thought it was
Staminu all day long. Staminu of a 19-year-old, very virile 19-year-old, still
completely new design.
First level energy all the time here on DG360. Very exciting. That's what I give to you guys. I'm no slouch. I'm not bored. I'm having a great time with you guys. Staminu.
And this is what we came up with.
Thank you,
So with
Starla.
Claudius, what we did was we put
I made that
workflow
up.
at the very
Staminu
core of the
shirts
design.
coming.
From day one when we started
Pepe, make a
working on
note. I want
design of the
Staminu
Sig
shirts
Audio and
along with the
Claudius
fifth shirts.
We wanted to make sure that workflow was
Should we go
always the
Stamini?
focus of how
I feel like
things were working.
Stamina. I feel like we go Staminu on this one. We're changing it up. We're going
And we
Staminu.
wanted to make sure that the tools could be as smooth and as fun to
Staminu.
use as they possibly could be.
I think that this designer comes first workflow is quite important, and it's going to become an
Oh yeah,
integral
Sketch. Did you
aspect
see?
on this
Did you
project.
see Elite Expeditionary give us a shout out here?
Currently, we have quite a bit of
DG360.
focus
Such a
shifting,
nice
and
dude.
that tends to break momentum.
Thank you, Sketch. Yeah.
Not
Elite
only that,
Expeditionary gave
audio seems to
DG360
be
a shout
treated
out.
lot
Such a
as
nice dude.
production
Such a
aspect
nice
of the game
dude.
at the moment, and this tool's going to help shift that to post production, where it should be.
I love Overclock.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great
That's a really
machinima.
good point. One of the main things we wanted to do with the tool was to make sure that it could be used as a post-production tool, so that you could effectively take a finished feature of the game.
Rage,
where
thank you
no
for
audio
those
guide is in it
biddies.
At all. The audio code could be implemented
Appreciate
really
you.
quickly, and then the sound design could be implemented on top of that really quickly. And this could
I feel
all
like
be done
that's his
completely
first pledge
downstream
right
of all
there.
the stuff
Sharing
happening
100
for
bits.
it.
Thank you. Thank you,
Obviously,
Rage.
In practice, we're working on this game in parallel with lots of other teams, and we never work in the sort of post-production way.
Thank
that,
you, Sketch. Thank you.
like,
Yeah, great guys over there. Love
actual
him.
film
Love what he's
post-house
doing.
would work. But by carrying
It's
over
crazy
some of
that
those
Ava is his
principles,
wife.
we think we've made
That
a
is
really
that
good
is
tool,
great.
and part of how we've achieved that
He
is
literally
by
made his wife
completely abstracting
a
the
sex
audio
bot.
data
Not to
away
be
from the code that calls it.
disrespectful,
The code
but
and
I was
code
like,
knows
wow,
nothing of what the result
that is
of what-
awesome. That his wife
what
was
it's
like, yeah,
saying
cool,
it
I'm
will
down
do.
with that.
So it will trigger some parameters and some events, but it doesn't know what the audio system will do as a result of that. And there's a very
It's
clear
amazingly
decoupling
well
between
written.
the audio system
Wonderful.
and the
Go
game
check it out.
that calls
Overclock. That's on the
And
channel. It's
likewise, within
wonderful.
the audio
Love
system,
that. Love the
we,
machinima. So good.
We don't care where the events and parameters came from. All we care about is what we do with them and how it makes things sound good.
And now, with all this data in one place, it's going to make it extremely swift and also a lot more inclusive to fix bugs.
Who does this
By
guy
inclusive, what
remind
I
me
mean
of?
is audio
Why-
QA is gonna
who is this guy
become an
reminding
even
me
more
of right
integral
now?
part of
What
the team. They're gonna
are
be
you
able
getting
to
some vibes
quickly
like this guy's
fix
reminding
these
you of
things on
something
the fly.
from a series you guys watched?
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. Like, because we've got all this data in one place, and we've
Oh
also
my
got the
God!
data
Yeah.
behaviors in one
Oh my
place.
God!
What we've done
It's like
is
a
we've
Harry
integrated
Potter
all of the plugin
Spider-Man
tools
mix.
into the
Yeah.
exact same tool
Holy shit,
that
you
the sound
guys!
designers
You
are
called
using.
it.
So an audio QA person is working in exactly the same place, but they've got an interest in some different data. So what they
Oh my
care more
God.
about is
Harold Ramis
why
too.
is something not sounding as it
Very
should?
good.
or
You guys
is
are on the
system
ball
behaving
today.
As it should. And we want to offer
All
up all
three.
the information
Agree.
that they need. And what that means is that then they can easily pinpoint where the problems are. And in some cases, they can probably fix them because the fixes become so obvious. Coupled with that is that we want the sound designers to be able to completely trust the tool so that when you implement something in Claudius, you know it's going to work in game. And fundamentally, there should be no difference between you implementing something and playing it out and actually running the game in a real game scenario and doing the same thing. So what we want to do is make it so that if anything doesn't work, that's a code bug, that's on us guys, we need to fix it, and you guys can completely trust the tool. And that means that you don't need to spend lots of time testing.
I think trust is a good word. I think that trust is also going to be coupled with just a whole new improvement in our daily lives when it comes to implementing audio into the game.
Tech, you taking me along everywhere you go, Tech. Oh yeah.
So let's take a little look at Claudius.
I feel like I'm walking there with you, buddy. I'm right there with you,
visual
Tech.
scripting language that allows you guys to implement whatever you want, and we provide tools that hopefully allow you to do all the creative things that you need to do with the audio. But the design of Claudius under the hood is interesting.
Just got out of the dispensary
the
with
tool
Tack
itself
right
doesn't
now.
hold any data of its own. All it does is exposes data that exists within the game engine. What this means for us is that live update, as in when you make a change in the Claudius tool, it live updates in the game and it immediately responds, and the change that you made is immediately apparent.
It's been this
in the
way
game.
the entire time in
That means it
FG. You know what I
comes
mean?
standard
They're very.
because we're actually
I mean, they've
operating
been
on the data
innovative
that
from the
game
very
is running
get-go.
with. And actually, because of the design, it's not possible to implement
in game
an audio
development
feature without implementing live
bar
update.
none. Cloud
And that
Imperium
was
has
at the
done
very
so
core
much
of
for the
this
gaming
design,
industry.
Because again, we were completely
It's
thinking about
ridiculous.
workflow, about ease of use,
It's
about
literally
limiting the amount of time
ridiculous.
you guys
Even down to the
spend,
funding, even down to the
rebooting
way
the
that
game
games
or,
are
trying
funded.
to get your
You
actions to
know,
be
down to the very
reflected in the
roots
game.
of game development, they have changed the way games are going
You
to be
already
made. It's
mentioned
just
it, but I think that
ridiculous.
little to no code support aspect of Claudius is really going to be groundbreaking for us. I think that life is going to become iteratively a lot easier
Cypher.
as we're able to just quickly, just not, again, focus.
Cypher's
shifting
having a
away. That's
party
not gonna
today.
really be a thing anymore, and that's going to be great. Not only that, all these parameters that we want to get access to based on the data, we're going to get access to that by just going into the game, playing with something like a weapon, and by picking up that weapon, now that's going to, be inherited by the character. So it means that we're going to be able to attach all these different sounds to that gun based on what the player is doing. And I don't know.
My
it's gonna
entire
make so
audience
many of
is
these
stoned right
things,
now. Are you kidding me?
possible. And it just wasn't before.
Yeah, what we're trying to do is make so much data
So classy.
available to you
Keep
where
it
you
classy
need
here
and
at
in an intuitive
DG360.
way. And what that means is that, when you, as you say, if you spawn a weapon in the game, it immediately becomes visible in the Claudius tool. And if you perform an action on that weapon, such as firing it or reloading it, those actions immediately become available and visible in the Claudius tool and available.
Wait till
for you
I
to
tell
implement.
Christy.
And what that
Wait
means
till
is
I
that we're
tell
putting
Christy my entire
limitations
audience
right
is stoned.
alongside it happening in the game. Claudius uses a reactive
I'm so sorry.
programming model.
For the
So what that
family-friendly
means is that
audience
as
that's
the
watching me
data
on the
comes
big
in,
screen
the
TV right
visual
now,
side of what you
I mean,
see
you're sitting
updates
there.
live,
You got the
and
big
it
screen on.
updates
You see my
immediately.
giant,
And it
Irish head
also has some
gleaming with
sense of what's
sexiness.
relevant,
And,
because if you're
I like to keep it
running an
cool
actor
sometimes, but,
around,
it
then the
can
most
get a
recent
little bit
event
racy.
received by
And
the
then they
game or
see
sent by
this
the
type of
game
talk.
would
They hear
be
about,
the movements of
people
his
getting
limbs,
stoned on the
the
stream. I
footsteps, that
apologize to
kind
my
of thing.
family-friendly
And you
audience,
get to
but
see those things
I
immediately
would say
in the
that
tool,
I'm not
and
so
you can even
family-friendly.
filter by
So
time, so
for
you
the
can
people
look
that
at
are
things,
watching me that
you
like
can,
are expecting a
clear out
family-friendly
the
stream,
view,
you're
perform
really
an
on the
action,
wrong
and now that's the only thing
stream.
you can see. So you get really quick, easy access to all the data that you need. And all of this tech,
Unless you got a
puts us
really
in great
twisted
position
family,
to continue
I
to
highly
support
endorse
the
that.
ever-increasing demands of CIG
If you got a really
games.
open, free, like family, and you're really cool and you're super chill, you're my people.
Focus on the creative aspect.
My family's very much like that.
Yeah, that's the
my
whole
daughter,
philosophy
my
of this
son, and
design,
I
is
were
to
just
empower
like
the sound
super
designers to
free,
be sound
amazing people.
designers.
If you got that kind of family, welcome to the channel. Your back is
let's
killing
take a
you.
look at
Okay, Grizz, we love
practical
you, Saint
example,
Grizz.
marking up a weapon
You
in
go lay
Claudius.
down. I feel bad.
As we
Grizz's
mentioned, all the
back's
events
messed
and
up. He's a
parameters
veteran.
that
God bless you.
arrive
We
in
love
the
you,
Claudius
Grizz. Thank you for
interface,
all
the
you
things
do
that
on the
happen
channel.
in
Go
the
get your
game.
back
The game is
rested,
just
bro.
describing what's happening.
Go get your back
It
rested. Thank you for
concludes
joining
about
us here
what the
today,
audio
Saint
system
Grizz.
should do.
Saint
It simply
Grizz,
provides
let's
it.
give him a round of
So, for
applause.
example, the weapon fired.
Doing
It
so
now
much
has
for the
5 rounds
community,
in the
helping us
magazine.
out on this
The weapon
Orion
fired again, it
giveaway,
now has
helped us
4
out on the
rounds in
890
magazine.
jump giveaways,
Lots
giving
of
out a
other
cutlass
information
with
as well,
like a
such as,
green
the
ghoul skin.
weapon fired, and there was
Thank you, Grizz. We
atmospheric
love
pressure
you.
around it, or
Quack
it was
quack.
out
He
in
says
space
quack
and there was no
quack.
pressure.
Dude,
all these sort of contextual things.
if you
become
fucking
available.
gifted me a 400 Grizz,
the decisions about what that data actually
you and I are
means
gonna
to
have a
you
talk
guys
next
all
week when I
come
get
down
back
to you.
from
So all we
Christie's,
do
buddy.
is we, as programmers, is we provide as much data as we possibly
Love you,
can
Grizz.
in a place.
Go
where
get
you
your
can use
back rested, bro. Shit, I can't believe him, dude. It's fucking crazy.
What amazes me about this tool is it's going to just be as simple as,
I'll look at it later, you
hooking
son
up
of a
couple
bitch.
nodes and
You
seeing
go
the
get your
results
back
in
back.
the editor.
You son of a bitch.
Not only that, all this
400i.
complex
Can't believe
logic
you.
that we have, we're going
Quack,
to have
quack.
access to all these parameters super
It's the
easily.
best. I don't think
So
anybody's ever gotten me that
the
bad
idea
on,
of, let's say,
ever
having
since
a
I've been
different
like making
reload
content.
sound based on the amount of ammunition in the mag it's going to be,
I like that,
rather
Hammer.
simple to implement.
I like that. That's a good idea, Hammer.
Yeah, absolutely. What we've done here is
disassemble
all the
it.
data that may or may not be relevant to you, and we don't mind whether it is or not. We deal with all that code side, the efficiencies of that, and you guys get access to any data that you may or may not.
We love
be
you, Grizz.
interested
Get better,
in.
bro.
So you could do like crazy things if
Grizz
you
is
wanted.
awesome.
You know,
Yeah.
you could make it so that the reload sounds different. Like you said,
Sketch.
there are different number of rounds in the mag, but you might want to make the reload sound different if the character's wearing armor or not.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes no sense. But
Listen, the
all this
utility
data
and the
becomes
interior of the
available to you.
400i
It's
is
totally up to you guys
actually
what you do
something
with
I
it. So So
like, but the
we're opening
exterior,
up
I
lots of
cannot get
brand new
behind that duck.
possibilities.
Paul
And it comes
even
back to empowering
confirmed
the sound designers again. I
DuckTales.
think all this freedom
Ooh, like we heard it
creatively
here.
it's
We heard it
gonna
here.
be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And I
Paul
think that's
actually
sort of-
confirmed that it is in fact the duck ship.
Is going to be amazing.
I've been saying it for months. People were like, I can't believe you think it looks like a duck, DG. Paul, the vehicle team designer, literally said DuckTales, and then we said woohoo because we knew it.
And that would require no input from
inside. Actually nice. Outside, quack quack, quack quack, quack quack.
So let's dig down a little into some specific features of Claudius and look at budgeting and aggregation. In this video, we have a set of audio trigger spots that are all playing the same sound.
Tony Z. Come on.
To them, so they all play. They're all taking up resources, and we can hear them all. So the mix can be a little bit sort of muddied by just how many of them are playing. I want to show here just how simple it is to deal with that and to reduce the budget for the sounds that they're playing. So here we go to the audio source settings, and we're going to add a new category, which is how we budget, and we're going to reduce the number of sounds in that category that can play at any one time. As I said before, this all updates live, so every change we make now is going to be reflected in the game. And when we spin back to the game view now in the editor, you'll see that because we set the budget to 5, only 5 of those sounds are now playing, represented by sort of lighter green. We can go back and we can change the budget, and again, that will, we'll drop it a little bit more. You can see now only the closest 3 to the camera are currently playing, and then we'll just whiz the budget back up so you can see they all come back again when you do that. Now, that's the budgeting feature, and that's one tool to sort of reduce the amount of resources we use.
It's definitely unique, Rhino. It's definitely unique.
Is allow you to deal with what happens when all those sounds that are not allowed to play because of the budget are prevented from playing. So what we do is we have a system called an aggregation.
I've just now decided I'm going to be a duck for Halloween.
Sounds that hasn't been allowed to play can contribute to a further sound that
we were talking, Meebo, how it had like those Naboo vibes, but then I was also saying how the ship is like, if you like it, then you got to talk like this. Misa love the 400i. Misa love it.
To this aggregate, and what this aggregate will do is it will represent
the Jar Jar
all
of ships
that aren't playing. Now
don't get me started.
Lots of parameters to this aggregation system, but the aggregate is aware of how many sounds it represents. It's aware of the position. It's aware of the spread of them. So lots of information is made available to the sound designers so that they can represent this massive sounds with just.
I need to take a vacation. Source. Jamaica sounds great. I'd love to be taking a vacation.
Okay, so now we can see that there's a further green.
Today's a vacation. Today's a vacation with you guys.
Green. And what that is that's the aggregated sound. So that will move to the center of wherever the crowd of non-playing sounds is. And as you can see, it kind of skips around in this video, but we have smoothing options so that it doesn't sort of jump around and become jarring. It just moves around as quickly or slowly as you want it to with the crowd of sounds.
It's okay. Listen, Zor, it's okay. You're here on stream with us, buddy. Just enjoy the commentary and the people here in the fam in the chat. If you're like, if you're tired of staring at these balls, okay, listen, Zor says bored to death, sad face. Now, Zor, listen to me, buddy. See, he got happy. Look, just stare at the balls right now. Stare at them.
Further away.
Stare at all the balls.
Completely reduce the budget.
See, and then you realize you're on a stream that's fun and you have a good time. Boom, and that's the result. DG360, welcome to it. Professional.
Now, this is a really simple example. None of these sounds are moving, but if
we make things fun here, we make things fun here. Fun first. Fun first. You're welcome. You're welcome, Zor. You're welcome, dude. You won't find this on any other stream. You really won't. And informational. There are times where we shut the fuck up on the important parts like the dynamic server meshing and the Banu merchantman.
To help us clean up not only the mix, but the voice count and the
listen,
channel
I think these kids think they're way too important for what they're not that important. Like these two kids, listen, they're serious. I appreciate the seriousness. I appreciate the amount of effort here that they're showing. I appreciate the ethic.
Absolutely.
They're really into this, and that's what I want out of employees at SIG. But like, they're a little bit too big for the britches.
So we see what I'm saying? The logic system within the audio,
and so we need to say next.
Understand how many of the certain things
pull
exist in the game.
Get the hook. Get the hook.
Say every stream
Get
tells
the
audio
big
system that it
hook
exists.
him
We
by
don't
the neck.
necessarily
Get him
want
off the
to play
stage.
sound on all
Tony
those
Z
screens,
it.
maybe unless
Tony
it's
Z
windy,
it.
which is a decision we can make if we want. But we can track.
Thank you,
counts, and we
Orson.
can track,
Orson giving us the
how many
breakdown.
of a certain object type
Orson
there are,
summing up
and we
in
can use that
one
information to inform something like the
nice
mix.
comment
So
here.
You can have a mix that's
Everything
maybe
that we've been
specific to
watching
forest.
for the
You want
past
something
30
to sound
minutes.
like a forest, you want to bring some
Literally what
ambience that makes it
Orson
sound like a
said
forest.
in
And
one
that can all be
concise
driven by this
comment.
set of data that we're not actually playing sounds
Quite
directly on,
literally
we're just
summing
using
up
it
the
to inform
past
the
30
mix.
minutes of talk.
Another
Thank you,
feature that we
Orson.
have in Claudius is logic inheritance.
Thank you. Thank you.
What that allows
Which is
us to
why
do
I'm saying what
is
I'm
to
saying in the
implement a set of
commentary that you
audio
come here
logic on
for,
a
where
certain
these
audio
kids,
node, and
we
then
appreciate the seriousness of their
inherit it on
talk,
child nodes of that node,
but
so that we can
they're a little too
override
big
it,
for the britches.
repurpose
A
it, or
little
make it
too
just
big for
basically
their
the same thing
britches.
as the
Pull them
parent
off.
node does.
Thank
Now,
you,
that's quite
Orson.
an abstract thing to say, I know. But what it means is that we can use a single
Tony
set
Z
of
it.
events and parameters to express audio across multiple nodes in the game.
I think this comes back to the example that we used before about, a weapon reloading. So by overriding that logic.
And you haven't
we're
left
gonna be
ever
able
since, right,
to
Vic?
Place audio events on specific parts of the weapon.
Welcome to
and
the
make them
only
perform
stream
based on
that
what
makes
the
you
character's
laugh and
doing.
smile.
Yeah, it just seems like a really powerful tool to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's all about putting all the power in your hands.
Yeah.
You know, for example, you might have something
Right,
like
Tech. That is the
character who
right,
jumps
right,
and
exactly,
lands,
Tech.
and that jump event can be
It's very well
expressed
put
on
together,
any bone of his body.
but
So if he's wearing a
also
watch, you can
on
make
the
it
downside of
jingle,
things,
if
sometimes
he's got a
the way they had it set up before, you went to the one that you wanted to see.
all these different things can be
It's
done.
like at this
and they're
point in
all
time,
available to you by
talk needs to be done.
And quite easy to implement as well, as we're seeing.
Another thing we have in Claudius is a set of
Absolutely,
systemic
Jade.
parameters, and what they
Very
are
good
is a set of
observation. Jade's
parameters
like
that
they
are
should be letting us
available by
hear some of
default
these
to
new sounds and the
any
music
audio
they're
node in
attaching to
game.
the objects
Things
that
such as,
reduces the
atmospheric
amount of
pressure,
processing power
velocity,
that has to be
acceleration.
done.
So, for
that,
example, you
like
can do
let's hear
something
it.
like take the atmospheric pressure and the acceleration of an object, and you can use that to express some wind noise.
Okay, so
And,
let's hear it.
That's something that previously would have required code support. But
Okay,
you guys
there we
can
go.
just dive in and do it on literally
Some
anything. You
footsteps.
can add a SIG audio component to something that the audio system's never seen before, and you can start expressing the audio on these things in this way.
Claudius, I think,
we heard some audio
rationalizes
right
the whole
there.
process of being a sound designer on this project. All that relevant information is going to be in one place, and it's going to be quite digestible, especially for people just getting started.
Yeah, absolutely.
Welcome
we
back,
want the sound
Psychic.
design process to be as organic as possible, and we want you guys to have the freedom to just express yourselves, and that's the point of getting all this data to you by default. So let's take a look at an example of something you can do.
Even
using
Homeboy
SIG
was
audio
bored.
Claudius
He's like,
without any code support. Here, we're adding a SIG audio component to an entity type that's never had one on it before. It's a really simple thing to do. We just drop the component in DataForge, and then we can jump over to the editor, and we can spawn one of these things. And I'm going to use the example of a plushie here. And what we're going to do is we're going to use some of these systemic parameters and events that come for free
Jay.
without any extra code support, and we're going to use them to express. It's a bit of a silly example. We're going to use them to express the contents of this plushie. So what looks like a cuddly toy right now is going to turn
It's all
into some
times
sort of water
because we're global,
container.
Vic.
So
Sometimes
we're
I get
gonna
the
put a
EU
kind of water
times,
sloshing
sometimes
on
I get the
this thing.
American times.
So we need to respond to its spawn event and also its despawn event. So the sound stops if it ever gets despawned. And we can add an audio source that is the water sloshing sound. And then if we hook that up, it's going to start playing that sound. But the way these sounds are set up is that they don't play anything unless certain parameters are set on them. So they're muted until, for example, they have some sort of
Genius
rotational
wind.
or directional movement on
Absolute
them.
genius, dude.
Because you don't want an object to just sit there playing a sloshing sound and it's not moving. So we're
That
going to
got
hook
me
up
good,
some
Win. That
parameters
was
as
good,
well.
dude.
We're going to hook up the systemic acceleration.
Anytime, Vic. I
and
try and make
velocity
myself
parameters.
available for the entire globe.
And we're going to just demonstrate
Worldwide,
a little
buddy.
bit of, we're not going to go into sort of too complex logic here, but we're just going to demonstrate a little bit of what you can do. So we're going to multiply them by each other. And then the result of that, we're going to set it on a couple of parameters on that object. And then, as I said before, everything is live updated. So we're going to see the result of what we do here. We're going to hear the result of what we do here immediately once we've done it. So just finish hooking this up and we'll pass over to the editor view once that's done. Oh, one last thing we need to do before we can make that happen is because this entity's already spawned, we need to send its spawn event again. And in Claudius, you can send any events that are set up for debugging reasons, which which is really useful. So now we can see the green blob, which says the sound's playing, but we can't hear very much because there's no velocity or acceleration. But now as the character runs around carrying it, we can hear the sloshing sounds, we can hear them play when it's dropped, and all this is coming from this set of parameters in Claudius that are being multiplied together just for a bit of fun.
I mean, I
So all
couldn't
that was
hear
done
the
without
plop
any
sound
code
because he
support.
was
The
talking
code
over it.
system
You know
had
what I'm
never seen an
saying?
entity before. It could have been literally any entity in the game. And
Shikuku, right,
right,
dude.
of that entity without any additional help from the code team. So that's a really sort of freeing thing for the sound designers to have available.
As we've seen with how easy it is to implement something like this, we have
All
a lot
right,
of
kids, it's time for
control
bed.
over the physics,
Kids, it's
and
time for
it gives
bed.
us no reason not to add sounds to literally everything in the game that's interactable and that can move. It's gonna bring a lot more
Dad
life.
needs a
The
break. It's
speed
time
that
for
we can
bed,
get this
kids.
done with, it's gonna make iteration
Kids,
a
it's
lot
time
more
for bed.
plausible. And yeah,
You got a
it's
day at school tomorrow,
gonna be
okay? Dad
quite
needs some
interesting
time.
outcomes.
Dad needs some
So,
time, okay?
yeah, it
Kids,
opens up
go
a
to
line of
sleep, please.
creativity.
Go
It
to
opens
sleep.
up a line of,
Kids, it's time for
experimentation.
bed.
And
All right.
that goes,
it's
know,
time
hand
for
in hand
bed,
with how
kids.
quickly
Kids,
this
kids,
was achieved.
Kids, listen to me. You had a lot of
absolutely.
sugar.
And I think, the example there was
You've
quite
had a
silly
lot
one.
of
It was,
sugar.
Putting a water
Yeah.
sloshy sound where it doesn't really belong. But, as I
Listen to
say,
me. Listen to your
it
father.
doesn't matter what that entity is. It could be a little cuddly plushy thing, or it could be like a 400-foot tower that's falling and hitting the ground. And those same parameters can be used to express the sounds of that thing, to express the weight and the size of that thing. And this tech isn't so limited to props and carryables. It can be used on literally anything. Anything that
got
can
it,
move,
kids.
you can express
Kids.
its movement
Okay.
using these parameters.
All right. Oh, we can actually hear it.
I think
'cause
you touched on a really important
Okay.
point there, which is cause and effect. I think that's one thing that
What
it's quite a
is
tricky
going on
phenomenon
here?
to implement into games. But with Claudius, it's going to be almost a breeze. We're going to be able to hold values.
All right. It is
based
totally
on a
time for this.
parameter,
Hold
for
on a
example.
second.
So let's say
Pepe,
if you shoot
you
this
know what to do
plushie,
right now. Hold on a
it'll,
second.
Trigger a very high.
So what'd you do in school today? Did you have a good day at school today? Could you believe what Rhonda said? You can believe what Rhonda said to me. Did you hear what Rhonda said to me today? I think she likes me. I did her homework last night. I did all of her science homework, and I just thought to myself, yeah, you did your homework? Yeah, I did her homework, and I just hoped, God, I want to have a date with her. I totally want to have a date with her. Yeah, I know, she's so hot. I totally dig did you see her? Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't believe it. It's our last year as seniors. We really gotta make an effect. We gotta really talk to Rhonda. So Rhonda's so beautiful. I couldn't believe what I saw. Yeah. Did you ask her out, dude? I would ask her out if I were you, man. Rhonda is completely hot. I love Rhonda. I'll let you ask her first on a date, and if she says no, then I'm gonna ask her on a date. And that is, she is hot. Wait. What? She won't like this. Rhonda won't like any of this. We should take her to the football game.
To do is allow multiple connections of multiple Claudius clients.
All right, Pepe,
And
put me back,
because
please.
they're
Put
all
me back.
connected via WebSockets.
All right.
They could be on separate PCs. What this means is that if a sound designer needs some assistance or just wants to collaborate with another sound designer on some sort of logic setup in Claudius, they can do that incredibly easily. They can connect their Claudius client to somebody else's game client simultaneously while that person has their copy of Claudius connected. And then as they make changes to the logic, they're reflected on both users' Claudius screens simultaneously.
I think that's quite a
common denominator.
Cool feature to have.
We're the
A lot
common
of the time when we're
denominator.
working,
There's my fam. I
only
love
to
you guys.
pull
Thank you
up
for
either
not falling
technical sound
asleep. You
designer or
can't fall
colleague,
asleep on a DG360
and share
stream
my work,
because we're having
sharing
a
the screen,
good
and
time
there's a
together
lot of,
today.
No, go there, and finger pointing.
Wait,
and
I could totally.
It can be quite time consuming and make it difficult to quickly get a point across. And with this tool, I'll be able to,
little
like you said,
DG
connect and
hands.
just mark up
Little DG
a gun, for
Quadrado
example,
hands.
or one
Thank
of
you,
these,
thank you
physics
so
problems
much.
on the go. With them, and that can also spark quite a few ideas.
We're the common
Just
denominator.
Very easy back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. And every connected
thank you, Razor.
Has full
thank you,
control.
Killian.
So
thank you, Orson. I love you
anyone
guys.
Can make any changes. Even the
Santa's
undo
like, dude,
system
I fell
works
asleep.
across all clients.
Listen,
So
this
you
is
could
why
make all the
I'm.
changes,
This is
to
why I am who I
demonstrate
am.
something and then
I understand the
disconnect,
level of
and
entertainment
then
that is
the
needed,
other person can just hit the undo
and I
button
will
to
supply
get rid of
it
all that
to
stuff and
you.
then start,
That is what
doing
I am
something
here
else that's
for.
Maybe inspired by what you showed them or something like that.
I think it's
it all
time,
just
Pepe. Can we go
really
back to the talk that we were having earlier?
Having a lot of collaboration between sound designers, which is always a good thing.
I think now with the whole working from home situation,
We're over
a tool
this.
Like
It's
is
not funny
really gonna be
anymore, Pepe.
invaluable. It's gonna allow the sound designers to connect a lot more. QA to work with sound designers is a lot easier.
Hold on a second. Get us back,
Pepe.
Pepe. Get us back to where we need to go to, please.
Bring us all closer together.
Rhonda is really developing. You see the dress that she was wearing the other day? It was so good. She sat down at that desk and I was just like, man, you could almost see like upper skirt. It was so hot. I dropped my pencil and I thought like, nobody's going to see me look at her if I just drop my pencil the right way. Just see exactly how I dropped it. I was just kind of like snuck in to look. And can you believe she wasn't wearing panties at all? She wasn't wearing any panties. I can't believe.
High CPU usage. We need to avoid blocking the main, the critical paths of the game. And we do that by moving all of our audio processing onto audio threads and onto audio jobs. And all the commands that cause that audio processing to happen are all transmitted through lockless queues. And what that means is that the game can tell us what we need to know and we get out the way as quickly as possible. And that allows the game to run as freely as it can without contributing to frame rate drop or contributing to high CPU usage. Because we've moved all that stuff into the audio system, what it means is that something like a feature that we would have maybe in ship code, like something that's very specific to thrusters, would now become a systemic feature in the audio system. And what that means is, again, it frees up your creativity because we might have created something as an idea that assists with making thrusters sound good, but instead of it being
all right, yeah, I've got to pee. I do actually have to pee. Put that up there, Pepe. Pepe, put it up there. It is time to put it up there.
And you can kind of use some of these tools in whatever sort of creative ways you can think of. Whereas before they were hidden away, now they're completely available to you. And this also frees up audio coders time.
Put it up there.
We spend a lot less time sort of working to make features that exist in one place, exist somewhere else.
Pepe, can you please put the I have to pee up there?
Everywhere for every system. So that again sort of helps the audio code team to spend a lot more of their time being creative too, which is a really good position to be in.
Get that
we
down.
We also have some features
Pepe.
Even bring audio code into the realm of post-production, much like the sound designers.
You do not get a raise, Pepe. You do not get a raise
while the game is running. And that's something we've been able to do for a long time. But what Claudius does, because it uses this reactive programming model and it can react to the game's transmission of events.
It's the cage tonight for you. It is the cage tonight for you.
We can actually boot up the game and start up a feature we've never seen before and start playing around
feed
with
them
it
in
and find
bread.
the bits where the audio
bread
needs
and
to be,
water.
And then we can live add the code, rebuild it on the fly, and then it's already available to you guys. So we're making it so that collaboration between sound designers and audio coders becomes something that is just, it's almost as good as a collaboration between sound designers. It's like something we can go from nothing to a fully working feature without stopping the game. And then because of all the design this is all built on, and all the way that we want to make sure that everything persists, you don't need to go back into the game and test it. What that means is that we can effectively implement.
All right, Pepe, seriously though, I do need to pee, so put that up there. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Let everybody know I'm peeing. Well, you won't have to because Pepe, thank you. Okay, Pepe.
Iteration.
All right, guys, I'll be right back.
Spend rebooting the game, rebooting editors, rebooting tools, swapping tools, and all that kind of thing. So yeah, this puts code, at least partially in this post-production realm as well.
Yeah.
So we've looked at a lot of the features that we've already developed for Claudius, but we have lots of plans for the future too. The design of SIG Audio and Claudius aims to solve future problems before we know what they are, and where it can't solve them completely, it's going to make it easier to solve them. As new game features come along, and we don't know what they're going to be yet necessarily, we want to be able to support them as quickly as possible, but also we want to be able to reuse everything we create. And the SIG Audio and Claudius design is central to that. It's all about reuse, and it's all about having systemic features that are available to sound designers.
I think what's so great about this technology is that we're going to be able to take all this information from the game, bring the audio engine into the game engine, and just, make it all so easy to access. I think one key aspect of Claudius that the audio team is really looking forward to is sympathetic audio. So this is the cause and effect that we were talking about before. I think having this like one event trigger another, for example, it's going to make the game a lot more cinematic. Everything's going to be real time. We're not going to have to pre-render all these events. It's basically going to become procedural, which means that a lot of these scenarios that you get into, a lot of these different contexts that you can get into while you're playing the game, we're going to accommodate them. And you're going to get, really just vastly different experiences every time you do something. And this is because we can infer so much from the game data and create those links to create a beautiful experience. A lot of the time we think about like, how can we sonify this
Okay, PePe, take it down, PePe. I'm back.
I truly believe that.
All right.
That is
Thank you for putting the DG has to P up there. It's not really the way you should say it. Why don't you just say DG is AFK?
That can be critical.
What?
So, for example, you're flying and you
just
start
put
to enter
DG
a
as
debris
AFK.
field or
They
an
don't need to
asteroid
know I
field,
have to pee.
That all those things can start having an effect on the environment around you. You can start hearing
He changed
creaks.
what?
If
What
you're
did he
entering
change?
The atmosphere. You can tell
What?
like that your ship's going through some strain, and instead of pre-rendering it can happen in real time. It can take values from like atmospheric pressure,
What did he put?
temperature, and it's going to be quite
What did he put?
amazing experience for the players.
Yeah,
Pepe,
absolutely. I
did you
think,
put something else up there?
The core of sympathetic audio is this idea of resonance. And
What did he
with
do?
the sympathetic audio design that we have, we'll be able to give objects resonant frequencies.
Listen, I am the entertainer here.
That, if something sort of
You do not ad-lib on my show,
frequency,
Pepe. You are the
spectrum
technical man.
goes off
You,
like
you
a huge explosion.
do the
or something
technical
like that,
stuff.
Then you're going to expect a lot of
He said you
metal
adopted
panels
him, and he's
glass
part of your
windows and
family.
things to rattle and resonate in sympathy. Sympathetic audio in sympathy with the explosion.
And all we really have to do is just set up the logic for that to happen. And it'll
Are
happen.
these kids still talking?
Yeah, it really.
It's time
eager
for bed,
and interested
kids.
To see what
It is time for bed.
Happened to them through their playthroughs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think all the features that we're looking to develop are all about bringing this game to life more and making it more cinematic. And
This is
making
almost
it,
as
you know,
bad
just
as the
feel boring.
Xi'an dialect talk.
Yeah, absolutely.
Remember
So
that when they
we're
came out
looking
with the
at sort of
Xi'an
improving
language?
the mixing support.
This
so we
is
can
almost as
gather
bad as the
some of
Xi'an
this. You know,
talk.
we've got a huge amount of data.
This
coming
might
in that
rival the
can be used in
Xi'an
lots of
talk.
ways to decide which sounds play and what.
This might
how those
rival the
parameters affect
Xi'an
those
fucking
sounds. But we can take a step back and look at the bigger picture and
language.
say, you know, we've got all this data that's telling us what's going on in the game. Can we then use that to sort of decide how?
What's
the game
that,
should be
Tuomo?
mixed? So,
What
for
did I
example,
miss?
if,
Please tell me.
If you're exploring a moon or something like that,
did
you're
I
going to want
miss?
to hear a lot of the ambiances and maybe some distant mining going off and things like this. But then if you sort of end up engaged in battle with someone, that's something that the audio system's aware of through the data that's coming in, and maybe it can change the mix so that those ambient things don't really get so much of a look in anymore, and it's all about the battle focus and things like that. And then again, as the battle ends and that kind of scenario falls away, we could automatically, you know, analyze the data and say, okay, we're now back into an ambient situation, so, you know, let's raise the level of some of these ambient sources.
Killin.
Yeah, I think that, you know, importance to what the player needs to hear at that moment. I think that's especially on the FPS side, that's gonna really be valuable.
So that concludes
I wish
our
I
look at
could.
some of the features and tech that we have in development in the SIG Audio team right now. Hopefully it's going to make the lives of the sound design team much easier, and hopefully some improvements to the way the game sounds too.
Yeah, I think the sonic aesthetic of this game is going to change for the better because of these tools and because of these workflow improvements.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's it from us. Thank you very much for watching.
Thank you, God
hope you enjoy the rest
Almighty.
of your CitizenCon, and I really hope next year we can all be back together in person.
Oh my
and we can
God,
see
I've
each
never
other
been
in person
happier in my
Thanks
entire
for watching.
life. What
Goodbye.
the fuck?
Thank you.
Go away. Oh, no offense, but really, Jesus Christ, that could have been done in 10 seconds.
Cosmonaut is
Orson
the
basically
online
explained that in
magazine
one
for
concise
Star
sentence.
Citizen, packed full of ship reviews,
Two
outfitting
sentences.
guides, upcoming events, org
a
interviews,
second.
current affairs,
Hold on.
history,
Where's my-
and more. Cosmonaut
Listen.
is your comprehensive
Pepe,
guide.
mute this for a second. Listen to me. When one of our own members in our own community, in our own family, can literally explain everything that was explained there in an hour in 2 concise sentences, that's something right there. So I would like to first compliment our own family member, Orson, for literally just taking 2 sentences and explaining everything that was there in the span of an hour. Anyway, thank you, Orson. We love Orson. Jesus Christ.
With every dream comes a letdown.
God damn, they should use that for fucking breaking down spies.
Thing you're chasing.
Those 2 kids should be like involved in the Homeland Security front, and they should just bring those 2 in anytime they need to know what's going on with any spies, man. Just bring those 2 motherfuckers in.
Along the way.
So I'll tell you anything. I'll tell you what do you want to know. I'll tell you anything.
Sacrifice is what happens when you give up halfway.
It's worse than waterboarding, right, Explodo? Jesus Christ. So fucking terrible. Make them stop, please. Please make them stop.
This is Jack. Jack is a successful trader. Unfortunately for Jack, he encounters local pirates. They want ransom money.
Sounds like Mod 81 again, doesn't it?
Profits. Jack refuses the proposal. In his mind, he is a hero. Now, Jack is dead, and all of his belongings go to the pirates anyway. Don't worry, Jack. Be smart.
I feel like that's Mod 81 again.
Sponsored by the Sinister Incorporated Pilgrim campaign.
Fucking A, man.
So, Marcus, you work for Addison's campaign, right?
Yeah.
Did you guys get some sort of a winner's bonus?
Well, yeah, we got a bonus.
Oh, you did? How much?
I did get myself a Phoenix.
Zark
as a
Media.
going-away present.
They got you a Constellation Phoenix?
Hang on, why are we traveling on this rental Taurus, Marcus?
How was I supposed to know you?
I love Zark. Love this dude.
Oh, God, Marcus. You know what? I'm just gonna go have a shower.
Route has been plotted. Quantum in 10.
I love
guys,
Zark.
There are no towels.
You know, I think I had some towels on the Phoenix.
Oh, no, just stop.
Sorry.
Tony! Zork. Oh, what do we have here? What is this? Oh, is this a new machinima? Machinima's exploding right now. Did we see that one? Yeah, I think we saw that one. Didn't we see that one? I feel like we saw that one.
Do not underestimate the talented and dedicated folks at CIG Audio. There's always a giant emphasis on video here, but none of it would ever hit the way that it's supposed to without that A to that V. And as we near the end of our show, we also saw the last of our community videos during the break, and I hope they stick around as a tradition for CitizenCons going forward. For those of you who know my origin story, you might understand why I have a particularly soft spot for them. But that's enough chat. This is it. We're at the end of our day. It's time for one more panel and one more panel alone. It's time for Tony, Rob, Ben,
yeah,
and
one panel to rule them all, one panel to bind them.
Our universe in systematic gameplay. Stream of thought. Bon appetit.
Yeah. and in the darkness bind them.
Hi, I'm Tony Zervek, Director of Persistent Universe for Star Citizen. Today I'm going to tell you about some of the new technology, features, and content that we're aiming to deliver over the next several quarters, and how these things are going to impact your gameplay experience.
Oh yeah, listen to that
assist
pace.
in that endeavor, I brought along a few others to give you some additional perspective, including SGS Assistant Director Rob Reininger, Senior Systems Designer Ben Dorsey, and over in the UK, Lead Designer Luke Presley.
Tony Z. All right, there we go. There we go. I like the pacing. I like Tony's talk.
Rob, we've been able to buy and sell commodities for years, but we're now looking to try and close out the entire loop by the end of the year by allowing players to sell weapons, armor, clothing, and eventually ships back to the shops. One of your favorite aspects of this has always been what it means to treasure. Can you elaborate a bit on that?
I think it's huge because now it gives me a purpose to go out and collect the stuff, because players are very meticulous. They'll go out and pick up every single gun, weapon, armor off of other players. Like loot generation is something that the Frankfurt team is working on. It means a lot for, you know, investigating lockers or just stripping down something. We talk about salvage. You know, these are all things that are working towards the ability to buy and sell items. But most importantly, it's just curating your inventory, right? It's getting rid of this stuff. It's another form of reward. So I think it's a huge addition to the game.
Manufacturing it also plays a big role in character advancement, right? Yeah. Because you can realize the equity from items that you've purchased in the past. In other words, I buy a particular laser rifle. Now I decide that I want the better one. I don't have to buy that one starting from scratch. I can actually sell my original one, assuming it's in pretty good shape, and I basically pick the optimal shop at which to sell it. You know, that's a shop that deals in that specific item. Then I can actually get a pretty good price for that used item. I can then take that money and apply it and the differential towards moving up the ladder and basically getting better and better stuff. And so just like in the real world, it's like
it's like me on the morning streams
from scratch and buy a house and then basically have to buy another one from scratch. You basically take your realized equity in your original and you throw it into the other one and you just pay the difference.
Yeah, and that's something that
that's just basic supply and demand.
Everything is in the shop on a per item basis, and items sometimes come with default loadouts on them, like a sniper rifle or a set of armor, or ships are a great example of something that comes with a default loadout of certain laser cannons and power plants and etc. So as we go forward with selling, one of the things that we want to do is get an itemized price for every single attachment that's on an item, which includes laser scopes, magazines, any underbarrel attachments, right? Things like that. So now that these have their own individual price, it's much easier for us to tune the economy. So now it's this thing is more.
They're talking about putting a baseline price on assets.
As stats change, we can keep up with the statistical improvement of the item on a per item basis.
Sure, you have the macro item. It consists of the child items. We changed the price of the child item, and the macro item, the larger item that includes various quantities of this. Its price is automatically adjusted, which is not something that happens now and causes us countless problems.
God, I wish you could pause this right now.
It means that now we have less moving parts to worry about on a.
They need to figure out a baseline
and
price
from a
so they can tweak it to give you a simulated demand.
Talked about
supply and demand. That's what they're talking about.
In those items.
The economists over at SIG are trying to get a baseline price from materials,
procuring those things,
and saying this should be the baseline price. They want to plug that in. They want to play with it.
They want to encourage players.
They want players to start fucking with it,
have the best
so they can see what the ranges are, so they can play with simulated supply and demand, so that quantum can be what it is that we are all looking for it to be, which is a simulated supply and demand.
Items, right? So
that's what they're talking
shop
about.
Deals in it. You should be able to go there and get more money for it.
Sure, and we need this.
The question is, will it do that?
Sophisticated method of determining the pricing of the more complicated items, that are composed of lots of child items, partially because of what it means to selling. In other words, when I go to sell my pistol, I may have a custom scope on it, something for which we don't have a specific entry in our global retail products list.
It's all simulated through quantum. It's supposed to give us like actual simulated supply and demand because it's not player driven. So that's one thing that I want to make sure.
And we've got the base price.
Since it's not player driven, we really wanted to give us a real supply and demand. And that's what they're trying to do.
And so this is why we are going to be pursuing changing even how the shops specify their default inventory. Like right now, we actually have shops
got the
specify
individual
every
entries,
individual item that they can sell, as opposed to where we're going is
A fix
it'll
is
be
actually
classes of
putting
items.
manufacturing
This,
nodes
this
down. They
particular
need to talk
shop
about
deals
manufacturing nodes.
in small handheld weapons, from this particular manufacturer. Now, because they actually deal in small handheld weapons, they will in fact purchase small handheld weapons from a different manufacturer. Right. You just won't get quite as good a price because they're not as adept at repairing them, and they don't have a clientele that's that's geared towards.
So there's a lot of variables they're talking about.
If you wanted to realize the best possible price, then you would wind up taking your specific items to a shop that dealt in those specific things. That's right. And that's where, assuming the condition was perfect and assuming that the shop had a lot of cash on hand with which to procure these deals and so was willing to be a little bit more liberal, that's where you could potentially recoup 70, 80, 85% of your original value. Whereas if you go to someone that simply, sure, they
like
they
a
deal
pawn
in
shop,
small arms,
right? Like real life, right. That they're not going to pay you exactly because they don't know what the fuck it is.
Weapon or whatever the case may be, then maybe you only get 40 or 50 cents on the dollar.
Exactly.
It's like when you're dealing with a car dealership. Like if you bring them their brand of car, they're going to pay you more for that than if you brought them something.
It's easier for them to service. Their mechanics are already familiar with it. They can do the work at cost.
I like that level of detail. That's great. I like this talk. Keep going.
It's something that it just feels natural, right? It's how the world really works, and we want to continue to push that forward.
What's not natural is how they're figuring out baseline prices, and they want you guys to fuck around with it to kind of figure out where the highs and the lows will be.
3.15 is a huge update to the game because of the localized inventory that's going to totally change the game. There are several aspects to this, and that starts with, I'd say, the personal inventory manager that Rich Tyrer and the actor feature team have put so much work into. They're going to cover that in a separate discussion, so we'll leave that out of here. Over on our side, we've got the vehicle loadout manager, which has been adapted.
Thank you, Damon. 32 months, Damon. Thank you, bro.
That are in your immediate vicinity. And then we've also added a new MobiGlass app called Knickknacks.
It is biased, right, Zor?
So you've the last couple of quarters.
One of the things I've been talking about for years
and years. Go ahead and walk
dude.
us through what's changed, starting with the front end menu.
Yeah, so the front end, we've historically allowed players to kind of go wherever they want, right? But as we move forward with the game and the new player experience, we want players to be invested in their home location. So it's more of selecting a home base, because the inventory that you have at the start of your account that's entitled, through all your web purchases, through whatever, subscriber flares, etc. All of this stuff is going to go to that location as it's physicalized in the world. So now you have a home base of operations. That's your place. As we explore out throughout the universe, you may move some of that stuff to a new place as you get persistent halves here, a new hab over there, persistent hangar.
This guy's new.
Players are going to be tangibly going up to, interacting with their weapon rack, interacting with the stuff in their ship. And so localized inventory is a massive change to how they've dealt with the game up till now. Gone are kind of the days of this global inventory that you can go and interact with anywhere in the universe. If your stuff is at Microtech, you need to go to Microtech to do it. If it's in this hangar over here, you got to go to that hangar. So we want players to feel the pressure of prepping for a trip, right? It's as you go out, this is the mission I'm going to do. This is what I need to go and do that mission. So I want to go here, get this, or maybe go to a shop here and buy that. And so the front end is going to be the first step in kind of planting your seed wherever it is in the universe from the very start.
So what about the Knickknacks app? So this allows you to basically, in its first incarnation, to see where you've placed all of your loot throughout the entire solar system. It works on a hierarchical basis, so you can drill down into a particular planet, see
They touched
the city,
on it, Killian, but they didn't really dig deep on
you
it.
have stored there. You can look within your ship and eventually see what cargo grids and what storage closets you have within there and what items you have placed within there. You've also got a number of filters that allow you to quickly drill down through your entire inventory and find all the the laser rifles or whatever else it is that you're specifically searching for. Can you just walk through that in a little bit more detail?
As we kind of go into the localized inventory, the VMA can only act on the ships that are at that location. You kind of lose perspective of the global view because the personal inventory manager that the actor feature team has done has removed the PMA, which was also your kind of global view into your personal items. So the Knickknacks app allows you to kind of see where your stuff is distributed around
All
the
right,
world.
let's not talk about the UI and physicalized inventories right now, unless it goes back to actual supply-demand talk. I want to hear supply-demand economy talk,
stations,
not UI
pretty much
talk.
any place that has a shop that sells items, that can be some place where you can store stuff. So the ships also have their local inventories associated with them, so you can store things in the ship. And the Knickknacks app is good because now if you want to find laser rifles, you can search by type or subtypes.
Not really fun.
Basically the same things that you see in the shop, so the categories that you see in the shop UIs. That's the same.
We can't have real talks about supply and demand until we have some place that actually gives us the supply, like manufacturing nodes.
How it's manufacturing going to evolve in the future and what new capabilities we would wind up adding to it. Trading
creating
with other players is
demand and giving us supply.
Yeah, right. Clicking on something, being able to say, "Hey, open a trade window with Ben here. I want to be able to show me on the star map where this is." So something that we want to do in the Mobiglass as a whole is context ability to bounce to different apps that are contextually relevant to whatever you're currently using. So
like saying this is in this location when that's just a string, like it's in Olisar, that's not super useful. Seeing that on a map, that tells me something. That tells me I need to go from here to here, I need to plot this location. Right. I'm gonna go through this dangerous area to get there in order to access my stuff.
Or a hyperlink on that.
And you can also very easily discern distance and stuff, which is, this one's not here, but is it relatively close or is it really, really far away? And I need to be able to obviously put that into my planning.
Yeah, or set a route to see how much fuel I'm going to use.
Exactly.
Right? There's a lot of different reasons why these things are kind of relevant. We want to try and preserve all those elements that CR really wants to push towards, but still give you the context switching that you're going to need.
Absolutely, Killian. Absolutely. Manufacturing is very important. We need manufacturing nodes.
Physicalized cargo. It consists of multiple facets and will be released in stages, with the first one relating to shop purchases injecting physical entities rather than what I would call render proxies into your ship. This is going to convey all sorts of benefits and advantages, to the gameplay experience. The first and one of the most obvious is simply the fact that now that you've got a ship that has physical entities placed within it, then when another player winds up disabling, boarding your ship, they can actually extract, that cargo from you. There's value there that they can actually take. Whereas right now, the only way to get that value is you have to, blow up the ship, and then we basically, create these cargo facsimiles that basically get blasted out into space. And you have
They're
to
laughing because it's really not tangibly real yet. I love that. I actually like that. That was funny. They're laughing because they're like, yeah, these really don't mean anything yet. That's cool. That's cool. I like that.
You get this fantastic gameplay transition, what I would say, where you have
everything
ships
means something.
Doing this momentum-based
every part
combat,
actually means something. It goes back into the physicalized inventory, into the back, into the economy.
Have to overcome the NPC crew and then physically grab the cargo, haul it back to my ship.
And
at the same time, you're concerned that while you're basically on the ship and lugging this stuff around, that security or allies of the ship that you've disabled might show up and start blasting you.
Absolutely,
so all of a sudden, the considerations, just explode.
But I'd like to see how much of it is physicalized.
So
how much of this is happening now?
Basic.
I want to know when this is happening.
It's one of the aspects that I really love about this game, which is how we can add this low-level gameplay mechanic and
add it in
one
already.
Shot,
manufacturing nodes is key, though.
So many different
You'll start seeing realism in the economy and the action of the economy when manufacturing nodes get added. Period.
I think one of the things that just physicalizing the cargo really does is it allows for the gameplay that CR wants, where you're not blowing up ships, right? You're destroying an engine, which is not a critical failure, right? Critical failures are the things that lead to these larger scale destructions, but on average, you're knocking a ship out of commission. You're able to board, you're able to acquire the stuff, you're not killing everybody on the ship just because it got taken down to 0 health, right? So these are all things that just physicalizing the cargo allows us
right,
to do.
Killian.
You mentioned the whole sea. So the whole sea has some unique challenges related to attaching physicalized cargo to it when you're actually, docked at a station, or when you're, parked in a hangar and its wings are compressed.
Right, Dutch. They have mentioned that, and the economy won't be real
because it does have these
in terms of what we're looking for as traders until manufacturing nodes do get implemented into the game.
On the outside of
that's when trading becomes real.
Now
that's when physicalized inventory actually becomes physicalized inventory.
The ACC needs to know to route you to these different locations.
Ooh, he said no.
Showing all this cargo on the outside of a ship beyond, think of adding additional ships to an area and the kind of, slowdown that you might see on a server, right? You're adding more physical objects that can be blown up, can be interacted with. So there's a technical challenge that we need to overcome as well. How they get on there, these are shipping container sized objects that have a real world weight to them. They need a tractor beam that is large enough, probably on an Argo ship, right? So you'll get these little transport ships going from a station's docking, a cargo bay,
missions
that are missions
that are actually prioritized by physical supply and demand features. These missions will pop up as the node
thing that's really
creates
bothered me
these
for
things.
quite a while is what I'd call the
we just
lack
don't
of
want these popping up out of thin
what I
air.
mean when I say that is that it takes the exact same amount of time.
Congratulations, Scott. You are now automatically entered for every single amazing giveaway on DG360 this month in Orion.
And that's
Orion we're giving away this month, and you are entered.
Mom and
Good
pop
luck.
Retailers and major
Good
port
luck to you.
facilities, designed to rapidly
Brought to
load or
Caprio.
unload, cargo.
That's economy
onto,
right there.
Some
Brought to
big,
Caprio. Thank you so
freight
much, dude.
ship, are able to move
Can't believe more people aren't doing that.
larger quantities in a much
crazy.
shorter period of time. And you've got skilled dock workers that you can actually hire that are trained to basically deal with special types of materials and all that sort of stuff. Where we're eventually going with this is that shop purchases are going to inject physical cargo.
I would say
into
so
a
much so,
storage
except for
space,
the
and
Gen
it's then up
12.
to you, the player,
The
to
Gen
basically
12
move
was
the
very
stuff from
informative,
that storage
and
space onto your
the
actual
talk
ship.
about server meshing
And
was
there are
very
going to
informative.
be, I would assume that at this point in time, half of the people watching this are saying that sounds incredibly awesome, and the other half are saying this sounds incredibly tedious, and it sounds like a lot of forced menial labor that's going to be completely completely lacking in fun. There is a method to the madness. I mean, where we're going with this is we're going to make the concept of moving freight onto and off of ships not just a logistical challenge, but we're actually going to make sure that it's a fun experience. And this would include everything from eventually adding a service beacon so that you could recruit your friends, your org mates, people you don't know to basically come and help you move cargo. We'll eventually add the ability for NPCs to be hired at that location, and the price will fluctuate depending upon how many other players are requesting similar services. And you can use those types of capabilities if you simply want to pay a certain amount, have your ship loaded or unloaded, and you're going to go fly around and do something completely unrelated. So Dorsey, how is physicalized cargo going to impact the gameplay experience?
I mean, in a bunch of ways. As you kind of touched on, there's the whole concept of needing to move cargo from one of those storage areas into that ship. We've actually run into a lot of problems where when you come across a derelict, for instance, we have all these crates on there that you can offload in a lot of the events that we've done. And that amount of time that it takes to do that makes it so that when you then go to sell those crates, they aren't worth the time, frankly.
It's
because
money over time.
Exactly. It is so much faster to just park your ship and click the button and have it instantly get filled, and then drive over to another place and have it instantly be unloaded, that we can't make that process pay well enough to also be balanced when you're getting 16 to 20 crates off of a ship and it's taking you half an hour to do that. But once you make it so that there is a much more similar timeline between those two, you can make it so that there's a much bigger reward on a crate-by-crate basis, and that allows us to make it so that derelicts become a lot more common and offloading stuff becomes a lot more common. There's also just some really great benefits in that we can make missions reward you by putting cargo out there. It doesn't have to be that the UEC reward of a mission is the only reward. This mission gives you 5,000 every single time. No, there's a ship that gets blown up, or you blow up or disable a ship, and especially disable a ship, and then you can board it and take that cargo off. For pirates, that becomes then the goal. Like, blowing up a ship now becomes almost a failure. You don't want to. You want to disable it. You want to be able to get on it, and then you want to take that cargo off. And of course, the
we have
crew is
much
going
more
to be
fun
fighting
over
you the
here.
entire
Just
way
saying.
there.
Like,
They're
I'm not quite sure why Morph
have
has
their
2,000
people
people
try and
watching
fight off
him.
your boarding parties. You've
He
suddenly
makes good videos, though.
into an FPS
Not
map
as entertaining.
by doing so, which is this really great transition
Good dude,
that just doesn't
though. Good
really
dude.
happen in a lot of games. And that's
It's okay.
amazing.
We're always
And
underground, bro.
Even just from
we're always gonna be
pure,
underground here, man. We're
like,
always gonna be the black sheep.
gameplay,
That's community,
standpoint
dude.
of carrying
That's
that
community
crate, that
we
is
got.
A very powerful.
I'm completely fine with it, bro.
State for the
I'm
player to
completely
be in,
fine.
and
I don't
they are
need 2,000
vulnerable.
people.
You
I just
can't be
need you
shooting a
guys.
gun and carrying a crate
I
at the
just need
same
you
time.
guys,
That's
man.
actually
I'm having a
one
great
of my
time today. Thank you.
favorite,
Thank you for being here with me today. I'm having a
things
blast
about
with you
this
guys.
entire process is the fact that we're finally going
I'm
to
sure Morph didn't do like an
reward the
amazing
player
hand
and
gesture
basically
thing,
provide this
come up with
differential
amazing
challenges,
acronyms,
where we've long had blow the ship
have
up,
wonderful
the ship
talks.
basically ejects some cargo,
He doesn't have a
you tractor
PePe.
beam it up, and
Just
now you
saying,
basically
just
got your
saying.
reward. But
You guys
what's
have good
missing
taste.
is
You guys have good
that-
taste.
That transition from FPS from ship-based, momentum-based, combat to where
doesn't have
you're
the
shooting your
stash.
big guns at
Absolutely,
these things, et cetera,
absolutely.
and now you're sneaking around corners, and you may or may not try to be stealthy, and you're basically trying to extract the cargo out, and the
Just
crew's
saying it like it
basically,
is, bro.
coming
Just
out
saying it
of
like
the
it is.
security areas of the
I've
ship
watched more
and
stream. I know
patrolling
I'm
for
more
you and
entertaining. I'm
trying
just
to,
saying. I'm not being
You
mean.
also
I'm
got
just saying.
friends trying to protect each other too, while other people are trying to move stuff, right? And tractor beams are based on weight, so it
No
may take
offense,
multiple
just the
people
way
to
it is,
actually
man.
move a heavier box. And CR wants the gameplay experience.
I would
to
never.
be
Listen
less
to me.
ships
I'm always going to be
blowing
here
up,
for you guys.
more
You guys have always
the
been
ship
here
got
for me.
disabled,
I
the
absolutely
engines
love you
go out.
guys.
Unless there's a critical
Absolutely love you
failure, the
guys.
ship doesn't explode, so the opportunity to board a ship will be more common.
Geek.
There's one other thing I wanted to talk about in this area.
I mean, Morph didn't do a voiceover. Morph didn't do hand signals. Morph doesn't have a PePe putting crazy shit up on the screen. Morph didn't voiceover.
To where you basically
Morph didn't do one of those
big port
things.
facilities that are specifically designed to provide the
It's a genius you're dealing with
quantity
here
of
on DG360.
inventory and the and all of the infrastructure to quickly get that stuff on and off certain ships, as opposed to small mom and pop retailers that are really just intended to deal in a very small number of items. And one of the more significant problems we have in the game, because we don't yet have that level of realism, is related to we've got a small
When I get that big, we got to figure out what we're gonna do.
A decent amount of inventory.
When we get like 2,000 people in the chat, I'm gonna have to like make sure to mute everybody but you 100 that are in here right now.
All grabbing.
I gotta make a note. I gotta make notes right now. PePe, write down everybody who's here in chat.
In the real game right
These
now,
are the only people who can talk to the end of eternity.
Transactional friction is
I don't want anybody else to be able to chat except these 100 that are in here right now.
All
PePe, make a note.
because it takes absolutely no time to do that. It then flies to a destination.
What? Yeah.
And it
That's what I'm
immediately
saying.
sells it.
Fuck
and
the other
it collects,
1,900 people.
Only the slimmest of profit margins, but because
Write
there
it
was
down.
no
I want bullet
loading
points.
time, there was no unloading time.
You got
they
that
can
down?
still turn
Okay.
around and make a
All right,
fairly good return on the amount of invested time they put into it. And turning all of this cargo into physicalized entities and basically adding these logistical challenges to where you have to move stuff on, move it off. You have to be more careful with volatile cargo.
I love Tony.
Bigger,
Gets so excited,
crates
so
will
fast.
Require,
Love it.
Argos to move them, or cranes,
How much
or
coke did Tony
forklifts,
do?
or whatever the case may be. All of
At least
this
3
is
lines before
ultimately
this.
going to push players into being more selective about where, for whatever they're trying to do, what types of shops and stuff they're going to visit. And what you're going to get is just like in the real world, where you'll have super tankers bringing oil from across the ocean and basically parking it at some sort of port facility for offloading.
I think he means
and that will then be
starfarers.
transported by, whether it's pipelines, by rail, by those types of things to distribution outlets. And from there, it'll be picked up by trucks and transported to the local gas station. And from the gas station, that's where you, the end consumer, can expect to buy 6 or 12 gallons of gas. But in the real world, you can't, drive your truck up to a port refinery on the coast.
You
and
should be able to, though.
Request,
like in Sunny in Philadelphia, where they thought about selling their own gas and they filled up their own tanks and sold it on the street. Just like in Sunny in Philadelphia. So we should all do that. I highly encourage everybody to become their own gas station.
Support on our side.
Go out there,
if you've got one of these
take
big,
as much gas as you can, and then
stuff,
sell it for 3 times the amount.
Specific locations where we're really basically pushing you to do your business.
Create your own economies right now.
That you can't go and park at a small place. It's like I can have a super tanker and I can go park on the side.
Though, right? Because you do have the docking collar restriction on the whole sea type ship, right? But I think this is what going to the per box model will actually do for us, because we can just make those
absolutely agree with you, Hammer.
Only have the smaller volumes of
like
I'm not quite sure, Zor. I don't know, dude.
If you can only unload and offload 1 box at a time, I'm not going to do it. Like, there's nothing stopping you, but there's something.
That's just
stopping.
If my ship holds 10,000 units of inventory and I don't have any of the automated stuff, and you don't have enough dock workers, I can't hire at this place. There literally aren't 100 NPCs or 500 NPCs that I can hire for any amount of money. They're literally just not there. Then you're going to have to do it yourself, or you're going to have to request some friends to help you. And it's simply too tedious. It's not that we literally prevent you from basically going there and extracting the material. It's that it's simply not going to be worth your time. You're going to have to invest so much time and effort into doing that all of a sudden you would need an astronomically high profit margin. And long before the profit margins on that particular commodity or material get that high, someone else with a smaller, more efficient ship that can more effectively.
This is sacrilege that I'm muting Tony right now, but like the real thing that the chat is saying here, you guys right now are more important than what Tony is saying. We have listened to this for like 2 to 3 years. We want to start seeing some of these examples. We want to start seeing this being employed in the Star Citizen economy. We need to start seeing progression, and we need to see these game loops. We need to see them in game. We are going to start needing to see a lot of what's being talked about for the past 2 or 3 years being applied to the game.
Time. And a bigger facility will have 50.
All right, Orson, have a good day, bro. I think we're getting towards the end anyway, but have a good day, Orson. Thanks for being here, buddy.
4 NPCs, and 1 NPC can move 10 crates per hour. But you're going to be in competition with with that smaller of NPCs with everybody else, so the price can get fairly high. And this other place will have up to 500 or 1,000 workers that you can hire. So it may still take it may take hours, but you have but that's only because you're loading 10,000 or 100,000 SEU.
We need to start seeing quantum being applied to
very interesting aspect of this is going to be
the PU.
You're going to have.
It needs to start happening. Traders have been waiting a long time. Right now, it's people trying to figure out what prices are and plugging those amounts in the Excel sheet.
Awesome opportunity
period.
To
That's
more
what's happening on a timer. That's what's been happening for a long time.
Run into when you're basically moving a big freighter ship from point A to point B, as opposed to this other location. In other words,
we need manufacturing nodes.
Pirates are trying to, abscond. They're basically trying to disable your ship and and plunder it.
We really have heard this before, and it's very sad. I'm not trying to upset anybody here. I think Tony Z's a great dude, but we have actually heard this before. What we really need are manufacturing nodes. We need a center of supply and demand, which are manufacturing nodes. We need those put in the game, and we need missions to propagate based upon manufacturing nodes, period. It is that simple. Like, I am not quite sure why we can't do that right now. We could literally do that right now. We could put the manufacturing nodes in right now, propagate missions through manufacturing nodes, and get quantum kicked up into the fucking first gear at least. I'm not quite sure why that's not happening yet.
Actually separate, right? Because it's not worth it over here, and we can make those inventory.
We're hearing some issues of like quantum in game from people that are playing Rhino.
I'm just not going to waste my time as a large scale shipper. I'm going to go to the bigger.
We've been hearing NPCs fighting with one another and areas where like quantum would be taking effect, which is positive. But in terms of supply and demand, mechanics,
it's only at these select.
We need to see it through manufacturing nodes. Period. Simple as that. Simple as that. Doesn't need to get any more complicated than that.
In moving volatile cargo.
Andre, right.
Place where you don't have
I mean, this is all in good, but it needs to start happening.
NPC try to do it, then you may wind up, suffering the consequences of, oh, you lost your cargo, it was blown up, your ship was destroyed, you have to go to insurance, reclaim, et cetera, et cetera. All because you basically tried to, use a facility that was not appropriate for the types of actions you were trying to do.
It's just not tailored to it, right? So it's I think it'll be a good change for the game.
The key point from my perspective, though, is as much as possible, we don't want to necessarily make it black and white, right? Which is, it's not
you
that
could
you
do it
literally,
right now, the way that it's built out, Killian, but in order for it to
it's more that
be persistent,
you can buy it there, but
then we need to talk about everything that was on the demonstration today at CitizenCon, which was the talk about dynamic server meshing and stacking.
Trying to get all of that stuff onto here, and
all the DGs.
It's going to take a tremendous amount of time, and you're going to wind up having to pay an exorbitant.
But I still think it could happen even now. You know what I mean?
Them of their entire inventory supply, et cetera. And so it's really just the logistical challenges that you
they don't want to do it, right? They don't want to do it because each instance would have different pricing, and that would like piss off people in a whole different way, and people would get upset about it. But the funny thing is, the prices might be different on the different instances, but it would actually give people the gameplay that they want. You know what I mean? Which is hilarious.
Price per unit of the cargo is going to diminish as you get closer and closer to the inventory limits. So it's going to encourage you to go to places with those larger scale inventories so that you can keep your profit margin as high as possible.
Good night, Raj. Sweet dreams, buddy. Thank you for chilling out with us all day, bud.
Foundation for Reputation late last year, and that followed that up in the first quarter with the release of the Delphi Mobiglass app that allows you to see exactly how different NPCs and organizations feel about you. This is a critical system within the game because it's the key mechanism by which you'll unlock more challenging and lucrative opportunities.
I'm not quite sure, Sketch. I'm not quite sure.
Areas that will bestow
you would think in theory you could, Sketch.
Key pieces of the puzzle though, and can't yet fully exploit this system. So over on the mission side, only the bounty hunting services give you a nice yes. At the moment. Offer you more interesting missions as you gain reputation with them. Can you go into a little
very
bit
good observation, Chris?
This is?
Essentially, whenever we want to make a new mission, or even just a very small variant on a mission, it requires an entirely new record, a new chunk of data that we have to put into the system, and that takes time. To build out any kind of ladder is an awful amount of time, honestly. Some things that we want to do is just kind of make it so that some of that is more systemic and a little bit faster, and by doing that we will be able to kind of explode wide, making it so that we make one mission, one template, and then just give it some variables that have some ranges. And by doing so, we can then allow it to almost generate its own chains of
The problem with creating a simulated economy is that you have to think of every single variable and then program it into the game so that no matter what happens, you're simulating it correctly for the economy. And that is really the huge issue in what they're trying to do with creating Quantum.
Yeah,
they wouldn't need to do this amount of work if they actually had a player-driven economy, but then you get a lot of people who are worried about exploits. That is really the crux of the argument. That's really it. That's really what's happening here. The amount of time that it's taking to do this is because they don't want to have to worry about player-driven exploits and people who are so scared about player-driven economies. So now they have to figure out every single fucking variable in every situation to create a simulated economy. That's really what's happening. That's why it's taking so fucking long. This is what's really happening.
As you do that mission, you build up reputation with him. All of a sudden, he's passing, higher difficulty levels into that mission template. And one of the complicating factors that we face is we need to be able to take this template, and before we've actually instantiated it, before you've actually accepted it, we need to be able to extract information out of it and process that. And what I mean by that is we need to know, before we've created the mission, how much money you should reasonably be paid in order to do this. And we need to know, if we need to have a sense of where this mission might actually take you and what the current status of that area is.
It's funny if you watch the viewer count going down, it's because they're talking about the economy.
Sending you into
I used to do a whole bunch of economy videos, and this is exactly, I talk about economy a lot, and this is exactly what happened. Like the viewer count would just splash
this is
down.
Part of the reason why we've actually made
and it's so very important for the game,
on this particular problem, but there are multiple facets to dealing with it. And I'd actually say that at this point, we're in a relatively good place on the on the underlying the dynamic mission side, and we've still got a considerable amount of work to do over on the actual UI side to take a mission template, look at your reputation, create some proxy references to that mission template with different metadata associated, and then assuming that you actually select option number 3, which has
PvE and
metadata
PvP go hand in hand, dude.
Instantiate the mission,
one needs the other.
in the metadata so that it actually customizes it as appropriate for the selection that you were just shown.
Absolutely, Chris.
And you can then
Absolutely,
go off and
Chris.
execute that mission, and you'll
They're
be
trying to
paid
simulate a
the
baseline, is what they're trying to do, Chris. They're trying to give a baseline to things and trying to figure out the value of what it should be based upon the gameplay that they think people will have fun with. But they don't realize that like their basic supply and demand mechanics will do that for itself, right, Chris? You know what I'm saying? Chris, you've always understood that. Every time we've had talks on YouTube, every one of your comments is very intuitive, very intelligent. You get that. I get that.
That's exactly like in the end.
And that's what I'm trying to say. Like I said earlier, they're trying to figure out every single variable, which is damn near going to be impossible.
I've got a mission giver. This mission giver is going to dispatch you to deal with, with bad guys. The variables wind up becoming, well, how many bad guys and how quickly are they going to reinforce themselves, and are they going to be are they going to be flying capital ships or little small Hornets? And
absolutely,
what kind of stuff will they have on board, and what areas of the solar system will this conflict be taking place? So these are all things that
they don't need to do all this work. That's the craziest thing. That is really the craziest thing.
Or what that NPC would.
They're trying to simulate it to avoid like people exploiting or cheating the system, and they don't understand that essentially trading is finding exploits. Trading is about finding exploits. You know what it's called? Margin.
The back end is going to be generating more and more difficult NPCs based on the gear, based on the quality of the stuff that they can do, their behaviors.
I can tell you right now that the whole point of being a great trader is to find exploits.
And
we call it margin.
These are all things that are going to be fed into the mission instead of just the static data that we kind of have right now.
Like you literally have to place nodes in the mission script logic that says like spawn this kind of thing if we roll this, and this kind of thing if we do that. And it's just
time. And
monumental. They're overthinking it. They are overthinking it.
Ahead of time. And actually
this is why it's taking so fucking long. I really hope people come back to this section, or people who share this and say, hey, listen to DG talk about the economy right now.
Or this many
DG's talking a lot of sense about this shit.
That's why reputation.
These guys are wrapping their heads around a problem that is not really a problem.
How good you are.
It's the single most important.
I'm absolutely the 1% capitalist pig
here. Clearly, you can basically upgrade your character by buying different ships.
We're saying that Tony Z is trying to literally be the architect of the Matrix and simulate supply and demand,
organization or access
and simulate it so that we believe it.
With more or less hostility.
It can happen naturally. It could happen without the simulation.
What your reputation is within there, and how this character responds.
But everybody's worried about exploitation. The second you say player-driven economy, there's so many people out there that scream, "Oh, everybody's going to exploit exploits." Everybody gets scared.
Is all about. We completed the, as I said earlier, the basic system last year. We incorporated the reputational logic into the subsumption, mission and AI language.
But they're really trying it. He is obsessed in trying it. Hey, good for him. This is the thing I've been saying. If they can do it, good on them.
One piece,
give me the simulation. People are so scared of player-driven economies. Give me the simulation where I believe it's actually player-driven. I don't know. I don't even know if Tony Z can do that. But boy, he is trying, isn't he? He is
customize itself as appropriate. And
here's the thing: he is trying so hard to give us a simulation of something that we could literally do, like easily on our own. But so many people are so worried about player-driven economies and exploits, and people are going to cheat me out of the XYZ, that they are going to this route. They are going to this route to create a simulated supply and demand. And he is dead set focused on creating it. If this man can do this, I will bow down and be like, wow, you did something that I thought was fucking impossible. You created a simulated supply and demand economy in which I actually believe that it is player driven. I don't know if that's something they're going to do. Listen to the talk. Listen to these guys wrapping themselves in a coil around a problem that, they're trying to put in the variables upon variables of giving this simulated economy that's going to give us supply and demand that we could literally do for ourselves. Quantum is player-driven mechanics. Quantum is player-driven economies. That's what quantum is. Quantum is player-driven supply and demand. Simple as that. That is what quantum is. But because everybody's worried about player-driven economies, oh God, God forbid we have another EVE economy, which, by the way, is a fucking amazing economy for people that actually trade it and play that in EVE and are traders and love industrial work. It's a fucking brilliant economy. Okay, but a lot of people have a bad taste in their mouth from it, and mostly those people aren't involved in it. They see like something that's like crazy, overly priced in another system, and they say, well, this is crazy. Who's going to buy this gun for $3 million? Nobody, fucking dumbass. Nobody is going to do that. Somebody, maybe, if they're out in the middle of nowhere and they need that fucking gun, they might pay that fucking premium for that $3 million fucking gun. They might pay that money for that rail gun out in the middle of nowhere because they fucking need that rail gun. And the guy who sold it to him make a shit ton of money. That's quantum. That is fucking quantum. Okay, but let's see if he can do it.
That may be conveyed upon you just as a result of being within this organization or having a certain level of stature within this organization. This may be anything from, expedited, ship deliveries. After your ship gets blown up, you don't have to basically, pay a fee to basically, get it as quickly as possible. That's automatically covered. You may get, discounted prices at certain shops. You may, simply not get a hostile response from pirates in this area if you're a member of, of the Pirates Guild and things of that sort. And so this plays into what we're talking about here, because you're able to look at an organization, you're able to understand what kind of benefits it conveys to its most exalted members, and then you can decide whether or not you want to basically try to increase your ranks within there. And in terms of doing that, the challenge is simply having enough mission variety and diversity to enable the player to feel, hey, I started out, he didn't trust me, he gave me the real simple, not particularly lucrative mission, and I've been working on this for days and days and days, and I've been moving up in terms of the difficulty that I faced, in terms of the reward that I was offered, and finally I got to the promised land, and now I basically have membership within the organization, and now I can basically go to Grim Hex and have.
He is literally trying to think of every single variable that could happen on every given supply and demand function. That is so complex. That is such a complicated thing to do. He is literally trying to figure out every single interactive variable in every situation, economically speaking. And you can tell these guys are like, fuck, man, this is a very heavy situation right here. This is such a fucking heavy situation to supply every instance to every economic interaction and activity and to simulate it. It is so fucking crazy if you really think about it, that it's not that hard to do if it was just player driven. That's really what the answer amounts to. But people are scared. People are scared to do that. People are scared to do that.
It's really starting to fray at the seams. So
driving themselves fucking crazy.
The Xenothreat mission.
I feel like now I'm looking at this completely different. I'm looking at like they are literally driving themselves mad trying to figure out every single variable to give us this simulated experience,
while
man.
Players could join up and basically fight on the side of the UE
absolutely,
and try to repel the
absolutely.
invaders.
The more I start to listen to this,
officially
the more I realize
means
the baseline of what's happening
the side
here.
Of the bad guys.
So we go into Eve's.
You could go shoot the players that were supporting the UE. You could shoot the UE itself. You could get a crime stat, but the Xenothreat would still view you as hostile. They would still engage you, still try to kill you, etc. This was something that we got right up to the very end with Ninetales, and it was driving you and I crazy.
He's trying to be the architect.
We wanted to fix it, and we put in what equates to,
He's literally trying to be the architect of the Matrix.
Where what we can effectively do is
I feel like this is going to burn out Tony. I feel like this is. I think Tony's just going to fucking burn out.
Normal, dislike of someone in another faction based upon whether or not they have a particular mission token in their inventory.
Well, it's if they're doing a certain mission at this time. And that is honestly not how we want to do this.
100%. So in this particular case, if you accept the support Ninetales.
So in this particular case, and in this in particular case, and this in particular case, and this in particular case, say you're in your Caterpillar and you're flying to Stanton and you go to this particular system. Now imagine that you're in this particular system, you talk to this particular person, and this particular person isn't really a specialist at this particular item. Now if this particular item right here doesn't have this particular ammo, then you would imagine that this particular piece won't have this particular value. So then, it's like, dudes, dudes. I mean, dudes. I mean, do we want it simulated? Do we want it simulated? I feel like it's not going to be simulated, you know? It's too monumental. It's too monumental for a human being to undertake.
Oh, like they are actually just civilians. Tony could. They don't care, essentially. If it's reputation, it's something that persists. It doesn't matter if you have a mission or not. You have done something that has made these people like or dislike you, and no matter where you go and what you do, unless that changes, they are going to attack you or not attack you, and you can kind of count on that.
Well, your actions have an impact on how the world perceives you, right?
Yep.
And it's especially important, like as we go into Pyro, as there's multiple factions that are kind of at war with each other out there. We want the players to be able to get in good with one or the other.
Exactly.
So it's a change that we know we need to make, and I think it's really going to take shape and form as we go into Pyro, because UE in Stanton is a pretty binary thing. There's little pockets of pirates, but it's not like Pyro, where it's going to have like these very distinct groups that are kind of warring with each other, and the reputation system is perfect for that.
It will allow us to open up also just like an entire branch of content. Like, we don't really have missions where you work with criminals for the criminals. There's nothing that really makes you a long-term criminal player. Your crime stat can be wiped. You can kind of get rid of that source. It's not something that I am a criminal player and I log in and I'm going to do these kinds of things. I'm going to be on this side of things. These people hate me. These people love me. That allows you to define your character. That allows you to define your play style. That allows you to define where you're going to do and what you're going to do in the game. The entire game shifts if you have the ability to say.
I would say it's much more like the real world, where it's the concept of what hostility, it eventually equates to binary. Either I engage you, either I attack you, or I do not. But in between, there's literally just a sea of grays in terms of this organization hates that one, this one likes this one, this one doesn't like, this one's neutral towards that one, etc. And you wind up having inevitably some sort of unique mixture of all of these different things. And so in the end, we will prioritize these things and determine, it's like, oh, well, you're a member of the walk old ladies across the street. Well, I like that. Oh, but you're also a member of the Pirates Guild. I really hate that. So even though I like that one, I'm still going to attack you. And so it's much more flexible in terms of determining all of these complex relationships that players are eventually going to instill upon their characters. Like, it's not going to be either I'm left faction or right faction. It's like there's going to be lots and lots of different organizations, lots of different NPCs, and your standing with those will be all over the map. Some players will be in really good standing with this, some players will be really low on this other one, and the level of variability that we'll be able to support with the reputation system is just going to be far, far superior to what we have now. Dorsey, you implemented the Ninetales mission, which allowed players to fight on either side of the conflict. How does the gameplay experience differ depending upon which side you choose to support? And can you explain how this actually, in the end, wound up being a server optimization of sorts?
Well, I mean, you kind of hit the nail on the head. What happens differently is if you are on the lawful side, you are working for Crusader Security, they are sending out scanning ships to try and locate the Ninetales fleet. And you have to go and protect those. And then once you have found that fleet, you go and destroy that fleet. You are killing ships until you basically deplete their resources and make them retreat from the area. On the Ninetales side of that, you are...
Listen, I'm seeing the functionality they're talking about in terms of like, what I'm thinking about is that this isn't the talk that I want. Like, this is great and all, but they're talking about reputation system. They're talking about mission rewards. They're talking about missions propagating from necessity. They're talking about the supply and demand side of missions in terms of security right now. The access that you'll have in terms of what you can buy or what you can sell, given your different dealers out there because of your reputation. They're talking about these reputation type things. I want to get to the core basic supply and demand mechanics behind pricing, assets, commodities, items, the things that take the very basic minerals and items that are taken to build these things in manufacturing nodes. I want to talk about the very basics of trade, right? I want to talk about the very basics of supply and demand. This is all great and all. like the reputation talk, and but I know what's going to come from this talk. I understand this talk. I've heard this talk before, but I want to have the talk where it's like, this is X. X is needed to make Y. Y is being put out here because of everything they're talking about right now. Propagation of missions, depending upon what it is that's going out there in the verse, in the quantum, blah, 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 blah. I really want to have a basic talk on supply and demand mechanics in the game. How it's going to affect me directly. Like how deep that gameplay is going to be. We don't want shit on timers. I don't want to just pretend. I don't want fetch quests. I don't want A to B fucking fetch quests like Elite Dangerous. I don't want fucking A to B fetch quests where this box has fucking materials in it that I know didn't get created by anything because there's no real fucking supply and demand. And I'm taking box X that just appeared out of fucking nowhere and then take it over to B, and then B takes it and then it just fucking disappears into the just like it does in Elite Dangerous because there's no real fucking economy over there. I want to have that talk. That is the talk that I want to have. We're just talking about reputation right now.
With with key NPCs within the game and how the UE views you, and whether or not certain organizations want to allow you within their ranks. And some of these things you do will have long-standing impact to where if you ally yourself with a group, like the Ninetales, you may be prohibited from joining some organization that you've been aspiring to for a very long time.
Unless you do something to work that back. Like you gotta
and
earn
it's a
that
balance,
trust.
right? And we want those scales to go one way or the other. It's not that we want you to be able to be perfect with everybody all the time. Like that, it comes at a cost.
It depends upon the severity, right? Which is, if you do jaywalking, well, then sure, someone is not going to find it that difficult to basically assume that from now on you'll stay on the right side of the law, so we'll go ahead and let you into our transport guild. If, on the other hand, you're committing acts of piracy and murder and everything else, it's like, oh, well, now I'm not sure that I actually want you in our organization, which adheres to all the laws of the nearby area and everything of that sort.
That element of being able to pick your side and
they can't do much until dynamic server meshing. Like, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Allow in pretty much every piece of our content going forward.
It needs to be
as much as possible
ingrained in the game with everything else.
Granted,
the only reason we haven't traditionally supported is it's
the tech.
It's
the tech,
well,
right?
And to a large degree, you can call out a few specific pieces of the tech, right?
Yeah.
Which is the reputation system certainly plays a role. The lack of a
these guys are waiting on dynamic server meshing.
Using the old faction system for Xenothreat, that was literally
and more systems and more interaction. It's exactly what that is exactly what is happening.
We were literally within weeks of release, and
they're waiting for more people,
it was
more
going to
interaction,
bother me to
more
put
systems,
out a second
more
one
inputs
that had the exact same limitations.
They're waiting for server meshing.
The fact that
exactly what's going on.
An unattractive
I can't do shit till
fix
server
it.
meshing comes.
I wanted to fix it. It did. It completely changed the experience.
We just answered it.
And so it is.
We just answered it. The reason why shit isn't happening, shit isn't popping, is they are waiting on the tech. They cannot do anything really. Their hands are tied until server meshing is tied and gets. Yeah. They gotta wait. They gotta wait till server meshing. We got our answer right there. They gotta wait.
This hack for some other missions that we have in the hopper.
And once we have that reputation version in, like, we will update Ninetales to handle that, and it will play better as a result.
Yeah, that's actually another point that I wanted to touch on a little bit, which is, so we did Xenothreat.
It'll be simulated.
And we released it, and then we basically brought it back and did some relatively mild alterations. We changed how 2 middle phases basically transitioned automatically between them as opposed to being distinct, so that we could have the whole salvage
to a
process.
degree, Killian. To a degree, I do agree with you. To a degree, there has been instances,
but there was still salvaging.
But still, very, very lacking.
Ninetales, we basically released it. And you've already identified a number of shortcomings with it that you want to address.
Exactly what they're saying. Exactly what they're saying, Sketch.
Even beyond that, and this is something. So I want to get to that in a second, but this is something that we're going to continue to do with a lot of these dynamic events. They're intended not as one-shot missions. You play them for a month, a quarter, 6 months.
Exactly,
and then
Jay.
you lose interest and move to other stuff. The basic idea for these things is these events represent some sort of
archetype almost?
Yeah, well, I'd say they represent, it's almost like a customized chunk of gameplay. It's pirates have locked down an area, or Xenothreat has decided to invade the solar system, or pirates have basically run amok, over in this area, drug runners have completely,
Tony's on the ball again. He's like, we're just getting little chunks and pieces of what the economy should be like.
The idea is that we'll have all of this information over within Quantum, and then we'll look within our extensive library of these events, and we'll decide which one most closely matches that. We'll customize it as appropriate and then trigger it. And so the idea is that we're layering all of this custom handcrafted design onto this systemic background. And so we really get the best of both worlds. We get a nice, logical, systemic universe that ebbs and flows, it evolves, it basically changes logically in response to player actions. But at the same time, we get all of the incredible stories and the explicit dialogue,
heard it before. Hello, you are right there, dude.
Intricately designed challenges that a designer has put a lot of time and thought and effort into doing. And so you really get both of these blended.
He's saying everything we're saying right now in a much more complex way. He's literally saying you're getting chunks of what the economy will eventually be like because of the dynamic events that are being inserted. The reason why dynamic events were inserted is because we wanted to play around with propagation of missions, with rewards, with supply and demand on a very, very basic level. So that's exactly what he's saying there. But he's also saying is earlier here what Hello is saying is, why are we doing a post-mortem about these events right now? We've heard all this before, and we will continue hearing all of this before over and over again until until server meshing is here. We cannot have a dynamic economy until we have server meshing. We just cannot have a dynamic economy until server meshing. And server meshing is something that's got to be put out in the forefront. It is the #1 most important issue to hit. Now, today, what we heard about server meshing was very intriguing through Benoit. What Benoit was talking about with server meshing was a different approach. It's very innovative, but I think will take a lot of work. I think that the way that they're thinking about server meshing is different. It is very innovative, and it's going to take a lot more work than what they think will take. They're saying Q3, Q4 of next year. I would be very impressed if they got server meshing on any level out the door by the end of next year. So I would say right now, the economy is not going to be the economy that we want well into next year. It's going to be the same economy that we've always gotten, and that's just the way things are going to be until server meshing are in.
Reason to do that if you could do
it actually goes back to what you were talking about earlier, which is I can buy them instantaneously from the shop and there's no loading time, and then I can move them over here and I can instantly unload them. If I had to physically pull them off, you could more easily balance these things. Whereas right now, I really do have to go manually pull each individual one off of the derelict ship. And so I'm incurring all of the the physicalized cargo expense on one side and not on the other. And so in the end, sure, just due to the sheer amount of time, it's like it takes me 30 minutes to get 12 boxes this way, or I can go buy 50 boxes, in a split second. Which one are you going to do?
Some people might still do the derelict because they're fun, frankly. It's a fun little FPS raid, but a lot of people are going to look at the dollar signs and just go, okay, this is obviously the better option. That being said,
Listen, this is a time versus money debate, and honestly, really, these are bullshit discussions. Imagine you have a ship that has something that's more valuable than anything, and you could just, by chance, happen upon it, and that's the whole point of piracy. You could have an item on the ship that's worth a lot of fucking money. Which is one of the reasons why I think they should bring in items or assets that are equivalent to legendary weapons or items or something that are slightly different, that have a variation to them other than just the regular economy type items or assets in the game. They should have slight tweaks on items that are worth a lot more money, because then they will give you more reason to be a pirate and to have this whole discussion be squelched, which is why would you pull all these boxes into your ship because you're only making XYZ when you could just go to a station and automatically do it? Well, you would actually, if you found something worthwhile on these ships, that would give people the reason to say, okay, well, maybe I want to go out and I do want to take the time to do these types of things,
Things that some percentage of the players would aspire to and want, other rewards that you get for building up your standing with them.
Collectibles, right?
315, right. But that is definitely where that is intended to go. The other thing that we might want there is a system to dynamically modify jurisdiction, because one of the big punish points that happens to a criminal when they are helping on that side in that
This
area.
has been very eye-opening. I've actually liked the CitizenCon. I think they laid that out great, but I think there needs to be more substance in certain parts.
Weird,
but there were substantive parts. I mean, like this was very eye-opening and informative for me.
Wasn't enough time to
And plus, I got to hang out with you guys, so this is great.
That is a longer
but I'm having a good time. There are portions of this that are very weak. But overall, like so far, so good. Thank you, Jake.
Some pressure on that happening.
Thank you for bringing the excitement.
Like we added the shot modifiers, we added the
It's gonna be black.
we added the ability to do the quantum lockdown.
I'm so sexy when I do kung fu. I'm so
we
sexy.
haven't yet
Thank
added
you,
the
Jay.
ability to add the dynamic population modifiers, and so this one was, as you said, we knew this was going to be an issue. You can't.
I'll be putting this whole stream out tomorrow for you, Hammer.
Into every release, and so the point is, we got Ninetales out.
These economy talks, dude, they do this, man. Dropping viewers, dropping interest. You know, the more you talk about the actual mechanics,
are just things that are going to be.
Listen, some people are going to say, "Oh, you're talking over them. You're talking over them, DG. What makes you think that you should talk over them?" Well, because we've heard these talks before, and I'm actually very, very deeply entrenched into economic gameplay, as that's one of my fucking fortes and what I love to do. So, I mean, like everything we're hearing here is things that we've heard before. So I'm going to tell you right now that this type of gameplay is super important for whether you're PvE or PvP. It's very important. But one thing that I've noticed that is the common denominator, the ratio, what I see all the time is when we get into these talks, when we talk about things like this, you will see a drop in viewership like you cannot believe. People don't want to hear it. People don't want to talk about these complex issues because it's too fucking complex. They're just like, fuck it, I don't want to have to deal with these things. Just make it fun. Fuck it. Just make it fun. And the problem in saying things like that is what waters down gameplay. That's what makes games shit. Because people don't take the time to talk about it like this. So I'm very happy that they are talking about it like this, but we need to start seeing examples of this. And unfortunately, we will not see examples of any real simulated supply and demand until we have server meshing.
2 milliseconds, but there's just such a quantity. And so what I want to touch on a little bit is as we finalize some bits of tech, like part of the reason we were able to devote as much time.
It is what it is, right, Sketch?
Getting things back into at least what I'd call like an acceptable state, not a great state.
Tech, you understand.
We've got a lot more work to do to get this thing to the level of performance we want. There's a lot of problems, the rubber banding that we're intimately familiar
It tends to happen with these talks, right, Killian?
Want to deal with it. It drives us. We all hate it. We want to fix it. But as some of these
so excited for Pyro. Pyro looked amazing.
Like their server meshing, tasks and stuff. We're now getting to the point to where we can keep people focused on this particular problem for certainly a longer period of time than they've been able to do in the past.
It's just a matter of that being the focus.
That's exactly it. It's just a matter of it being the focus.
A lot of the engineers that are working on server meshing are the people that would be fixing these optimization problems, right? So your game's going to run as fast as your biggest bottleneck, and that's about it, right? And you're gonna hit the next one, and the next one.
I think we know what the fuck we're talking about here on the channel because this guy's mentioning exactly what the fuck it is that we're talking about.
Of spawn stalls.
Now we're getting some real talk.
Deletion stalls, and it was impressive to see how quickly those guys were eradicating some of these really
big ones,
egregious performance impactors.
Like 300-400 millisecond spikes going down.
Going down to
one
like 1 or 2 milliseconds.
Right?
It's absolutely.
Enormous.
We spend a lot of time crafting to make sure that like these waves are coming at the appropriate amount of difficulty for the number of players that are there and all this stuff. And if the spawn queue starts to slow down, that kind of snarls. It just doesn't work. You can't design a great experience. You can design an okay experience, but not a great one.
As you know, on Ninetales, I know we played with this quite a bit. We definitely did on Xenothreat, where it's like, well, we want to bring in 10 guys at once to present a certain amount of challenge, but then you got to like spawn them all simultaneously, and so we wind up bringing them in one at a time. So we're basically distributing the spawn load over time. And while it's true that on average the amount of challenge you're going to face will be identical, there is a big difference between 10 ships showing up at once versus 1. And it was the same thing with the number of capital ships was originally larger, and we had to whittle that down. And so as the performance gradually improves,
sorry, I got a text message from Christy here. She's like, "Where are you?"
In terms of what we're what kind of experiences we're actually putting out there.
Christy's like, "Where the fuck are you?" I'm like, "I'm in CitizenCon."
Those missions will almost
leave me alone, woman.
Just by the very nature of that. that happening. And that's what when you say like what is the long-term thing, that to me is the biggest thing, because
Talking
a lot
about
of these events
economic gameplay
will just be better.
You're currently working.
Oh no,
on a
I told her,
sequel
trust me. I told
called
everybody,
Gen12
man.
Can you
I'm
go
in the
into more
doghouse with my
detail about
entire
what
family
players can
kill.
expect from
We
that
had a
with
big
the initial
discussion about
release?
this earlier.
It's actually, I'm trying to keep it very, very simple. Jumptown was
No,
originally
I
this
told
community
everyone.
event. And I want to keep
I told
that
everybody
vibe
in my
as much as
real
possible.
life
I'm trying to have a very light
vicinity
hand.
to F off
what I'm
very
doing is I'm
nicely
basically
for
taking a
today.
location. I'm going to make it so that it starts to spawn physically a bunch of boxes.
But now she's like,
of a very
listen, it's been
lucrative,
too long.
Material, in this case, maize, commodity.
She's literally like, where are you?
Will then, it'll start to spit that out at a certain rate, which will entice people to go there and collect it, put it on their ships, fly it away, whatever. But the point there is that is an area that will be very, very lucrative for a short period, which will entice a lot of people to conflict over it. When you've got a place that is popping out a box of maize for free that you can just pick up at every 30 seconds or so, like that is dollar signs, and people will kill for that. Not only because it's fun, but also because it's worth it, frankly. So essentially, there is a location, there is a thing that spawns these boxes, and I'm going to turn it on.
She's like, if you don't show up by 8, don't show up at all.
One of the things I didn't like about the original Jumptown was
like, why, you got a hot date planned for tonight?
And it was always on.
Now I definitely got to get over there.
Something's up at a certain frequency.
Outside of the fact that it was a bug, but yeah.
So, but it was
very static.
Yes, that's exactly it. And in general, I hate static things because it's always the same. So
I mean, it's already 6
let's
over
talk a
here.
little bit about Jumptown V2.
It takes me an hour to get to her.
Dynamic event, and it's also extremely configurable. So. Yeah. We're going to start with support for any of the drug labs, although that's really just a function of whether or not we could get environmental art teams.
Yeah, Shikuku, it's kind of like the same talk we've always had, right, buddy?
Be able to activate this at
like if this, then that, simulation,
the concept itself
variables.
Is pretty simple and can be worked at all these.
They can't do anything till server meshing, period.
Sure, but there's a lot of things like we put.
The only big demo we got was like the very first kind of like few minutes cipher where we saw Pyro and the gate.
Generic lines so
kind of really like all we've seen so far. That's like the
we don't want to be
news.
hampered by that because the lead-in time for getting that dialogue can be a little bit damaging to doing just quick ads, frankly. Like
she doesn't have a license, Killian. Can you believe that? So I'm always driving around.
Facility that was
this is the fun part about my life, Kill.
Metal or at a refinery, and we want people to fight over that, and we can just.
That's how much I love you guys.
So we've got
That's how much I love you guys.
For Jumptown V2 with respect to location. We've got dynamism with respect to what exactly it's going to be pumping out. Another one that I wanted to support was the quantity. In other words, how long will this thing be spitting it out? Is it going to spit out 100, 100 SEU of cargo, or 1,000, 100 units of drugs, or 10,000? And this was something, again, so it's been configured as a dynamic event to where it can have this information passed into it and then configure itself as appropriate.
At runtime. Like that means whoever or whatever.
That's the critical part.
It currently is launched by a person who is literally like pressing a button on a page.
Right, man.
And when they do, they can enter.
I told her, I said, tell your other boyfriend too bad.
Where it's happening,
coming
what
tonight.
it's spitting out, how long it's going to last, how fast.
Yeah, I'll actually talk about that a little bit later. To where right now, all of the events that we've launched so far are triggered, via Quasar, and a person goes in, specifies the event, specifies the inputs,
and you'll talk about it being
100%
driven.
Jumptown V2, another one of the specific design objectives was to use it as the first test case for these systemic triggers, to where we can actually have quantum inject this information dynamically. Yes. And so like right now we're running Ninetales, and one of the complaints that I've seen is, hey, it doesn't fire often enough. It's like I missed it and then it's gone. And so one of the directions in which we want to go is having some of these events like Jumptown.
Nothing about Theaters of War.
Triggered by
player actions.
By player actions or Quanta, or player and Quanta basically doing whatever we determine. Maybe it is a certain amount of drugs are being bought, sold, lots of drug runners are basically traversing this shipping lane. Whatever kind of conditions we want to put, and then we can measure both on the quantum side, eventually, and then even in the short term, on the players, is like how many players are basically moving drugs back and forth here? How many players are basically, dropping commodities off at this location? And if we have a dynamic event compatible with whatever these, whatever these conditions are, then we can go ahead and automatically trigger it and inject those customized parameters into it so that it basically more accurately represents what's actually going on in that area.
Right now we're just shortchanging that, but eventually, yeah.
That's actually, I like the whole Jumptown concept, but my favorite aspect by far is the fact that it's being designed as a test case for some of this up and coming systemic technology on the back end, so that we can start to go, at 3 a.m. conditions were met, and we're going to go ahead and trigger Jumptown on Lyria, and we're basically going to put this particular drug into it, and it's going to be 679 units of drugs, and however quickly players are there to basically pull those things out, that will be how long.
But the sad thing is that I would really love that happen on a player level. I would really like there to be a drug lord or a dealer or somebody who grows it. I would really like the supply to be from somebody who's growing this drug or making this drug chemically, that has their own labs, that is actually making the supply, rather than Tony saying, okay, well, we're going to put 634 units of Smash down here, and that's all that there's going to be, and we're going to put it here, and we're going to put an event out there that's going to give us like the reason why people need to rush to the 634 units of Smash. Like, I would actually like this to occur naturally. I don't know, an effigy. I don't know. I would like it to happen naturally, and I really hope that it does. And I really hope that question is in Tony's mind, that who says these things can't happen naturally. I really think that is what I want to be up at the top of the list. That is really what I want there to be up at the top of the list, is that thought in Tony's head, is like rather than thinking about all these variables and simulated concepts, and that these things happen naturally from players who are doing it on their own. And that's what I'm really worried about. And that's one thing that I've always talked about from the very, very beginning of time, is like this 10-to-1 ratio, this simulation that we're going to be put in. Are we going to be drowned out? That's something that I worry about. Are we going to be drowned out by all the variables? Are we going to be drowned out as like what we do, the supply we create, what we're doing? Is that going to be drowned out by these talks? That's what I really worry about.
That actually does kind of get to what you were saying earlier in terms of allowing some of the player ships that are going to, or some of the NPCs that are going to interdict you, to actually be more effective at it as we start to expand those quantum interdiction zones, to a larger size.
It all interconnects.
Yeah, and it can be influenced by players or the back end simulation. It's something that we'll be able to balance. We'll be able to pull analytics from the back end. It's measurable, and it'll be something we can tune over time.
Another one on another point we're talking about on Jumptown for future directions forward is, and you and I have had this conversation a couple of times, is I would like to eventually be able to have NPCs basically fill in the other side. Like now, one of the inherent flaws in it is it's purely PvP, right? Which is, I go there, I basically control that area, I get the loot for as long as it's pumping it out, and unless other players come and try to basically kick you out of that area, it's a cakewalk. And what we would want to be able to simulate, obviously, is if players are not going there, would Quanta, over on the simulation side, would they be attracted to, this value generator? Of course they would. Great. At what rate? And what rate's going to depend upon what it's spitting out, what the street, value of that stuff is, how far it is from civilization, and they therefore have to travel, et cetera. And so the point would be that we want to be able to, just as we were talking about earlier, we want to, with Ninetales, to where we were aligning, players on either side and saying, we'll use NPCs to basically, to balance it however we want. In this case, if there are 0 players on on the attacking side trying to take it over, well, we're going to have to fill those ranks with NPCs.
That being said, one of the things that is called out very often as being an exciting portion of Jumptown, the original, was going there and not knowing if you were going to find resistance. That can kind of keep you on the edge of your seat a little bit. There's that, it's too quiet. So it won't always be.
100%, but you don't need that. uncertainty doesn't necessarily need to only come as a result of whether or not players are willing to do it. We can have uncertainty on the NPC side and say, maybe we will, maybe we won't, basically, have them assault. Maybe they'll come in a straggler, one guy at a time. Maybe they'll come in a big coordinated group of 12 NPCs, all in heavy armor, armed to the tooth, and you'll basically be doing your absolute best, to hold that, calling your friends, et cetera.
Yeah,
et cetera.
I agree. No,
the point is, like right
it's
now,
usually a
unless
Theorycraft conversation
we
though
have
every
the
time Tony
ability
talks.
to basically set those scenarios up, then some players on some servers will never get that cool experience of a whole burst of guys arriving at one shot, or the stragglers. Now, if players are basically going in there attacking, well, sure, I've already got 20 players on this side. Maybe I don't need to throw any other NPCs out to.
Or maybe I want to add fuel to the fire, frankly.
Or maybe you want to throw.
Players were very creative in the first one.
Yeah, and that's honestly what I'm really looking forward to is what is the tools that have been added to the sandbox at this point. It's such a simple event. I really am looking forward to seeing how they handle it. Like, you can come in a land vehicle, and you can set up a tank or a ballista and just like pick people out of the sky, defend that area, turn it into a fortress. You can have dogfights in the air over it. You can, if you're stupid and you leave your ship turned off with its shields off, like, someone's gonna blow that up.
You and I talked in the early stages of Ninetales about the fact that it's a drug lab. Why is it basically spitting these things out? And the idea would be, well, they've produced a lot of them at that location, and so who would be one of the most logical people to come and try to take back control? It would be the guys that that basically originally had control of that drug lab. It'd be whatever criminal organization we want to basically have that thing,
or a competition.
100%. And so you could see players are in there basically reaping the rewards. Another player team assaults them, and now the much larger threat comes, and the players it could be a three-way. The players could team up, with each other to basically hold them off and then split the goods, et cetera, et cetera. So the real point, to my mind, is it just comes back to is configurability.
Yeah, I think that's the real question.
I want to be able to vary the location, vary the type of material, vary the quantity.
Says,
of that
maybe I get another beer. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'm going to take a shit.
Challenges you'll face trying to basically hold it, and all of a sudden that starts to
I have a beer while on this toilet.
What we're trying to do with all these different dynamic events, which is we want to make templates that we can. I always call it object-oriented content creation. It's such a common concept.
He's
over
the
on
fucking
coding
architect,
side.
man. I love it.
He's the fucking architect. Over on the content creation to basically put all of these rules and procedures and processes in place so that you can basically build nice modular chunks of content and easily link them to other pieces, so that you're not reinventing the wheel every time you're doing this. Like a good good example is the spawn closets that we're doing over for some of the infiltrator missions that we'll be talking about. It's like that's absolutely going to play a factor in some of these future iterations of things, like whether it's Ninetales. You could see Ninetales eventually supporting on the derelicts. Some of those derelicts actually have Ninetales members on them that we can basically create 2 or 20. We can create them over time. We can basically change the
or taking
what their
over the
loadouts
station. Like, there's so many things you can do with that. So.
Yeah, Pyro is going to be a good test bed for a lot of that stuff, just with the strife.
That's so true. That's good.
So, looking forward to it.
They are definitely looking forward to it. They need another test bed.
All right, let's bring Luke into the conversation now. We started working on the Xenothreat event around March of 2020, and it took about a year to get it out the door. We knew that it was going to be extremely difficult because we were missing so much of what we needed, including everything from the dynamic mission service that would drive the back-end logic, to the capital ship AI, target prioritization for turrets, functional countermeasures, tons of dialogue, and countless other things. Part of the allure, though, was that in one shot, we'd have a great test case for a litany of important features, like battles far larger than anything we'd previously done, and a test bed for creating missions that supported a variety of different play styles, like ship-to-ship combat and salvaging. So, Luke, from your perspective, what were some of the big lessons we learned from Xenothreat?
Yes, Pink, I like what you're saying. I like what you're saying, Pink.
A large-scale fleet battle, so we learned a lot. The biggest takeaway was that we needed to develop our overly simplistic friendly fire system, which was leading to players receiving unfair crime stats and being kicked from the mission. So in the recent re-release of the event, we made major improvements to our friendly fire detection and tolerances, which drastically cut down on unfair crime stats according to the feedback and analytics we received. What's great is this kind of change improves the whole game, not just the event, and paves the way for more large-scale space battles in the future. I think it's also important to add that another thing that became clear was that players wanted a counter mission involving PvP. So we've started planning with this in mind for subsequent releases.
Luke, as the performance gradually improves over the next few quarters, what sort of things would you most like to change about Xenothreat?
I think most people would expect my answer to be throw more AI at the player. But it might be that when performance improves, our AI becomes much deadlier, which could actually lead to us reducing.
Hell yeah, we need deadlier AI.
This balancing is always the most difficult part of mission creation.
Great conversation being had here by the fam right now. Love reading what you guys are writing here. Great convos.
And if a mission is too easy, it's not just a case of throwing more AI at it, as this will only compound the performance issues. We were happy with the balancing we achieved, but it wasn't quite what we hoped for. Once performance is improved, we hope to rebalance and deliver the experience we intended.
Luke, we've invested a lot of engineering effort into our spawn closet tech, which allows us to precisely and intelligently push NPCs into and out of an area. The first major test of this tech will be the Infiltrator class of missions, which I wanted to provide much more varied and challenging FPS situations than anything we've previously seen. To that end, we can now determine at runtime the type and number of NPCs we want to insert at a location, often at the behest of Quantum. We can also apply a litany of rules to the spawning, like how many can be active at once, how the spawn rate changes when an alarm has gone off, and whether a boss might be found wandering the area with his guards or only after they've all been dispatched. The mission template supports a wide variety of objectives, ranging from killing everyone at that location to only killing select individuals, to protecting NPCs from any harm, to hacking computers, to extracting designated materials. Can you go over some of these mission variations in more detail?
Of course, Tony. The underground facilities were the locations we chose for our first implementation of spawn closets. So this is where players will find new missions, as well as some existing missions that have been vastly improved by the addition of spawn closets and non-combatants. One of the new missions sends players to kill a heavily armoured target who only shows himself once his crew have been wiped out. Another involves the players searching a friendly facility for a number of boxes, identified using information provided on their mobiGlass. At any point during the mission, small enemy assaults can be triggered, and the thing I love about this one is that players can choose to avoid the fight and gamble on the facility's defenders being able to repel them. And the last one I'd like to mention is, thanks to spawn closets, we now have a...
Yeah, I agree with you, Dutch. We can't really call anything a mess until actually server meshing is in and we can see actually how Quanta functions the way that it needs to function.
And the nice thing about this one is that in addition to the basic mission reward, players also receive bonuses for the AI who survive to the end.
Some of the benefits from this mission template are coming from smarter use of existing tech, like more modular subsumption logic, and some of it stems from new features like the spawn closets. Luke, how has the design setup of the Infiltrator scenario varied from what you've done in the past?
Well, spawn closets have had a dramatic effect on the types of missions we can build. Without them, we were unable to spawn AI mid-mission, as we couldn't risk them spawning out of thin air.
Pretty much right now, flying,
really unfair on players.
Nothing can happen the way we want it to until server meshing is completed the way that it needs to be, and then we can get the economy booted up. You know, we haven't really even booted up the quantum yet, you know, the way that we envision it to give us a simulated supply and demand.
And only reinforce when some of those are dead to better balance the difficulty of the encounter. And you mentioned
people want to just get involved. Dutch, take a breath. Dutch, just get upset. It's okay, Dutch. People just want to get involved, and some people don't know about development, others do, and you know their opinions are valid. You just give them, take a breath. Dutch is starting to blow a gasket. I can see Dutch like. It's okay, Dutch. We love you, Dutch. It's okay. Take a breath, bro. Go outside, get some air, man. It's okay.
We love via service beacon, just like a player, to a designated location. Other variations involve adding assorted complications to getting the NPCs
exactly, Hammer. Exactly.
Like
it's really what we're doing.
This is what fight their captors, unlocking their prison door to release them, safely escorting them.
Realize right now we're all fam and we all have our own opinions and we all have a different understanding of game development. You know, every one of us in here have like a level of like knowledge on it and or lack thereof. Okay. Thing is, you got to realize is just like, hey, what's going on right now is a lot of theory crafting talk. The theory crafting talk is happening right now because the what they need in order for the economy to work, to be booted up the way that they envision it, to give us a simulated supply and demand, is they need server meshing. Pyro being added will give them another test bed, which is exactly what they need. Pyro also will not be up until server meshing is up. they're focusing on server meshing. After server meshing is in some form or fashion, then we can get the economy booted up and we can see what the simulated supply and demand is going to give us, what this quantum is going to give us, at least in its origin form. And even then, it will be like a 1.0 baby version. It's exactly what they were talking about in layman's terms, but they didn't say it in layman's terms. They're just kind of throwing things out there in a theory crafting manner because they don't have the tools that they need right now in order to give us what it is that they're promising to give us. So it's a pretty interesting talk. Quantum update. Holy shit.
I want to pivot now and give an
We
update
need
on
server
some of
meshing.
the systemic functionality that I detailed last spring. I said that we were soon going to have quantum controlling a few select bits of the universe and that we were going to be very measured in the rollout.
Yep.
We remain on track to activate these changes with 3.16 at the end of the year, and this initial release will allow quantum to dictate 3 encounter frequencies, the prices of 3 commodities, and everything related to combat assist service beacons. As the simulation is refined and more of the linkage to the game is completed, we will expand the scope of these early tests and enable quantum to play an ever larger role in shaping the universe. So let's go over how the gameplay experience is set to change.
We're on the ball here. Everyone.
Probability volumes dictate how the likelihood of an encounter type varies within that region, and historically that information has always been static. Dynamic events, introduced in early 2021, allow that data to be changed by mission logic, but still don't support systemic modulation. You can see the frequency curve for pirate activity in red on the screen here, and the long and short of it is that no matter how many pirates you, your friends, or the entire community kill, the likelihood of encountering a pirate at this spot right here would always be about 5% per minute, and farther out, right about there, the odds would drop to 2%. Now, let's see what happens when we activate quantum and it starts to provide real-time guidance to the probability volume service that controls this information and distributes it to the game servers. As is often the case with such demonstrations, the simulation is running at an exaggerated rate of speed so that I can easily illustrate some key points. The first thing you'll notice is that the fixed pirate curve just flatlined because quantum says there aren't currently any pirates in this area. There are some valuable materials on the surface of Cellin though, and that's starting to attract some quantum miners represented in green. The distribution of the miners determines the shape of the green curve, and the quantity determines the amplitude. With the value of the ore available on Cellin sky high and no threat in sight, the number of miners continues to increase, and you can see the encounter curve changing to reflect that. Pirates are drawn to high concentrations of wealth with minimal security though, and are starting to swarm into the area, and as they do, you can see the red pirate curve adjusting. Quanta security, represented in blue, is drawn to conflict, and is thus often a lagging indicator of criminal activity. So at this point, there are several distinct things happening. The number of miners in the area is still increasing, but the rate of increase has slowed dramatically as they start to weigh the increased risk of piracy. The number of pirates is still increasing because there's still sufficient value in the area to attract them and not yet sufficient security to dissuade them.
Right. The
number of security forces continues to rise because the pirate problem is raging out of control, and thus security pay in this area has gone through the roof. This trend continues for a while until finally the risk of piracy gets too high and the quantity of miners starts to drop. The pirates are doing their own independent mental calculus and still see sufficient value in the area, even once the miners start to fall off, to continue increasing their.
We've seen this. It's cause and effect. Like everything he's explaining right now is cause and effect. And we are hearing reports from people in our community that are actually saying, hey, I'm actually seeing NPCs start to fight with one another. So what is being implemented now in a very slow way, progressively, is this cause and effect. And I think that is what he's trying to get across to everybody. This cause and effect in quantum is being inserted very gently into the PU.
Curves, you'll see a rhythmic action to it all, with miners looking for high-value ore in safe areas, pirates searching for unprotected wealth, and security chasing conflict. 3 different but very interdependent calculations. The system is always searching for equilibrium, and just as in a real economy, sometimes overshoots a bit in one direction or the other.
Those red dots could represent more than just singular pirates, though, Chris. You know, those red dots could be like a squad. I don't know exactly what those red dots are representing.
NBC Combat Assist Service
He's just giving us the basics
generated via probability volume data, and were thus every bit
cause
as
and
static
effect,
as
cause
the
and
encounter
effect.
frequencies that I just covered. The odds of a request for combat assistance at a given location didn't vary based upon what was happening in that area at that time, and no amount of concerted community effort to stamp out what was putting those NPCs in danger had any chance of succeeding.
Those examples are very
To illustrate
old.
what's changed, let's jump back to quantum. The miners are back in force, but there aren't yet any pirates, and thus there aren't any requests.
They're
for
showing it
combat
on a
assistance.
different
Just as previously occurred,
presentation,
though, the pirates
a
are going
different
to
level.
slowly sniff out this opportunity and begin gravitating to this location. As their numbers increase, so will the odds of conflict with the miner, and thus the likelihood of a combat assist service
It's not the
beacon
point,
being
though,
issued.
Chris. You know what I mean? He's just showing us cause and
You can
effect.
see a few contracts now represented by the green icons. Quantum is dictating how many beacons should be present in this area and the exact details, such as how much alpha UEC is being offered, but the data is actually maintained by the service beacon service that interfaces to the game servers and exposes these contracts to players. So, every contract that you're seeing pop up, which is a direct result of the amount of conflict happening within Quantum, can be seen and accepted by someone within the actual game. Security has started to show up, but isn't yet a major force, and the risk of piracy has gotten so great that some of the miners have decided to exit.
So
The
missions will
frequency of combat
propagate,
assist
and you could
beacons
be
is a
either a
function of both
miner
the
going
quantity
down
of
near the
miners
mine.
and pirates,
Missions
and
will
plan for the
propagate,
minimum
and you could be a
viable.
pirate that
So, as the
joins in
miners
the
depart,
attack.
the number of outstanding beacons
You get
drops.
missions that will propagate. That you can be
Security has now
security
reached
and
the
fight
point
the
where it's really starting to
pirates.
deter the
It's
pirates,
essentially
and
what
the
he's
reduced
talking
number
about
of
is cause
miners
and
is just
effect,
adding fuel to the
causal
fire.
and effect systems.
So now the number of pirates starts to fall off pretty dramatically, which also impacts the total number of active beacons and instantiation frequency. Player actions are fed back into Quantum, such that if a lot of beacons are accepted and the NPC is successfully defended in the game, the security risk as perceived by the pirates in Quantum will increase, thus affecting their sense of whether the risk justifies the reward. This means that not only will the system ebb and flow of its own accord, but your actions within the game will directly impact the simulation and thus the overall state of the universe. There's one other important thing that I want to mention here, and that's the value of the additional context that Quantum is providing. We now know exactly who issued the request for combat assistance and even the likelihood that multiple ships might be involved. All of this information can be packaged up and associated with the beacon so that when and if a player accepts the contract, the instantiated mission can be customized to better reflect what Quantum says you should be seeing.
Yeah, what is happening? Right. The actual design of it.
The shop service has always had the ability to modulate the price of commodities based upon things like the amount of inventory on hand and its rate of change, but we haven't really exploited that feature for some of the basics like fuel and HPMC, which is the material required to effect repairs on a ship. One of the reasons for this is that it's one thing to have tradable commodities fluctuate in value according to some algorithmic logic that doesn't consider anything beyond the confines of that particular shop, but it's quite another when those materials are critical to playing the game. Now that we can properly gauge demand based upon factors external to the shop, though, even if the simulation logic still needs a lot of work, we're going to flip the switch and let the prices of fuel and repair materials start to undulate. So let's bring Quantum up again. The Tram and Myers mining outpost on Cellin has been selected so that we can see its real-time prices for plasma fuel, quantum fuel, and HPMC. Keep an eye on these prices as the Quanta arrive on scene. A few of the miners are from distant locales and will be looking to top off their quantum fuel tanks, and that increased consumption is causing prices to trickle up just a bit. Plasma fuel is jumping quite a bit more, though, because it's in constant demand due to the fact that the miners routinely have to traverse the surface of the moon looking for valuable deposits of ore to extract. The price of HPMC hasn't budged because there hasn't been any conflict in the area, but that's about to change. The pirates have started to arrive and attack the miners, and that means that there are going to be some damaged ships that require repairs, and the price will continue to rise as the amount of conflict grows. Pirates require fuel too, and most of their need revolves around the plasma they'll use to engage ships in close proximity, so it's starting to get fairly expensive. Security forces have now started arriving in force, which means even more conflict in the area, which is why the price of HPMC has finally started to take off. Security forces burn a lot of plasma fuel hunting for pirates, and this is proving to be more demand than the local stores of inventory can satisfy. This means temporary shortages and skyrocketing prices until either the demand abates or the economy rebalances to ensure a more regular supply of fuel to this area.
That's cruel, Hammer. Hammer's like, yeah, we should sell the miners drugs, watch them get high, then come in and gank their
Up
shit.
until now, all of our dynamic events have
Hammer,
been manually
Dookie.
triggered by someone loading up
It's
Quasar,
evil,
selecting
Hammer.
an event, specifying the input variables, and activating it. This works fine for major events that are intended to run for a long period of time, but it's problematic when the event needs to run multiple times per day, or
We
only
didn't
when
see the
specific
jump gate
conditions
initiate.
warrant,
No,
or
we
needs
did
to be
not.
customized based upon the current state of the universe.
That is a good point, Shakooks.
The solution to this problem is systemic triggers, which are small analytical programs that let us specify what sort of conditions within Quantum warrant the creation of a
They did show us the
dynamic event,
clouds
and
getting
allow that
towards it,
event's
though.
inputs to be mapped to all
But yeah,
sorts of
we
simulation
didn't see it
state.
like.
I'm going to bring Quantum up one last time and highlight the
Hammer.
location of the 3 drug labs within the Stanton system. Raven's Roost is on Microtech's moon Calliope. Jumptown is on Crusader's moon Yela, and Paradise Cove is on ArcCorp's moon Lyria. For this test, I've removed all commodities except for drugs, and thus any green quanta you see moving around are focused on moving these illicit narcotics. A systemic trigger has been set up that monitors the total drugs purchased at any of the drug labs, which you can see in the graphs below the star map. If the total amount of drugs purchased at one of these locations over a period of time exceeds the specified threshold, it will trigger the Jumptown V2 dynamic event. The location and quantity of drugs sold would be passed to the event as inputs, which the mission logic might use for any manner of things, such as temporarily overriding the shopping data at that site for the duration of the event. The shop service that communicates with the game servers is linked to Quantum, and thus all player transactions in the game are filtered back into the simulation, and their purchases are therefore just as relevant to the totals as those initiated by Quanta. All of the drug labs are seeing a bit of action, and Paradise Cove looked like it might be the first to breach the threshold. Some red pirates have started moving into that area now, though, and the green freighters have started to flee. It looks like they've decided to focus on Raven's Roost, and you can tell by the constant level of elevated purchases that they're probably going to trip the trigger pretty soon. There, that's it. The conditions for the systemic trigger have been met. You can see that Jumptown V2 has now been added to Quasar's active dynamic events list at the top right, and below that you can see the input parameters that it was sent, which include the Raven's Roost location and a numeric value of 916 for the total purchased drugs variable, which the actual Jumptown V2 logic uses to configure how many free units of drugs the location will produce over the lifetime of the event. The ultimate purpose of systemic triggers, then, is to allow us to easily and programmatically dictate when and exactly how handcrafted custom content will be layered onto the background tapestry driven by quantum systemic logic. As our library of dynamic events grows and the sophistication of the simulation evolves, you'll eventually find that it's difficult to tell where one system ends and another begins, and the whole experience will just feel more engaging and unique than what either technology could deliver by itself.
That's cool.
That's it for our show today. I hope that you now have a better sense of some of the things we're aiming to accomplish over the next year, and that you're as excited as we are about the potential of these new features and technologies to really transform the
Would have loved to see
gameplay
something about
experience.
the hall for sure.
Until next time.
Woo, I don't know, man. I don't know. I want to stay happy though, because I'm with you guys today. I'm going to stay happy because I'm with you. Holy smokes, man. Holy smokes.
So that's it. We're done.
Jared's tired.
That's the whole show. Another CitizenCon in the bag. This one's a little different than others, but still our chance to come together safely and celebrate our shared interest and commitment to making Star Citizen everything.
At least they're trying. At least they're keeping plugging away at this shit. And, you know,
so what have we learned this year?
Give them compliments to keep on going, man. It's just,
you thought I was going to do.
What did we learn this year?
But I got to bust those bingo cards, right? If I had to guess what we learned that I'm just the lucky one that gets to sit here in front of the work of dozens of others putting today together, themselves in front of the work of hundreds more.
Yep.
Who dedicate their efforts day in and day out to
appreciate the amount of effort. I do. I have to say that. That's pretty cool, man. They didn't have to do this shit. They did.
And out of the team that here to represent their work every week, every month.
Oh, really? That's interesting, Shakooks.
For CitizenCon 2951,
Jared,
I'm
man.
Jared Huckabee.
Jared did great.
Year, have fun.
Full werewolf safe. Jared, man.
Tell those you love that you love them. I love you, John. And now here's Chris Roberts to take us home.
There we go.
I hope all of you enjoyed everything you saw today. We're very proud of what we've
I love you too,
so
Sketch.
far, what we're working on, what we're doing in the
fucking love fest here today, man. We had a great day today.
It was great to be able to get in depth and show and discuss a lot of that today with you guys. And I just wanted to tell each and every one of you how much we appreciate all of you, your support, dedication, the hours you put into playing the game, giving us feedback, putting up with crashes and server disconnections.
Yeah, what's up with this Zoom,
all
man?
the frustrating things that you get when it's an alpha, as we're striving to make the best game, or, well, I think the best universe simulation you possibly can make now.
Get the camera out of my face. That's too close,
From
Pepe.
Myself and the team at CIG, we're incredibly lucky to be in this position because I think no one else in gaming has the luxury that we do to really
Pepe,
sort of
what are you doing
dream
with the
to
camera?
stars and
Pepe,
build something.
Pepe,
of the
what are you doing with the
ambition
camera?
that Star Citizen is. It's
Pepe.
been a longer journey than I imagined at the beginning, but the game we're building is far more complicated, far bigger, far more possibilities than I
Give me that tight shot,
would
Pepe.
ever get to do. But
Gotta
it's
work on
because of your
Pepe's
guys'
camera work.
support, and everyone at
Your
CIG
camera work
feels the
needs
same
some
in
help,
terms of
Pepe.
They get to work on a dream game. They get to do all these things. People don't say, "Oh, you can't do that. We've got to make it for this quarter. It's got to come
Pepe,
out."
Pepe!
And the
Pepe, I'm over
investors
Chris
need their
right now.
profits this year. It's
Pepe,
like, no,
we can't
want
watch the
best game
show.
possible. That's
Where'd
all
Chris go? Where did
we at
Chris?
CIG
Pepe,
care about, and that's all
ah!
you guys care about. And so to be in that position is because of you guys.
Pepe, shrink me down. Shrink me down.
Myself and everyone at CIG.
Jesus,
appreciate it.
Pepe.
Thank you all very much. And I'm really
Pepe.
looking forward to doing this in person for you guys next year, as opposed to digitally. And hopefully, all things, fingers crossed, we'll get on the other side of this pandemic, and we'll be able to do that. So for me and everyone at CIG, thank you so much for watching.
I had a great time today. Thank you. Whoa! Holy shit, my ears. Wow, guys. Wow, 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 wow. Oh my goodness, guys. What a day today. A day where we brought in over 235 new followers. That's record breaking. That's record breaking. We broke some records here today. So much support and Orion that we are giving away this month, thanks to our friend Matt, who is a veteran, and there is so much more. The heart, the commitment, the love that you guys show every single day, sharing, smashing likes, doing the things that you do as members of this great community. How many of you out there told your mother to go fuck off? You're watching DG360 today. I see you out there, Trip Owl. You told your mother to fuck off. Good for you. Vic, I know you kicked your dog. No, that's a horrible thing. Never kick your dog. But you pushed your dog out of the way to get to the show. I appreciate that. You push your dog out of the way to get in front of that screen to watch DG360. Puka, I know what you did. You broke up with your girlfriend today, Puka. You broke up with your girlfriend to be here today, watch the stream. Puka, God bless you. You didn't need her anyway. She wasn't good for you. You dumped that Bia. You needed to watch some DG360. Don't get me started on you, Killian. Killian broke out of jail. I wasn't going to share that. I wasn't going to share that, but I have to. Because Killian, he's wanted. He's a wanted man now. Killian literally broke out of jail to be here live on stream today. Thank you for breaking out of jail. I highly endorse that. Thank you, Killian, for breaking out of jail to watch DG360 today. I'm sorry, I told everybody. I let the cat out of the bag. He is a convict, but he's a nice convict. We love him. DY. He couldn't get internet. He was in the Antarctic. Literally swam to the southern tip of Africa, Cape Town. Hooked up and was able to watch DG360 after swimming through icy cold waters. Almost got eaten by a killer whale. DY is here. Thank you so much, DY, for showing up to the show. We appreciate all the miles of ocean that you swam to get hooked up. Jade was in the hospital. Jade was unconscious for 3 weeks. They thought Jade was dead. Jade was on life support. Jade just magically woke up. Jade woke up this morning. Jade, congratulations. Welcome back to life. You watched DG360 today, didn't you? People are like, holy shit, is DG streaming today? That must be why DG just... That's why Jade just woke up. Jade miraculously after 3 weeks of life support. Oh God, Jade. But what's even better Okay, this is crazy. I got a crazy story for you guys. Shikuku was pronounced dead last week. Rose from the dead. Rose from the fucking dead. Shikuku, God bless you. Now I get to go to Christie's and she gets to yell at me for a little bit. But it was worth it because I was here with you today and I had a blast. You hear that? You hear her? In the distance, singing on top of the cliff? Oh yeah, you feel that, don't you? You feel that. That's the call. I feel it in my heart. Right before I stream, I feel it. I hear her. It's the calling. It's how I feel. It's like I must get to you. I must come back to you. I must hang out with you, chill, laugh, have a good time. I hear her. And I have the song in my heart. This is how you make me feel, everybody, today. Truthfully, best time ever. I am so happy I got to spend time with you guys today. This was a blast. 7 hours, almost 8 hours of streaming. Still first level energy. That's how it is. Profession now. That's how we do it here every single time. Join us. Become part of this fam. Become a supporter. Get involved with these great people. I'm not going to tell you how amazing we are because we have all these prizes and fuck that. Fuck the prizes. I mean, thank you so much for all the help, and especially St. Grizz. He's helping out so much on the prizes, but it's really about the people. You guys. You are why I keep coming back. Thank you. I had a blast today, guys. PePe, oh, I still don't even want to go right now. I don't even want to go right now. Doesn't feel right to leave you guys, but I'll be thinking about you. Thanks for showing up here today, everyone. PePe, roll the credits, man. Roll those credits. Give him the credits, man. It's going to be a long one, I feel. It's going to be a long one, isn't it, PePe?